Okay, looks like we are live. Welcome everybody to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and this is my co-host, Matt. As most of you are aware by now, we have been having a ton of fun doing 5 months now of an Evolution Debate Challenge series. And so we are here tonight for the 5-month anniversary special of this epic challenge. I've also got Dr. Dino here with me, of course. And we've had a ton of debates now in this series. I've got it up on the website as well as in a playlist on the main channel. So please check that out. And these debates have been on evolution. Evolution is on trial, and we have heard many lines of evidence for evolution, so-called lines of evidence for evolution over the last 5 months, which is what we are here to discuss tonight. We are going to have some fun going over some of the arguments we've seen. And since this is live, we will be taking some audience questions. So I see people flying into the live chat. If you got some questions pertaining to the creation versus evolution debate, please make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth, or even tagging Matt at Young Earth Creation is his channel name currently. So Matt is my co-host. Good to have you here, brother. How's everything going tonight?
Doing good, but I'm actually logged into your account, so I won't see anybody tagging Young Earth Creation.
That being said, just tag Standing for Truth then.
Perfect. Yep, doing good. This is going to be fun. Haven't had Kent here for a little while, so it's always fun.
Well, Matt, good to have you, brother. Dr. Dino, how are you today? How's everything at Dal? And good to have you.
We're having a blast here in Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Visitors come, even closed Sunday, Monday. They come anyway. It's awesome. You guys, if you ever get out of your communist Canada, come on down and see the place. You won't believe it.
Amen. Amen. Dinosaur Adventureland will be the first destination I go to. And Who needs sleep these days, right? Who needs sleep? So, okay, let's get right into it then. We've got a little clip to kind of kick us off for tonight. We will be discussing, as I pointed out, a lot of the lines of evidence that we've heard over the last 5 months: ERVs, homology, nested hierarchies, vestigial organs, whale pelvis. So, but before we get into all of those, we're going to play a short clip from what I think was one of the more humorous moments so far over the last 5 months. So here we go, and then we'll start our discussion.
You really think an amoeba turned into a shark and a whale and everything? There's no evidence of a single-celled creature ever producing even a two-celled creature, let alone an elephant or a whale or a human. But they put them on, draw lines on paper. Here we got the human and the snail related. Wade, simple question. Do you believe you are related to a snail? Just a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So SpongeBob, or no, what's his name? Dave thinks he's a strawberry. PZ Myers thinks he's a fish. Who's the guy who thinks he's an ape? And you think you're related to a snail. Okay, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. Do you believe we all came from sponges, Dave? You believe this textbook is right?
Yes.
Okay, so that being said, Dr. Dino, my first question to you is, in light of all the many debates you've had, I think now probably about 285, and these evolutionists believe that they are related to snails and strawberries, and they call this science. They call this empirical science. What are your thoughts on this? Is this actually science, or is this more of a science fiction religion?
It is complete science fiction. They draw lines on paper connecting all the animals, where the humans, the bat, the dog, the bear, the mosquito, everything is related, because after all, they drew lines on paper connecting them. This is absolute insanity. It is not science. Ask them, are you related to a ladybug and a spinach and a pine tree and a worm? Oh yeah, they think they are. The Bible says everything will bring forth after its kind. All we've ever observed in recorded human history is dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions. If you wish to believe something other than that, well, you and SpongeBob go start your own school and teach that to whoever wants to come learn it, but it's not science. It's got to be one of the dumbest things in the history of the world that anybody ever believed they were related to a ladybug. But, okay, I'm here to help them. I want to help them.
And that's what we're here to do, Kent. So I appreciate that. Now, one line of evidence they'll say as to why they are apparently related to strawberries and snails on the universal, phylogenetic tree is the fact that we share much in terms of morphology, anatomy, physiology, and even genetics with all forms of life, plants, animals. So the question is, are these similarities, are these evidence for common ancestry rather than common design?
Well, no, the fact that we have similar proteins, similar DNA structure to all the different animals and plants it's obvious. That's number one, because we have a common designer, the same God designed us all. Secondly, if there weren't a lot of similarities, we could only eat each other. See, the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk and churn it and make the yellow butter, and I eat it and get the blonde hair, because the gene code is made up of, it's got the same proteins, the same vitamins and minerals. It's a network because it was designed to work together. And so they see these similarities and say, wow, look at that. The spinach has certain minerals in there, and humans have certain minerals. Oh, that proves they're related. No, that proves you need those minerals to eat. God designed it to be your food. If it weren't for the similarities, we could only eat other humans. This is so dumb for them to believe that what we see is evidence for a common ancestor. No, it's a common creator and a common need. The network of life. So tell them I said that's dumb.
Now, one of their typical responses, I guess I'll play as the evolutionist for a second here, that I've seen over the last 5 months, is they'll say, well, okay, why then did God create humans so close to the chimpanzee? Why do we share more with, let's say, the great apes or primates in general than we do with a dog or a fish? This nested hierarchy that we can see in the biological world. That'll be one of their questions. And what's the best way to respond to that, Kent?
I would ask them, why do you think you're related to a chimpanzee? Is it because we both have two arms, we both have two eyes, we both have two nostrils? I mean, why do you think you're related to a chimpanzee? No person in their right mind wants to mate with a chimpanzee. The chimpanzees don't want to mate with the humans. The Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. If they want to get together and bring forth, they're the same kind. My cows show no interest whatsoever in the pine trees. They want another cow to mate with, not a pine tree, not a mosquito, not an armadillo, a cow. If they bring forth, they're the same kind. I don't want to bring forth with a chimpanzee or an ape or a gorilla or an orangutan. I don't know any normal human who does. I think that's dumb. But that's how you tell. Because there are some similarities, the same God designed all the different life forms. Of course there'd be similarities. I bet all the paintings that Picasso did have some similarities. The same guy's making the painting. That's why. I don't know how they can't get it, brother. Tell me what. I've had 284, 85 debates. You're right. They don't get it. What else can I say to them?
Amen. And a lot of times, these debates are for the audience too. I've heard a lot of stories and testimonies that a lot of people came to faith in Christ and young earth creation by watching a lot of debates, specifically yours, Dr. Dino. So I'd like to point out that even in the similarities that they'll point to, let's say in genetics, and we've touched on this on our program before, Matt, there's actually vast differences in terms of the way these genes that are similar, let's say between humans and chimpanzees, are expressed, or huge differences in terms of epigenetics. So even in the similar sequences, there's massive differences that the evolutionists cannot account for, which I find interesting. Matt, anything you'd like to add or a question you'd like to bring to the table, brother?
Sure. I like to say that they're so busy looking for all the similarities that they're blind and somewhat ignorant of all the differences. So right. I don't know why they're so intent on ignoring the vast differences when they're so hyper focused on saying, well, look, that right there shows similarity. It's like, if you look into it, you're going to find a lot more differences, but they don't want to see that. So I always find that very strange. But
well, I think I know why. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3, the scoffers are willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. They don't want to believe in the creation because that brings with it some accountability. Oh, there's a creator? Well, that would mean he owns it. That would mean he can make the rules. Oh, they don't want his rules, so they deny he exists. Not because they have reason to deny it, they just don't like his rules. They deny the flood because that represents the judgment of God on his creation. They don't want to believe that God has the authority to judge his creation. They want to be their own God in their own universe. So it's obvious why they look at anything they can becomes evidence for evolution. There's no reasoning with them that I've found so far. But the debates, like Donnie said, they really do help the other people who watch. And I'm thrilled for that.
Amen. Amen, brother. And what's interesting, Dr. Hovind, and I know you've heard this many times, Professor Dave, a debate that I highly recommend, the poor guy, you forced him into early retirement. And to the similarities that demonstrate common design, like I'll oftentimes point out, okay, a sedan shares more with a hatchback or an SUV than a sedan does with a boat or an airplane. So we see in design modes of transportation, there's a hierarchy as well. That's evidence of design, not ancestry. And what they'll say, Kent, is, well, cars don't reproduce. Animals reproduce in the biological world, as if that's going to save the day for fish to fisherman evolution. What's a good response to that?
Adding reproduction into the mix makes it 1 trillion times more complicated and more impossible for them to evolve. Why did all of the plants and animals evolve the ability to reproduce? Doesn't reproducing only make more mouths to feed and competition for the environment? Why didn't any of the plants or animals simply evolve the ability to live forever? Why would any animal want to make babies? It's going to increase competition for the food supply. No way they can explain that by evolution.
Amen. Well said. That's why it's a fairy tale, and it takes a lot of imagination and fancy storytelling. So I'm looking at your slide there from your debate with Wade the Wizard, and one of the lines of evidence there, and this is what they'll typically do. It's called a shotgun tactic. They'll just put on a slide and say there's just so many lines of evidence for evolution: mathematics, species distribution, paleontology, biogeography. But the one I'd like to focus on here is paleontology, fossils, the fossil record. They'll look to some interesting creatures in the fossil record, Tiktaalik, Archaeopteryx, some of these interesting mosaics, and say this is evidence for large-scale evolution, universal common ancestry. Is that really the case there, Dr. Dino?
Well, I point out, first of all, there is no such thing as a fossil record. There's no such thing. There are fossils, trillions of them, okay? But there's no record. They don't talk. There's no date on them. When you dig up a clamshell like this one, you will notice it can't talk and there's no date. You are putting your interpretation on it. All we know is it died. We don't know this one had any children that lived. We sure don't know it had children that lived that were different. No animal today can produce offspring that are different than themselves. Why would we think, well, a fossil could do that? So there is no such thing as a fossil record to begin with. But that's what they count on. That's their best evidence. When they look at the fossils, guys, if you could find 10 fossils that you could arrange in a order from A to Z, and they have minor changes between them, that would still not prove anything as far as similarity or relationship. I bet I could line up cars. I bet we could get a small two-door car, and then a four-door car, and then a hatchback, and then go up to a six-door car and a school bus. And so what? I lined them up. It doesn't mean anything. And same thing with animals that reproduce. Being able to line them up in some kind of order does not mean anything as far as relationship. No animal today. You could line up living animals in the same order. You could line up from clams to whales and elephants and make a series of lines on paper. It doesn't mean there's a relationship. Certainly, the fossils are not going to help. So there's no such thing as a fossil record. I would stop them right there. Say stop. There's no such thing. There's a bunch of fossils. No fossils are forming today. Where do we see fossils forming? Anywhere in the world. But there's trillions of fossils. I think that's evidence of a flood, rapid burial. All the fossils probably formed from that 1 year flood, not slow millions of years accumulation. It's really so dumb. They don't get it.
As you put it, Dr. Dino, they're willingly ignorant, 2 Peter 3. And what I find interesting, one thing I'll add, and then Matt, I know you had a question, is going back to the design model, the design hypothesis. I like to point out that since the Bible tells us that we're created in the image of God, maybe we can get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on how we design things. And it just so turns out that we design, as you pointed out, Kent, in homologous patterns. We design in these nested hierarchical patterns, but we also design some very interesting mosaics. The invention of the so-called crossover vehicles, a combination of your vans and your SUVs, or even the military. They've designed amphibious military assault vehicles. That's not really a vehicle built for the ocean or land. It's that crossover transitional vehicle. This isn't evidence that one is turning into another. This is just evidence of good design, and that seems to be what we find in some of these fossils.
Right. Each animal today seems to do really well in its environment. Why do the cows that have their head down eating all day have such strong neck muscles and a long neck? One atheist said, well, the giraffe evolved a long neck so it could reach the trees. I said, no, the giraffe has a long neck so he can reach the ground.
Yeah.
He has long legs also, How's he going to get a drink or eat? Even now they got to spread their legs to get down to get a drink or eat. So that you can believe what you want, but the evidence is each animal or plant is really well designed to do what it does. I think it's amazing. God ought to get the glory for that. They don't want to give God the glory for any of that, though.
No. Amen. Well said. Matt,
Which actually,
brother.
That brings me to the next question then. We'll ignore the fact that there aren't actually that many scientists in the world, or that they've only learned evolution. But why do the critics constantly want us to agree with the consensus when it comes to who believes evolution theory, when they don't actually agree with consensus when it comes to belief in God?
Yeah, they pick and choose the evidence that they want. They want badly to believe there is no God, and they want everybody else to believe like they believe. I bet if you did a survey in North Korea right now, all the public school teachers believe in evolution and believe in communism. All of them. Does that mean it's true, or does that mean you get your head chopped off if you don't believe it's true? It's censorship in the extreme. In China, same thing. Do a survey. How many of you think communism is good? Oh, they would all say yes. They have to, or they get killed or put in prison. Under Hitler's Germany, do a survey of all the public school teachers in Nazi Germany. Do you think Hitler's a great guy? Oh, yes, wonderful guy. Do you think all the Jews should be killed? Oh, yes, they should all be killed. Sure, these guys going by majority opinion is so dumb. That's not how you determine truth. What is truth? The truth is cows produce cows. That's the truth. It is not true that you can, because you draw a line on paper, the cow came from an amoeba. That doesn't make it true.
Now, Ken, I'm going to pretend to be the evolutionist here. What if they were to say, which they do say almost every single debate, because as you point out, they never learn. Well, Kent, if a cow produced a non-cow, that would actually be evidence against evolution. We expect cows, based on the law of monophily, to produce cows. So therefore, that negates your argument.
Well, they have trees of life, like I have on the screen here. And this one has a horse, but it could have a cow. It's got the mammal tree. They're showing the horse, a zebra in this case, which would include the mammals, the cows, etc., going back to a single-celled creature at the bottom, like an amoeba. So from now on, cows are going to produce cows. I agree with them on that. But they think in the past, something else produced a cow. How did the amoeba turn to a cow? At some point, it was a non-cow. Somewhere back there, something non-cow produced a cow. So they do believe animals change, but we don't ever see it. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. The word science, from the Latin word "scire," means knowledge. What do we know? What do we know by observation and testing and experimentation? We know cows produce cows. We know that. We've seen it many times. Do we know cows came from an amoeba? No, that's not science. So they'll run and hide behind that dumb statement. Well, of course, cows always produce cows. They never go out of their clade. Well, the bacteria went out of his clade, didn't he? When he turned into a cow and a human and broccoli. Go ahead.
No, that's a perfect response. Matt, anything to add to that, brother?
Yeah, I like to remind him that if what they're saying is true, then go ahead and predict what anything is ever going to evolve into. Go ahead, pick anything, pick the cow. Go ahead. What's it going to evolve into? They have no predictive power because to them, evolution can do anything. So because it can do anything, there's no predictive power. They can't tell you anything. And if you think about breeding in general, it gives a good overview of what we would see in the diversity of life anyway, right? Because we're doing something outside of what we see in nature, outside of selection. We take a dog and we domesticate and we breed as much as we can, but yet we see the edges of diversity, right? We get really large dogs and we get really small ones, but we don't get anything else. We're not progressing as far as what they would deem evolution to be true. We can't get anything else. Where's the evolution? If we can ignore evolution, go ahead.
And why don't they do it again? We got lots of laboratories in the world. Take some bacteria and make another cow. Bacteria have 20-minute generation time. They get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 20 minutes. A lot faster than all other animals. Okay, you ought to be able to get thousands and thousands of generations in one human lifetime. Has anybody ever seen a bacteria produce a non-bacteria, let alone a cow? They can't even get out of the bacteria mode, because it doesn't happen. The Bible says they bring forth after their kind. It says that 20 times in the first 7 chapters. I think it's because they bring forth after their kind. That's science.
Amen. And one thing I'll add is this whole idea of the law of monophyly, that we can never outgrow our ancestry. As you've pointed out, according to the evolutionary model, an amoeba turned into a whale over millions to billions of years. Now, I was watching, Kent, just last night, a video from Richard Dawkins, who, we're happy to host in a debate with you anytime, but what's that sound a chicken makes, right? So he was saying, creationists, they just can't conceive of deep time. They will agree with microevolutionary variations and changes. Well, if they could essentially just imagine that these micro changes were to occur over millions to billions of years, then yes, we could get a single-celled like ancestor into a whale. So to me, it sounds like an appeal to time, but also an appeal to enough of these micro changes or variations, Kent, will equal large-scale evolution. What's a good response to that, brother?
Well, I think there are numerous scientific ways to show you can't have billions of years. I'm just calling it up now. On my seminar, part 1 of my creation seminar series, $50 for the whole thing, 18 hours. In seminar part 1, I go through about 40 different scientific ways to show the Earth cannot be billions of years old. It cannot be, for lots of reasons. I'll just pull a couple up arbitrarily here. So seminar part 1, the age of the Earth, the scientific answer and the biblical answer. The Bible says the Earth's about 6,000 years old. And there's lots of scientific ways to demonstrate that. Let's see, this one has 1,200 slides in it. Give me just a second. But even if it was billions of years old, it's not going to help, because nothing changes. Observe. Do it again. Make the bacteria turn into a whale. We don't see this happening. Let's see, right here. Okay, a couple of quick examples. Slide number 500 and no, start with 501. Okay, Alt-DV 501. Jupiter has a moon going around it called Ganymede that has a strong magnetic field, indicating a hot liquid molten iron core. Well, if it's billions of years old, Ganymede's it's around Jupiter, which is way out there, much further than we are from the sun. It should have lost its, it should have cooled off. Why does Ganymede still have a magnetic field? It should not have one if it's billions of years old. Ganymede, the only moon in our solar system known to have an own magnetic field, likely to have created through convection within the liquid iron core of the moon. I agree. Ganymede, the surprisingly magnetic moon. I don't have a problem with that, why it's still magnetic. 6,000 years ago, God made everything, including all the planets. So Ganymede's probably 6,000 years old. Saturn has rings going around it, but the rings are spreading out away from the planet. The rings are moving away. And Saturn is giving off infrared energy. It should have cooled off a long time ago. The vanishing rings of Saturn. Saturn's rings are moving away from the planet. Well, if it's billions of years old, why aren't they gone? You can't just keep moving away. Pretty soon, you're moved away. Duh, they don't get it. Theory about Saturn's rings is very simple. 6,000 years ago, God made everything. Saturn's only 6,000 years old. The moon is going around the Earth. We saw it. Did you get to see the eclipse last night, brother?
No, I was too tired.
That's pretty cool. We went up on the sand dune to watch the eclipse here in Lennox. You can really see it. But the moon is getting further from the Earth every year. The moon is moving away. Nobody argues about that. Space Place, NASA has an article about that. I feel like we're drifting apart. Yeah, the moon is leaving us. The moon is leaving the Earth at about 4 centimeters a year. And so the moon is getting further away. Now, this is going to be complicated, but if the moon is moving away, that means it used to be closer. Well, how close can you bring the moon before that becomes a problem? Because the moon causes the tides on the Earth. Bringing the moon closer, you have the inverse square law. If you brought the moon into half the distance, you take 1/2 and inverse it and square it. It's 4 times the gravitational pull. Why is the moon leaving us? Physics.org. The moon's orbit is indeed getting larger, 3.8 centimeters per year, 1.5 inches a year. Well, if you bring the moon back, if you can go back in time, we can't. The force of gravity at 1/3 the distance is 9 times greater. They've done all kinds of studies on this and said, no, wait a minute. 1,000 years ago, the moon was 125 feet closer. A million years ago, 28 miles closer. Not a big deal. 10 million years ago, 280 miles closer. Now we're causing a problem. 100 million, 2,000 miles closer. I think we got a problem going on here, folks. They want to be 1 billion years ago, 28,000 miles closer. Not possible. 1.4 billion years ago, the moon orbit would have collapsed into the Earth. This is a problem. They simply ignore it. The evolution of the lunar semi-major axis represents a well-known timescale problem, Astronomical Journal. It hasn't been solved in 35 years either. The moon is moving away. The evolution of the lunar semi-major axis presents a well-known timescale problem. The lunar orbit collapses a little over 1 billion years ago. Well, I go through about 40, I think, scientific indicators like this that say, look, I'm sorry, you might need billions of years for your theory. I don't think billions of years would help turn the amoeba to a whale. But even if you had billions of years, it wouldn't work. And you can't have the billions of years. There are hundreds of scientific ways to demonstrate this planet cannot be billions of years old. If I told you this ink pen was 3,000 years old, you'd say, come on, Hovind, they didn't invent the ballpoint pen until after World War II. Oh, okay. Okay, then it's 70 years old. Oh, no, Bic wasn't even a company until 1946. You can go through one by one, dismantle my evidence or my claim that this is 3,000 years old. I think you could limit it down to probably less than 20 years. Maybe less than 5 when they made this style or something. I don't know. But you'd be away. It's not 3,000. And you can claim the Earth is billions of years old, but there's all kinds of indicators to say, I'm sorry, it can't be billions of years old. You might need that, but you can't have it. If that's one of the ingredients in your recipe, sorry, you ain't baking bread today.
Fantastic response, Kent. And even I'd point out, based on the direct lines of evidence, the observations we have today, their claimed mechanisms to take an amoeba to a whale or a single-celled like ancestor to a whale is mutations and natural selection. But yet what we now know is that the majority of mutations are deleterious. They're damaging and harmful to organisms, which means that reality puts shelf lives on genomes. So as you pointed out, Kent, even if they had billions of years, heck, they could have trillions of years. And yet the fact that mutations put shelf lives on genomes, you're only going to get more extinction. You're not going to get evolution. You'll get more extinction, nothing more.
Exactly right.
So their next response would be then, Kent, well, if the geologic column is, only reflection of thousands of years rather than billions of years, why do we find, more simpler organisms at the bottom of the so-called geologic column, up to, fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, eventually man at the top? Why don't we find, a human fossil in the so-called Cambrian layers? Isn't this reflective of deep time evolutionary change?
Well, I point out in my seminar part 4, this is my PowerPoint, the front slide where I tell where all the slides are. The numbers have changed, so I can't quite quickly go to it now, but there's no such thing as a geologic column. The Earth has many layers. Now, that's true. I've been all over, been to, let's see, how many countries, 37 countries I've been to in all 50 states many times. I've seen all the major canyons in America and many other places, parts of the world. I've climbed mountains and taught earth science 15 years. The Earth has many layers. All the layers are the same age, all of them. I take this little sand toy, flip it over, and it's going to make 10 or 15 layers in a matter of a few minutes. They say the top layer is younger. I say, stop, stop, stop. If the top layer is younger, where's it coming from? Outer space? There is no such thing as a geologic column. Every speck of dirt on the Earth is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion, it's the same age. Moving it from here to here does not change the age of it, okay? So first place, there is no geologic column. There is no evidence that the layers are different ages. If I shuffle a deck of cards, does the top card become younger? Let's see. Shuffle the cards, and all of a sudden, poof, that's the youngest card. No, they're all the same age. So there's no geologic column. All the layers are the same age. And all over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all those layers. I got a bunch of pictures in here. Let's see. Index fossils. Wow, look at this. How many layers did we make there in about 3 minutes? I don't know if you can see them there. Probably got 20 or 30. Yeah, this one's 14 million years old. This one's 18 million. That one's 26 million. This one way at the bottom is 300 million years old. Finding fossils in different layers is logical. Fossils are going to automatically be sorted in a flood based upon their habitat. Where do they live? I'd be willing to bet clams are found at the bottom because they're already at the bottom when the flood starts. That's where they live. Of course, they're the first ones buried. Duh. Birds would be found on top because they're the last ones to die in a flood. They can fly around till they run out of gas, and when they die, they float because they got hollow feathers. I bet they're sorted a little bit based upon mobility. Clams can't run very fast. I bet they're sorted based upon body density. Clam shells are heavier than bird feathers. I bet they're sorted based upon intelligence. Clams aren't too bright. Humans would tend to be found in the top layers because humans are a little smarter than clams, and they'd figure out a way to avoid drowning until the last minute. Throw together a raft or something, might survive a few weeks. Okay, they're still going to die, and they're going to be buried and end up on top. It's got nothing to do with when they lived. That is so dumb, so dumb. Tell them I said so.
I think many of the atheists in the live chat right now are loving it. So before we get to some audience questions, let's move to now that we've addressed homology, we've addressed nested hierarchies, the geologic column, and appeal to deep time as if that's going to save them. We now know it's not. A line of evidence, Dr. Hovind, that they've been bringing up, it seems now for 30 years and still are, is the so-called whale vestigial pelvis that they'll say is evidence for walking whales in the past. And then they have these series of so-called transitions, going from Pachycetus to Ambulocetus to Rhodocetus, Basilosaurus, all these so-called fossil examples. So are these structures that we're seeing, Dr. Dino, are these really the ancient leftover remnants of hind legs when whales were walking on land?
Okay, let's see. Oh, the V1649. Vestigial structures from the American Heritage Science Dictionary. Whales, for example, have small bones located in the muscles of their body walls that are vestigial bones of hips and hind limbs. Biology textbook. Many organisms retain traces of their evolutionary history. For example, the whale retains pelvic and leg bones as useless vestiges. Jeannie Scott at the National Center for Science Miseducation in Berkeley, California. She said their goal is to keep guys like me out of the schools. I debated Jeannie once. I'll do it again anytime, Jeannie, anytime. Bring it on, okay? At their Berkeley headquarters, they say National Center for Science Miseducation. One of their evidences is about whales evolving. This is one of the main evidences always used. Whales have a vestigial pelvis and leg bone that serve no purpose, this biology textbook says. Modern whales have hind limbs which have reduced to only a few tiny internal hind limb bones that have no function. Just imagine whales walking around. Here it is at Los Angeles Museum of Natural History. They got a whole skeleton of a whale, and there are the so-called hip bones and leg bones of the whale, the whale's pelvis. This is so dumb to call that a pelvis, okay? That has nothing to do with walking on land, and you atheists are desperate and completely ignorant of your whale anatomy, okay? There's a humpback whale in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Look at that, the hip bones. That's not a hip bone. It's part of the whale's reproductive system. National Pornographic for kids. Millions of years ago, dolphins had legs. They do this on all of these shows. The whale's pelvis, far from the vertebra, has no apparent function. We have one of the bones in our museum. These are one of the bones from a whale. Anybody from Alaska that finds a beached whale dead, rotted away, send us more. We'd like a bunch more for our science. Send the whole skeleton down here. We'll reassemble it and put it up in our science center. This bone has a blood supply, a nerve supply. It's an active part of the whale's reproductive system. The whales have to mate underwater in the dark with no arms, and they can't talk and say, scoot over, honey. The whale has a 15-foot-long penis that he has to maneuver around in the dark and find where it goes, okay? There's muscles attached to those bones. If you think those bones are vestigial, you can believe that if you want, but I'm telling you what, you go take them out of a whale, he's going to be really mad at you, okay? Don't do that, okay? They need those bones and those muscles to make baby whales. Has nothing to do with walking on land. Even still, all we've ever observed is whales produce whales. Nobody's ever seen that. And even if it was the whale losing its leg bones, that's losing, not gaining. Where's the evidence of any animal gaining anything? What bones are found? Three individuals found. Okay. So the male and female whales are different, like male and female of just about everything is different. They have to mate, as I said, in the dark, underwater. The erotic endurance of whale hips. Those aren't hips, but they're so desperate to not believe they're designed for what they do, they'll believe anything. Carl Zimmer talks about the whale hips. This is absolutely dumb. I'm sorry. They are either lying or they're stupid about their whale anatomy. Tell them I said so. I'll debate them all at the same time.
Another great answer. And Dr. Dino, correct me if I'm wrong. The majority, if not all of the so-called vestigial organs, like the whale, quote unquote pelvis, the appendix, the coccyx, where there was once 140 at least so-called useless structures in organs, we now know that the majority of them have functions. They're not evidence for common ancestry.
I think they're all gone off the list. Back in the 1860s, 70s, when they were desperate for evidence for Darwin's new book, they had, I think it was 140 or 50 vestigial structures. Oh, look, you don't need your tonsils. They're vestigial. Well, now they know you have a use for the tonsils. They say, oh, the wisdom teeth, that's vestigial. Well, again, that's losing, not gaining. But that's evidence that man was probably bigger in the past. And by the time you're 16 or 18, you need that last tooth to come in because your jaw is still growing. Not evidence for evolution. It's evidence man used to be bigger. I'm not aware of any vestigial structures anywhere in the world. If you know of some, let me know. I'll do some research on it and counter it. But the whale does not have a vestigial pelvis.
Awesome. Well, that's a good way that we can move into one final argument that I've seen them use over and over again now, especially over the last 5 months. And it kind of pertains to this idea of useless structures, except now in the realm of genetics. They've taken this idea that's been overturned with vestigial structures, and they've now applied it to the genomes of living organisms, where they look to these interesting sequences of DNA called endogenous retroviral-like DNA. And because we share these ERV elements with the chimpanzees and essentially all vertebrates at least, demonstrates common ancestry. They'll say that these are the ancient remnants of viral infections in the past that have been acquired, passed down vertically, and therefore that's why we share them in the same positions, let's say between humans and chimpanzees. So the question comes down to, Dr. Dino, does the existence of endogenous retroviruses provide evidence for common descent?
Absolutely not. First place, they're not unnecessary. They're part of the gene code, okay? They're used. How much of the human genome is retroviral sequences? Human endogenous retroviruses, ERV, HERV, are DNA sequences within human chromosomes. They comprise up to 8%. The gene code of a single human is more complex than the whole computer system of the world. It's unbelievable, the complexity of the gene code. They said if you took one person's DNA out of their body, you have 100 trillion cells. Each one contains 46 of these chromosomes, except for the gametes, they got 23. Okay. If you took each one, if you unwound it and unwound it, it would be 6 feet long. So if you unwound every DNA from one person and unwound them and tied them together, you'd have enough DNA to go from here to the moon and back, I think 500 times or something like that. Take 6 feet for each one times 46 times 100 trillion. That's how many feet long it would be. And they think it happened by chance. That's the code to make you. King David said, I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. He didn't even have a microscope and he could figure it out. You'd think these guys with a microscope would really be saying, wow, God, you're smart. I mean, when you study a really cool invention, I bet if somebody found this and took it apart and studied it, said, man, that's a little microphone. It takes a signal, it amplifies it, sends it through the radio waves. It's chargeable, you can plug it in. That's pretty amazing. I bet somebody made this. I bet they did. I don't know who, I don't know where, and I don't care. I bet somebody made it. I think it's common sense to look at one single cell in your body and say, wow, God, you're amazing. I don't have a problem doing that. Why can't they do it? I don't know. But retroviruses are not evidence for evolution. Back in 2008, they proved they're necessary, they're needed. Our analysis revealed the retroviral sequence in human gene code, tens of thousands of active promoters, transcribed ERV sequence corresponding to 1.16% of the human genome. Let's see. These data suggest ERVs may regulate human transcription on a large scale. Oh, we need them. We're not losing them. They're not vestigial. So anybody that thinks ERVs are evidence for evolution is way behind on their research. Beneficial function of ERVs in the immune response. That's how you can be immune to certain things. When diseases come around. This is back in 2014. So they've known this for 8 years now. Get up to speed, guys. They play a critical role in the body's immune defense. Switching sides. Endogenous retroviruses protect us from viral infections. May last year, they said, wow, we need them. We need these things. They're not long regarded as junk DNA. ERVs have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral human immune response. So you need to get up to speed on this. They're not evidence for evolution. Somebody who doesn't know much might say, oh, look, we got evidence for evolution with ERVs, and they throw that word out, and then they move on to something else. No, sorry, stop. That's not evidence. What else do you got? Go ahead.
Great answer, Kent. Spot on. And what I find interesting, because one of their follow-up questions would be, well, why do these, ERV sequences that you guys say are created units of DNA function rather than the ancient remnants of past viral infections? They'll say, why do they resemble exogenous retroviruses? Like HIV is an example of an extant retrovirus. But you pointed to a technical paper there, Kent, that's one of my favorites, that has to do with how they act as antiviral protectors. And if you study the literature, it actually turns out that these ERV elements, they require these similarities to these extant retroviruses in order to do their jobs, because they do their jobs through something called viral mimicry. Again, more evidence for design, not evidence for common ancestry.
Pretty smart. Guerrilla warfare. Send the guys in behind the enemy lines, make them look like the enemy, sneak in there. We're designed at every level, micro and macro level.
Amen, brother. Spot on, spot on. Okay, so the last point I'll bring up before we get to these audience questions, as we will try and wrap up around the hour mark. This paper that I put on screen, Dr. Hovind, an argument you utilized over the last couple of weeks was similar to the ERV argument in what's called ALU or ALU sequences. So it's the same thing. They'll try and say that these are remnants of parasites or invasions over millions of years. And then they'll say that these are functionless as well. These are junk. What would be your response to it? And I've got a paper here just for the audience sake too, where it says right in this technical article, peer-reviewed publication, the ALU DNA sequences, which are mobile within our genome, regulate the activity of ribosomes and contribute again, Dr. Dona, as you were pointing out earlier with the ERV sequences, to the cell's immunity. So are these really junk like the evolutionists are saying?
Yeah, I don't have slides ready for that, but you're correct. It's the same thing. They're designed. They're amazingly complex, and they're designed. I bet if you put a 6-year-old under the hood of your car and said, take out anything it doesn't need, He probably doesn't know what 80% of it does. What do you need that for? Take it out. That's just because you don't know what it's for doesn't mean you don't need it. Put a 6-year-old in front of the dashboard of your car and say, what are all these buttons for? I don't know. Does that mean the buttons don't do anything? No, you just don't know yet. You're only 6. So our scientists, I think, are only 6 when it comes to studying this kind of stuff. Every time they really get into it, they say, oh, we do need that. Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Well said. We are just in the infancy of understanding the DNA language. Matt, anything you want to add, brother, before we start digging into these audience questions? Go ahead.
No, we better jump into it, man. We're running out of time. This is going so fast.
Okay, let me go right to the beginning. Here's one that comes in from Virum Argumentum. So I'll put it up on screen. Virum Argumentum, I appreciate it. So he's got an interesting question here. He says, question for Kent. Could the Adam of the Bible have been a Homo heidelbergensis, like William Lane Craig suggests in his book? There's a newer book that has come out from a theistic evolutionist who claims Adam may have looked like Homo heidelbergensis. Do you have any opinions on this, Dr. Hovind?
I don't know what Homo heidelbergensis looked like. I don't know what Adam looked like. Okay, that would be pure guesswork, and I don't know much about William Lane Craig. So sorry, I can't help on that. But I think God created Adam and Eve full grown, fully mature. He was a man and a woman, not an egg and a sperm in the garden. They got to find each other, and where would they grow? And I think so there would be an appearance of age. Automatically, it's just necessary to make it work. I think the plants were already full grown. God didn't make Adam and hand him a package of seeds and say, plant these quick. No, it has to be already plants with trees with fruit growing on them. So a mature creation, the moment it was created, a fully functioning, mature, fully grown creation is the only way it's going to work. Now, then I think Adam lived nearly 930 years after that. We know that there are certain parts of your body that never stop growing. Your masseter muscle, when you chew, is constantly pulling on all the other face muscles and bones, and it makes your eyebrow ridges grow bigger. If somebody could live to be 300 or 400 years old, they'd get a much bigger brow ridge. What does that prove? It proves they're old. It doesn't prove they're part monkey. So if you see these Neanderthals that got the brow ridge sticking out, they say, oh, see, that's proof because we're related to an ape. No, it's proof somebody's living to be more than 300 or 400 years old. And when you bend your head down and lift it up over and over, the muscles at the back of your neck are constantly pulling on the back of your skull, and gradually your skull will get elongated. And again, after 2 or 3 or 4 or 500 years, you'd have a longer head, bigger brain. And some of these so-called cavemen that they talk about had larger brains than we do. Well, duh, yeah, they probably really did. And they get a longer head, so they get room for their white wisdom teeth to come in. We are a fallen creature in a fallen world, whereas Adam was a perfect creature in a perfect world. So it's very, very different. Nothing to do with being a caveman. So all the caveman stuff is covered on video number 2 of my series about the Garden of Eden. Why did they live to be 900? Garden of Eden, part 2. And where did the cavemen fit in? There's people today that live in caves. There have always been people that live in caves. Have you seen Castaway? Didn't he live in a cave? Was he a caveman? No. So, well, I guess he was a caveman, yeah, for a while. Go ahead.
Well, that's some very interesting points, Ken. Here's something to consider, too, is if we have our biblical patriarchs, like these Neanderthals living hundreds of years, we actually know that for a man's reproductive cells start dividing at puberty, and then they don't actually stop dividing until they die. So older men can actually have children later in life. So if we actually have our older biblical patriarchs having kids at older ages, that means they've accumulated more mutations, especially in the Y chromosome, that they've passed on to their children. And this is a concept in the creationist world called patriarchal drive. And I bring this up because a lot of evolutionists, Dr. Dino, they'll try and say, well, we have sequenced portions of the Neanderthal genome, and their genetics are a lot different than us today, modern humans. But when you consider this fact that Neanderthals would be harboring more mutations and therefore passing on more, their offspring are going to be genetically different than, let's say, modern humans today. So that's just a point I wanted to bring up. Do you have any thoughts on that, Kent?
No, that's good. Thank you.
No problem. Matt, I'll hand it over to you, brother. What do you want to ask next out of these questions?
I saw you wrote down a question, but I don't see a question in it. So I'm going to read it off anyway, and then you can just make a statement. It says, from 7 Tibets, standing for truth. Before the flood, the world was very corrupted. This means the kinds were also corrupted. We have no idea how radically different the animals may have looked. It's just a statement. If you want to comment on that.
I put that up on screen.
Okay.
So he might. Whoops. I'm gonna unmute Kent. Kent, you're good, brother.
Well, how does this person know that the animals were corrupted and the kinds were corrupted? God said in 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth after their kind. Squirrels make baby squirrels, dogs make baby dogs. There are no exceptions that we've ever seen. So why would he think? I think that the varieties would have been pretty incredible. God designed each creature to produce a variety of offspring so they can survive in different climates. Dogs can produce puppies, and if you turned them all loose in Alaska, only the ones with thicker fur would survive, like the wolf or the coyote or the thick-furred dog. Anyway. Newfoundland. Okay. Then if you turned all the same dogs loose in the desert, the thick fur now is a disadvantage. So those with less hair or shorter hair or longer legs would survive. Nature would select different types, body types to survive, depending upon just the temperature, depending upon food supply. There'd be a lot of factors involved here, but it's still the same kind. So I don't know that the question may be invalid. We don't know that it was wildly different kinds before the flood. Noah took 2 of each kind on the ark, probably babies. I think he took 2 of each. I think there's probably maybe 10 or 15 different varieties of dinosaurs. You could classify them into 10 or 15 different categories if you wanted to. There's a website called baraminology.com. Baramin is the Hebrew word for kind. Baraminology.com has done lots of study on this. They say there's about 8,000 kinds of animals that had to go on the ark. 8,000 kinds, 16,000 animals, 7 of some. So say 20,000 animals on a boat that size is not a problem if he brought babies, which is common sense. Babies eat less, they poop less, they sleep a lot more, and they're lighter and smaller. And after you get off the ark, they're going to live longer to produce more babies, and that's why you're bringing them. So it'd be common sense to bring babies of everything on the ark. So I think the question may be invalid. I don't think you could prove that there were a lot of wild variations, certainly not any evolution before the flood or after the flood. Dogs are still producing dogs, always have.
Appreciate it, Kent. Here's a super chat that comes in from Jerome M, just showing some appreciation. He says, Kent's the man with the plan. So we would agree with that, brother. You are the man with the plan. Probably many plans, I'm sure.
Actually, our Dinosaur Adventureland down here, we don't have a plan. I tell people what I do. I eat a lot of pizza with peanut butter on it before I go to bed. And you wake up at 2 a.m. with wild ideas. That's how I got my daughter. That's a different story. But so there's really not a plan. We just get these ideas, have our staff meeting. Hey, let's do this. Oh, hey, good idea. Okay. Come on down, see the place. It is really amazing. Hide the peanut butter, they say down here, yeah.
Hide the peanut butter. I'm going to try that, Kent, because it's obviously working. So
okay.
That's some good advice. So here's an interesting question that comes in. Very lively and engaged chat. So let's see. We'll kind of break this down. Flooded area 3261 says, how do you explain genes that have no effect on phenotype? So the outward appearance, what the creature looks like, such as cellular respiration, are more alike in species that are most morphologically similar, like humans and chimpanzees. So if I'm interpreting this question correctly, there's certain genes, housekeeping genes, that have like one function, the evolutionists will say, like ATP synthase proteins or cytochrome C. So the evolutionists will oftentimes say, you know, if this certain gene has one function, let's say in cellular respiration, why does this gene look different between humans and chimpanzees? Why didn't God make these kinds of genes just looking exactly the same since they have the same function?
Don't know. You have to ask him when I get to heaven. Or if you're not up there, I'll ask him to try to get the message down to you wherever you are at that time. So I would be willing to bet if I'm in my PowerPoint program and I go to spell check, it probably takes me to thousands and thousands of lines of code to check spelling in a document. I bet if I went in Microsoft Word and clicked spell check, it would take me to the identical lines of code because it's doing the same thing. It's checking the spelling. So the fact that there are similar lines of code or different lines of code, there may be something has to be different in order to check spelling in a document than spelling in a picture, like PowerPoint. I don't know. So there may be some differences in the lines of code. It still doesn't prove that nobody designed the lines of code. I think the DNA is so complicated, whether it's similar or different. It's complicated. It had a designer. How can anybody not see that? I don't know.
No, I think you nailed it, Kent. If you think about it, it's kind of, I mean, to me, it's kind of an absurd question from the evolutionists. I'm not saying specifically this individual, but an argument, because information flow or cell optimization would be expected to be slightly different between humans and chimpanzees. So why would we expect these genes, although the same function, they're still going to function differently in terms of information flow? I mean, there are differences in the chimpanzee than, with the human. So to expect God to just create them identical, I wouldn't personally expect that. Matt, any thoughts from you, brother?
Yeah, that's also assuming that that's the only function of that gene. So if we look inside of the mitochondria and there's 37 genes, and one of them in particular is called the CO1 gene, its primary function is cellular respiration, exactly what he's talking about. But what happens is if we look in there and we find the exact same alleles and we mutate them in the chimpanzee and we mutate the same one in the human, there's different negative results that come from it. So obviously the secondary function is what makes it different, and that's probably why it looks different. So its primary function is cellular respiration, but that doesn't mean it's the only function that's being processed there. And when we look inside these genes, I mean, if you really want to get into it, we can look at the mitochondria, and what do we see? We don't see saturation of mutations when we look in the region itself. If deep time was true, saturation of these areas would be extremely fast because the mutation rate is fast. And if we look inside that CO1 gene like this, well, guess what? It's one of the fastest mutating genes in the mitochondria. So mutations are happening so quickly. If deep time was true, these regions would be completely saturated with mutations, but they're not there. That's why evolution had to invent a genetic bottleneck. We didn't have to invent it. It's already there in scripture. It says there was a global flood. They said deep time would have erased all genetic similarity. So it was a falsification on their part. And we're the ones that predicted there would be genetic similarity. So it's funny that they use that as evidence when it's actually evidence for us.
Interesting points. I think it goes back to what Kent said earlier. We are like a 5-year-old looking under the hood of a car trying to figure out what's going on. There's so much in the DNA that it's science fiction on the molecular level. Dr. Dino, here's the next question, comes in from Dave. Dave, I appreciate it. He says, I got it up on screen. Isn't dog breeding a great example of the limits of the genome? When breeders go to extremes, it seems most times the dogs are quite problematic because their organs are not appropriate. And he's just asking for your thoughts on that.
That's exactly correct. I mean, people have been breeding dogs for a long time, trying to get smaller ones or faster ones for greyhound racing and stuff like that. I think they've probably come very close to reaching a limit in size. I tell people, they've been crossbreeding dogs trying to get bigger ones. They now got the Great Dane, or what's their bigger Mastiff. Do you think you'll ever get a dog as big as Texas? No, there's a limit. Whether they reached it or not is we can argue about, but I bet they're getting close to the limit. I think they've reached a breeding limit on the speed for horses. They've about reached the limit. I think they've reached a limit on the size of dogs when it comes to small dogs. They now have the toy Chihuahua. Wouldn't last 10 minutes in the woods. The squirrels would eat it. Okay? So it might be beneficial for humans who want to cuddle one on their lap, but it's not beneficial for the dog. And it's man-made. Nature would select a more generic middle-of-the-road type to survive, and that might vary from climate to climate. Alaska would have a different type of dog selected by nature than the desert would, but they're still a dog, still interfertile, technically. So what we would never see any animal produce outside of its kind. That's what God said would happen. That's all that's ever happened.
Great points, Kent. So would this be a way we can answer this question where the evolutionists constantly say, you know, how can you get all the millions of species today from just, you know, a few thousand archetypes on the ark, or even at creation? Because you oftentimes point out that the original created kinds would be front loaded or created with design diversity that can help them adapt in different situations, as you're pointing to. So I mean, is that really evolution if these changes are already built into the system to help them adapt in the first place?
Yeah, we see limits to these changes, and it's already built in. They've been trying to breed faster horses for a long time. Well, breed wings onto the horse and fly around the track. You know, there's a limit, and they're dealing with information already present. You could probably select people to breed until you had all blondes in one place, or all redheads, or all brown hair, or whatever. You could pick a trait and breed for that. Sure, but you're going to get something that's already existing in the gene code. There's a variety of squirrels. Might have had a common ancestor, a squirrel. It doesn't prove you can go make all the squirrels related to all the fish and go back to an amoeba. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. It's all we've ever seen. If you can put the original question back up, there was something else I wanted to say about that, brother.
Yep. Absolutely, yeah. That was, I believe this was the question from Dave. Oh man, the chat is moving fast, but I'll find it, brother. Here it is. Isn't dog breeding an example of the limits of the genome? When breeders go to extremes, it seems most times the dogs are quite problematic because their organs are not appropriate.
That is correct. There are lots of problems with these exotic breeds. Many of them are retarded. Okay, they're just plain dumb. There's no kind way to say it. Your dog is dumb, ma'am. Okay, you did get your toy Chihuahua, and it's an idiot. So okay, and there are problems with, as you said, the organs don't fit together. They don't function right. And they certainly wouldn't survive in the wild on their own. You got to babysit them now until they die. And I think you'll find lower life expectancy in many of them, and health problems. Okay, it's not normal. It's not natural. So yeah, the question is good, and I think, Dave, you're right on target. It's problematic when they do this.
Appreciate it, Dr. Hovind. Here's a super chat comes in from George Bond. He's the Australian that works for our ministry here, and he wants to buy you some pizza. He says pizza for Dr. Hovind with pineapple, of course. So I don't know if you like pineapple or not. Okay, so there you go.
Love it.
Bravo. Okay, brother, I want to respect your time, so we're going to get the last two questions here that have come in from the audience, and I'll get this one up on screen. This one comes in from Anthony. Anthony, thank you for your question. So he asks, why do evolutionists keep saying a dog, and we did discuss this a little bit earlier, will always be a dog when they believe everything came from a single cell soup? Do they not understand their own beliefs?
They do not understand that they are completely violating their own belief. The family trees show everything going back to an amoeba. The amoeba is not a dog. So it's true that dogs always produce dogs, but how did the amoeba produce something that was non-amoeba? This is pure imagination.
Appreciate it, Kent. And here's the last question. Brother, this has been a ton of fun. Anybody who's just getting in here, because I know we got over 200 people, and they're saying they just arrived, make sure you watch this from the beginning. When it's over, we touched on a ton, vestigial organs, ERVs, homology, nested hierarchies, just a couple that come to mind. So please check it out. Share this around as well. The truth is important. So Stephen asks a question for Kent. Is it possible viruses, because we know most of them are beneficial, come from the DNA instead of being inserted in from the outside? And the diseased ones, the ones that cause disease, are mutated viruses, not working according to God's original design?
Excellent question. I don't know a simple answer to that one. Maybe they serve a beneficial function. Yeah, I have to work on that one for a while, do some research, but a good question. Don't have a quick answer.
That's definitely a good question. Matt, anything you want to add? Any last question you want to ask before we wind it down, I should say?
Yeah, it might be a little out of left field here, but I I threw this question in myself earlier. I wanted to know what Kent's perspective was regarding what is going to be the cause of the great falling away in the end of days for believers. Do you have any idea?
It would take 2 hours to answer all that. In my book, I wrote what on earth is about to happen, and my video series, what on earth is about to happen. I said that I think the tribulation is going to start in 2021, and I think it probably did. My video series covers this a lot. People are going to fall away by the millions and quit serving God. Things are going to get rough, okay? Luke 18:8, Jesus said, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on the earth? Is he going to find anybody alive on the earth serving him when he comes? I think the rapture is going to almost be a non-event, kind of like the flood. How many got on that boat? 8. Where's everybody else? Door was open for 600 or a couple hundred years. Nobody came. So I think most Christians are going to be killed for their faith. They're being killed right now by the thousands around the world. And many are going to simply fall away. I think the New World Order type folks have a big plan. How big was the first telephone? The first.
It was about the size of a brick.
And all it did was very simple functions. I'm going to put together a graph or a chart. Maybe someone you'd like to do that, send it to me. The communication devices. In order to do what this thing does right here, 80 years ago, how big would it have to be?
A big room.
It'd be a whole room full of stuff, right? I think the goal is to reduce this down even smaller and smaller and smaller and get it to where you have a little tiny chip in your forehead or in your hand where you touch the chip. Hello, call Jimmy for me, please. And I think that Elon Musk and all these guys would like all of the humans in the world to be part of one big brain where everybody's got this chip and we all are one organism. You get to be like God. So the memory can be, so I could just simply access your memory. That's what they want, okay? And they keep microsizing things smaller and smaller. So many are going to fall away when they say, look, if you don't get this chip in your hand or in your head, you can't buy or sell. Well, I got to eat. And they're going to submit to the Antichrist. It's just coming like a freight train.
Amen. Great answer. And I got to say, Dr. Hovind, I feel bad for the pre-tribulation crowd because, like you pointed out, it's coming like a freight train. It's probably here, by now, and no pre-trib rapture. So your material on the post-tribulation rapture is fantastic.
Well, I believed in the pre-trib rapture for 40 years. I mean, that's what I was taught in the Schofield Bible, and my fundamental independent temperamental Baptist church taught that, and John R. Rice taught that, and all the people I read after and heroes of the faith. It's just not true. It was made up in 1830 by a 15-year-old Scottish girl having dreams. So while I was in prison for 9 years unjustly, I made this chart and read my scriptures cover to cover many times. In Matthew 24, you can read it for yourself, Jesus' disciples asked him, Lord, when are you coming? And what's the sign we should watch for? In Mark 13, same thing. Luke 21, same thing. They all said, Lord, when are you coming and what's the sign? He describes the tribulation for the next 16 or 18 verses. And at the end here, he said, after the tribulation, when the sun and the moon go dark, I'm going to come gather my people. After the tribulation. I'm embarrassed. It took me 40 years to find it, but that's the simple truth of Scripture. We're here for the whole thing, and most are going to fall away.
Amen. Well said. I've got your book right here, brother. Highly recommend it. What on earth is about to happen, for heaven's sake? And this goes back to earlier where these evolutionists like to bring up the argument from majority and consensus. You pointed out consensus has pretty well always been wrong. At the time of the flood, there was 8 people. That's it. 8 people. And how many years did Noah preach? And nobody got on the ark except for his family. So great way. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kent.
No, that's it. You're right, brother. It's going. I think the rapture is going to be probably a non-event. There won't be many going up. We'll see.
Amen. Well said. Well, I appreciate your time as always, Dr. Dino. You are a huge blessing. I will give a shout out to a couple of your upcoming debates here. You've got like 3 or 4 or 20 in the next month. So this week, I believe it's Friday, James W. and Dr. Dino. And then we will be having Ken Rock and Kent. That'll be first thing next week. I believe it's the 23rd for that one. And then also next week, Rune Norderhog. So we've done 5 months of this challenge, and the challenge continues. So Matt, thank you so much for co-hosting, brother. Ken, any final words, final thoughts before we let you get out of here?
Winning the debate on creation evolution is one issue. It's pretty easy to demonstrate there's a creator, okay? But then what? So you win the debate, you convince them, okay, there's a creator. Well, that's a big then what? Now what? If there's a creator, you better find out what he wants and do what he says, because he owns this place. Well, I'd like to encourage everybody to stop, get alone, get away from everything, shut off the TV, shut off the stupid video game, and stop and think, where are you going when you die? I would be willing to bet $5 you're going to die. And you're going to be dead for a long time. Where are you going? Jesus Christ died on that cross and rose from the dead. He'd like to forgive your sins and come live in your heart and make you one of his children. 53 years ago, I asked him to become my Lord and Savior. He moved in, started rearranging the furniture, and he's still rearranging the furniture, changing a bunch of stuff. But he's in there, and I want him to be the boss. I want to follow him, and you ought to get him in your heart too. If you're not sure you're going to heaven, if you're not sure you're saved, and you'd like to talk about it, off the record if you'd like, call 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. I take calls all day and half the night. When I get tired, I shut it off. Call me tomorrow. But I'll be glad to lead you to the Lord right over the phone, explain what you got to do. 855-BIG-DINO. That's 244-3466. Hit extension 3. If you want to order our materials, hit extension 1. And we'll be glad to get you some of that stuff. Our website, drdino.com, D-R-D-I-N-O. Thanks for having me. Let's do it again sometime.
Awesome, brother. I appreciate it. And Matt and I, we're going to stick around for a bit. We have some announcements and reminders. Dr. Dino, you go get some well-deserved rest and sleep. God bless you. We'll see you later this week.
All right. Thank you, brother.
All right, there we go. Hour and 15 minutes really does fly by. And that was fast paced. I mean, most of that was off the cuff. You and I, Matt, we've been engaging these guys forever now. Kent, obviously, forever. We've done so many debates. So we know all their arguments, at the top of our head. And, it's fun bringing them forth and just having some fun with, Dr. Dino here addressing the evolutionists' favorite arguments. I mean, we touched on in the last hour and 15 minutes vestigial organs, including the whale pelvis, walking whales. Which unfortunately some creationist camps actually look to the so-called vestigial pelvis as evidence that there was like a walking whale archetype on the ark. I mean, to me, that's a little bizarre. We understand that these structures are there and connected to some important muscles for functional purposes. So no need to invoke walking whales on the ark. Anyway, that's just a rabbit trail. We touched on ERVs. We touched on Illu sequences. We touched on nested hierarchies, homology, nested hierarchies, even in these highly conserved proteins and DNA elements like cytochrome C, so the age of the earth, we touched on a ton. So if you're just getting here in the chat, please make sure that you are flipping back at some point and watching the whole show. So me and Matt do want to announce, I've got the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook right here, dismantling the best evidence for evolution, guys. So this is the final version, that is. This is more so the proof copy, just for me to make sure that everything is good. So it is 171 pages, and I recommend it for everybody. 171 pages, the most comprehensive and up-to-date and technical, but also written for the layperson to understand as well, a response to endogenous retroviruses. So I find it fascinating, Matt, brother. I'm curious your thoughts. What turns out after examining the so-called best evidence for common descent, ERVs, it turns out that ERV sequences are actually some of the best evidence and confirmation for critical thinking. Have you noticed that as well, Matt?
Yeah, well, it was like digging into genetic similarity, right? Genetic similarity has been used by evolutionists for quite some time as the absolute best unequivocal evidence for evolution. Then when you realize that in 1965 it was actually predicted by evolutionists that there would be no genetic similarity because evolution would have erased genetic similarity over deep time. So what we see is how come all of these different regions have so much similarity, and how could they if mutation rates are so fast? They can't have one and without the other, right? So you can't have ERVs that have all these similarities and have beneficial functions, and then at the same time claim that, oh well, their mutation rates fast, but they've existed in us for millions of years. You can't have both. It's just not the way it works. So they never predicted beneficial functions. They were part of junk DNA, which were considered 99.9% worthless. Yet what do we see? All the harmful things that come from ERVs come from the mutation in the ERVs, not the virus itself. So
Great point. And here's the thing: a lot of evolutionists, they're out of date on the technical literature. So you'll find in this book pages and pages and pages worth of references to the scientific literature, the primary source data, refuting ERVs and showing function after function. I've got papers from 2022 in here. I've also got a comprehensive section on ALU sequences. I answer exactly why there are nested hierarchies in the so-called mutations within the ERV elements. I address this idea of fixed versus unfixed endogenous retroviral sequences. So again, guys, and I did just look, we've also got a full color version. So it says updates in review, our final, the final updates after proofreading it. And my guess is it'll be available, both versions, probably in the next several hours. So anybody in the chat, please check the description box of this video sometime in the next 8 hours. When the book is available, I will put it in the description box, guys, because I highly encourage you to click the link. It's very affordable because we do want just as many people as possible to get a hold of this book because it's a huge game changer. It absolutely dismantles common descent. And it confirms biblical creation. It shows that from the biblical creation starting point, we can much better explain the existence of endogenous retroviral-like sequences. So also stay tuned. I'll leave a community post as well the second that it's updated, because I do want to make sure everybody gets the fully updated version. So while we were over the last week proofreading and making sure the book is good to go for this week, I guess a couple people must have stumbled upon it before it was fully good to go. So anybody who has ordered a copy before, let's say today, you're not going to have the final version. You're going to have the author copy that we utilize to make sure everything's good to go, covers lined up. So I don't know if you're in the chat, whoever it is, shoot me an email and I'll send you a free PDF or ebook, so you have the most up-to-date version. Especially if you're a critic who wants to address the arguments in this book, we want to make sure that you have the full book. So Matt, over to you, brother. I've noticed you've got some slides too, and anything you want to kind of touch on in the next few minutes?
Sure. We'll go down the list because when I started seeing questions and comments coming in, I stopped the chat from going. So the first one, don't get tattoos. I can attest to that. And not because you're probably going to change your mind. It's also because they slowly toxify the system by dropping heavy metals into the system. That's why after you get a tattoo that's fresh, your body usually breaks out. That's from them dumping the toxic chemicals into the lymphatic system and trying to get out of your system. That's why you break out in acne and things. So yeah, they're not the best. Another one is standing for truth. I really wish you guys would contact Alex Jones. He's right about so many things, but thinks evolution is real.
Well, could you imagine we have Alex Jones on and then the next day whole channel shut down?
Shut down for the first thing he says.
That's it. Ministry done. Oh, that's funny. Well, I was gonna say, you and I both have tattoos, but these are from my pre-Christian days. So I haven't gotten any more tattoos since. I've understood, probably not a good reason. Also because of the health reasons, as you just pointed out, Matt. Very interesting, brother.
We were, people think like we are young Earth creationists can't think outside of the box, can't even fathom evolution. It's like, man, I've watched every series of Ancient Aliens. We believed in evolution. We weren't raised this way. We're as open-minded as you can get. It's just crazy. But I saw that comment regarding radiometric dating, asking why we don't use it. Is
Actually, Matt, because that's such an important topic, let me address this real quick, and then
Sure.
then you go off on radiometric dating. I love it. So, Stephen Tibet's amen. You know, there's a difference between tribulation, what the world does to us, and or what Satan does to us, and wrath. Right? We are not appointed unto wrath. That's a lot of times what pre-tribulation advocates would point to. And you know, eschatology, let's be real, it should be a non-divisive issue, right? It's not like a fellowship breaking issue. Although I think it's pretty clear that the Bible teaches a post-tribulation rapture, because it says after the tribulation, Mark 13, Matthew 24, Luke 21, all correlate on what? You know, Jesus coming in the clouds to gather together his elect after the tribulation of those days, when the sun is darkened, the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven. Well, what's amazing, guys, here's irrefutable proof for a post-tribulation rapture is we oftentimes talk about testable predictions here. Isn't that right, Matt? We love the science. So Revelation 6, okay, everything before it, we see the seals, the tribulation period where the Antichrist is conquering. And we should make a prediction, because in Revelation 6, what do we see? The sun and moon being darkened. Isn't that right, Matt? So we should predict, okay, Matthew 24, Luke 21, Mark 13 talks about after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, the moon shall not give her light, the stars shall fall from heaven, and then shall we see the sign of the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven to gather together his elect. And I'm just going to the top of my head there, so I might not have quoted it perfectly. And so we should predict, okay, Revelation 6, the sun and moon are being darkened. We should predict right after this in Revelation 7, there should be some kind of rapture event. And I challenge anybody in the chat, go to your Bible, open up Revelation 7. And this is exactly where we read Revelation 7, a great multitude that no man can what? No man could number, from all tongues and all nations. Now, the Bible has numbered some big numbers. Isn't that right, Matt? But this is a number that no man can number, which obviously must be referring to the rapture event, the catching up of all believers throughout all time. Okay, this could be a number that no man could number. And it's funny because the exact question is asked, you know, from where did these people come from that are just standing there suddenly? They just appeared suddenly. Great multitude. And the question is answered. These are them which came out of great tribulation. I mean, can it be any more clear? Sun and moon are darkened, Revelation 6. Correlates perfectly with Matthew 24, Luke 21, Mark 13. Revelation 7, fulfilled prediction. Fulfilled prediction. Great multitude appear in heaven. Where'd they come from? Great tribulation. There we go. End of the story. So, you know, the point is we want people to be prepared. You know, we're heading, I'm sure, towards some tough times. And so Stephen nailed it. Yeah, wrath is for, well, I'm not sure if I'd agree with the Jews part, but wrath is for the unbelievers. The day of his wrath is come. The day of his wrath is come. We see that after the tribulation, okay? And that wrath is for the unbelievers, the unsaved who are left behind. Okay, whether Jew, Gentile, anybody who's unsaved is going to be under God's wrath. So, yeah, that was kind of fun, but I just kind of wanted to go on a rant there, since Matt, you asked a great question to Kent during the show about the great falling away. So over to you, brother. Unless you want to add anything, and then I know you're going to chat about radiometric dating.
Yeah, I'm glad I threw that question at him now. And Kent made a point a while back. He said one time, he goes, I could be wrong about the rapture. He goes, but here's the thing. If you're not ready, what then? What if the rapture is after? And then these 3.5 years come, and they're horrible times and tribulations, and you're not ready because you were expecting to be raptured away first. He goes, all the better if it comes first, but what if it doesn't? So it's just like living in today's world, right? We don't know. There's a depression right around the corner. Food prices might skyrocket. Economies may crash, and things can get really bad. So what do? We get ready for it. You know, we anticipate the problems. We buy things first. We stock up. That's the same thing with the rapture. We anticipate, okay, things might be bad. We have to go through it. So be it. Let's be ready. That's all.
Amen, brother. Amen. So did you want to address the radiometric dating question? I wonder if I can find it on screen.
Sure. Yeah, I can scroll up a little. I'll look as well. But yeah, radiometric dating, as far as accuracy goes, I have no problem with its accuracy. And it's like saying, I found a watch on the ground and it tells absolutely perfect time. Is the watch wrong? No, it works absolutely fine. But picking up that watch doesn't tell you when it was made. You can't reverse the time and know exactly when that watch was made. So the same thing applies to the radioactive elements and their decay. We have assumed from the beginning of radioactive decay that it all started out from the beginning during the Big Bang with uranium decaying into all of the different minerals from the radioactive process, right? From uranium, thorium, all the way back down to potassium, and then we finally get to iron. Well, what happens is we now have evidence from that Proton 21 laboratories in Ukraine when they were trying to make these radioactive elements for energy sources, that what happens is when they form them from super heavy elements, they rapidly decay before they stabilize into the exact same proportions that we have on Earth today. And even when they're tested, they test like they are today, millions or billions of years old, depending on the element tested, of course, uranium being the oldest, that they were billions of years old, even though they were made days prior. So we can't use it as an estimate for how old something is, but we can definitely use radioactive decay for using it as a good clock after they've cooled down and they've met and they've fallen into their half-life. Once that half-life decay rate kicks in, it's very accurate. So it's good to use for a clock, but we can't use it to go back and assume that, just remove the assumptions. Now that we know that those assumptions are invalid anyway, there's no reason that we have to assume that the time that they give us going back to their origin is true, because when they form, they date old instantly. So that's why radioactive decay is good, but it's not. We've had this assumption from the very start that, oh wow, Earth must have been formed through this radioactive process, and then we looked at Earth and it had way too much iron for the process of uranium to get to iron. So they said, okay, something else must have occurred, and then they said, well, maybe it was bombarded by meteors. And that's why there's so much iron here. And that's why there's so much iron on Earth, because maybe the decay didn't have to happen all at once. And then we looked in the geologic record and didn't find many meteor impacts. So they said, okay, well, there's something else going on. And maybe the core isn't iron. Maybe we've assumed wrong. But it really just doesn't matter at this point because we've observed it. Unfortunately, the Proton 21 laboratory was in Ukraine, and Ukraine is not doing good. So there goes any scientific further research from Ukraine for quite some time, I would imagine. And that was it on that one.
That's good, brother. That's good. It's one of those shooting themselves in the foot arguments. I mean, Matt, over the last few years, how many times have we addressed their very best rebuttals to the fact that we find C14, which should have completely decayed away in max 1 million years? You know, we'll give them 1 million years. It should actually a lot shorter than that. But let's say, for sake of argument, 1 million years, and yet we find significant levels of C14 in every single layer, for the most part, of the so-called geological column.
And in
where
diamonds,
it should not exist.
Yeah, and in diamonds, Zychron crystal. We find it in things that should not be there. They can claim contamination because we both know they've done that multiple times. We have videos on that. But to say that it somehow got into encapsulated, impossible to penetrate Zychron crystal that dates billions of years old, come on, there's no way.
Well, Matt, their main argument, and Dr. Hugh Ross used this one against Dr. Jason Lyle, that nuclear material, other sources of nuclear material down where diamonds are, because diamonds form deep within the earth, right? So they should be the most resistant to contamination. And C14 essentially forms due to cosmic ray bombardment in the atmosphere. So if you have diamonds that are deep within the earth, they're shielded from C14 in the atmosphere, basically. And so the more militant or adamant old earthers, deep time proponents, they'll say that there should be other sources of nuclear material down where the diamonds are that can recharge the C14, right? And what's funny is numerous PhD scientists have looked into this, Matt, and they estimated that you would need more than 13,000 times. Okay, let me make that clear to the audience. 13,000 times more nuclear material in the nearby rocks in order to adequately recharge the C14. And so what this boils down to is a rescue device. Okay, because you would need far too much material to recharge. And I'm talking about unrealistic amounts deep down in the earth where cosmic rays cannot reach these diamonds and other samples as well. So the point is, just this one line of argument, guys, refutes deep time, refutes the deep time assumptions. They don't have a good response. And their responses, that being their best one, has been analyzed and it's been systematically demolished. That's it. They got nowhere to go. You know, if there's another contamination's been dealt with. Okay. So that's not looking good for deep time. Helium in zircon crystals. I mean, helium's an incredibly slippery molecule. What's it still doing in these zircon crystals? Matt, over to you, brother.
No, you nailed it. I just saw a comment pop up that said, "Where can I buy your book?" I didn't put the link yet in the comment section, but I put it in private chat for you to link so everyone can see it.
Yeah, and let me say this. So I'm gonna share screen. So we have put in our final updates. Okay. So here's the book, Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. I've got it in front of me. The final updated version, the good to go version, I am, and Matt, I think you can see in the KDP. It looks like the updates should be done and the book should be ready for sale in, I would say, in the next several hours. So guys, please check into this video later too. And I'll put it in the description box, the link to it on Amazon for people to buy. And I'll also make a community post. We're also working on a trailer. So I want to give the links when I know all updates are complete, guys, because this is really a full dismantling of endogenous retroviruses. But not only that, also common descent in general. Okay, and it's confirmation of the biblical creation model of ancestry. Here's the colored version that we actually just put in to be published, and it looks like that's probably going to be available too, Matt, around the same time, which is pretty cool. Matt, I'd like to, especially because we got a nice audience here, and I would recommend there was a video I did recently dealing with this objection in great detail. But because we have a nice audience here right now, and it is a commonly repeated argument, Matt, what are your thoughts on this whole criticism or objection to young earth creation and a biblical model of ancestry that says crossover rates or recombination rates today are far too slow for young earth creationists to account for, because we know there is higher levels of genetic diversity in Africans versus non-Africans. And so Africans, for one, they'll say, are older than non-Africans. And humans in general, both Africans and non-Africans, go well back further than 6,000 years. And one of their arguments is recombination rates. What are your thoughts on that, brother?
Well, we're looking at recombination rates in people today, for one. And the reason that can be a general mistake is because when we're looking at people today, there's a couple things that we see. Different people have different rates of recombination. So if recombination is what's causing genetic diversity, well, what would we expect in our model? Well, if different people groups are all the same age, right? We're all different people, but Africans were not first. Why do Africans appear older? Well, they appear older because they have more PRDM9, which means more sites for hotspots and recombination to occur. So therefore, they have more mutations, making them look genetically older, but they're not. Another thing to take into account is that human beings in our model, from what we've seen, live longer. The longer you live, the more recombination events you're going to have. Also, going into the past, we see that people also had larger genomes. When you have more genomes, you have more areas for hotspots and recombination to occur, therefore making recombination events even faster. So yes, we can account for it, just like we can account for it in mutation rates that we observe as well, but it's much easier to answer it when we take these other factors in.
Great points. And what's amazing is this is all once again supported by the primary source data. You know, I've got a whole section on this as well in the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. That again, I highly recommend everybody in the chat pick up a copy. Okay, I am going to have the links ready tonight sometime. The second all the updates are in, and I want everybody to have, of course, the most completed version. But we refute these talking points, the best so-called arguments the evolutionists have, directly from the primary source data, as Matt was pointing out. I mean, this PRDM9 DNA element, okay, it is a driver of the genetic map. And Matt, what does this say? Most, if not what, all meiotic recombination rates or events are controlled by PRDM9. And I've got a number of papers that show how Africans have more of these sites. They have more recombination hotspots. Okay, these PRDM9 DNA elements, they look for certain letters, these hotspots. They latch onto it and then they recombine. Okay, and Africans have more of these, which means they have more pieces of DNA. And there is just technical paper after technical paper after technical paper, isn't that right, Matt? That shows how recombination rates vary even within the genome and in different populations. Now, Matt, if mutations over time are destroying genetic functionality, are degenerating the genome and its many various classes of functional and beneficial DNA elements, including the PRDM9 DNA element, what happens over time as these PRDM9 sites are eroded and destroyed?
More mutations, more harmful, more sickness, more disease. What do we see in the world today? Exactly that.
Right.
So when people go, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and if they're eroding, as you're pointing out, if they're eroding the genome, leading to more disease and degeneration overall, but they're also eroding these DNA elements, the PRDM9 sites.
Right.
That means less recombination over time, which means logically in the past, what do we have? More recombination. So more diversity. Okay. Africans have more pieces of DNA, not because of age, but because of what, Matt? Recombination.
Recombination.
Paper after paper.
And look at this. They even admit this in their own work. It is thought that we split from a common ancestor 5-6 million years ago, more than enough time for substantial genetic differences to develop. But yet, in their own model, we don't have those. We should, but they're not there. Notice that? They even admit it. They go, there should be more differences. But there's not, so something must have happened. Real scientific, huh? Something must have happened. No predictions, no nothing.
Right. Yeah. Something must have happened. Iron Matt, good to see you, brother. And yes, tonight, for sure, it's going to be available. And I'm going to be doing a series of interviews on ERVs, some presentations. We're going to have some fun with this and get it into the hands of as many people as possible. Matt, what are your thoughts on this argument? Because we oftentimes discuss the evidence for mitochondrial Eve, Y chromosome Noah, right? The fact that every single Y chromosome on the planet is nearly identical, extremely low genetic variation. Same with the mitochondrial DNA, right? Low variation in both of these uniparentally inherited DNA compartments. We also know that the observed rate, the pedigree rate, okay, is fast, a lot faster than the evolutionary community has ever predicted. So wait a minute. We got only a few DNA differences, okay, separating any two people in both of these DNA compartments. But yet we also have a fast mutation rate. Well, that means these DNA compartments must be young. But the evolutionists, right, they have a problem explaining why there is such low variation in the mitochondrial DNA, which on a phylogenetic tree, okay, you can take mitochondrial DNA worldwide, you can take Y chromosomal variation worldwide, and you can build these family trees that point us right back to one woman of whom all we've descended from, one man of whom we've all descended from, Y chromosome Noah. Okay. But Matt, they'll say, well, the reason why is because, for one, you guys are looking at the pedigree rate, the empirical rate, and not the phylogenetic rate, the long-term substitution, right? So you're laughing already because you've heard this. We've got a whole entire book debunking this. So they'll say, the Dodgeball Dans of the world, they'll say, over time, you've got, you got drift, you've got selection. So a lot of these variants are removed over time, or they're just completely lost. Bottlenecks to consider. So that is essentially their explanation for why there's low variation and the fast mutation rate. What would be your response, brother?
Okay. As a young Earth creationist, we are the same as every other scientific group of people out there. All we have to do is be able to explain the diversity of life that we see around us. So when we look inside of humans and we say, what's the mutation rate that's happening inside of our bodies? How fast are these mutations ticking? And how fast does a new mutation arise and then go through the entire population before it reaches something called fixation, where now that mutation is in every single human being? So imagine something like blue eyes being a new mutation. Well, how long would that mutation take in the population in the world today before everybody has blue eyes? Well, with 7 or 8 billion people, it would take a really, really long time. But if we go back in time and we start from creation, it would have only been 2 people. Going back to the flood, we only have 8 people. So when we have a smaller population of people, fixation happens very quickly. Well, what did groups of people right after the flood do? Well, we were told in both scenarios, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Humans didn't really do that very much. We didn't really listen too good. We listened to the multiply part, but not really fill the earth. We stayed in one area. And when that happened, these fast mutation rates in our body rapidly reached fixation. But even then, there's only about 24 fixed substitutions in all of humans worldwide. That's not very many. We can account for this based on how fast the mutation rate is. And we can look at studies like this, which give us the answer that we're looking for, which means, can we explain the genetic diversity in humans today in a young Earth creation timescale? And the answer is yes. All of these studies using observable pedigree studies, meaning we've taken either a grandparent and a father or a father and a son, and we've tracked that back multiple generations. Some of these studies go back 11 generations. Some just take multiple people from around the world and go from their parent to the grandparent. And then we test and we add up all the new mutations and we say, how many mutations and substitution rates are there in these things? Can we explain the genetic diversity? And we can, because the mutation rate is so fast, we can explain the vast amounts of genetic differences in all humans just a few thousand years. But evolution, they need these rates to be exponentially slower, because remember, they made up and invented a genetic bottleneck 200,000 years ago that there's no evidence for in their own geologic column. So they need to invent a mutation rate that goes to that invented bottleneck, and they still can't do it. There's not a single pedigree mutation rate that's slow enough for them to even go back even remotely close to 200,000 years. So what does that tell you? Who's using the rescue device? Who's using the actual empirical evidence? There's a reason that they invoke selection. There's a reason that they invoke drift, because they have to. They don't have any evidence for it. That's why they ignore that CO1 gene. That's where selection doesn't take place. Well, guess what? We've made predictions on the CO1 gene. They ignore it because selection doesn't matter there, right? They want to just focus on the entire mitochondria or the control region or the hypervariable regions where selection might play a little significant factor if there's a big mutation there. But we're only talking one mutation out of 200, because remember, selection's only going to see the worst mutations, not these trivial little ones that we can get from smoking cigarettes and, little ones that are little somatic mutations here and there. Those don't get passed on through the germline. Those are somatic mutations. So I hope that made a little sense. I went on a little tirade there.
No, man, you take as long as you want. This is important. These are the lines of evidence that we focus on that absolutely crush common descent and deep time evolution and universal common ancestry. Okay. But at the same time, these lines of evidence that we focus on confirm biblical creation. And again, anyone just joining us tonight, stay tuned. The Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook will be available. And not only does it dismantle ERVs, that I'm sure anybody who follows this channel knows, that's the ERV, that's the evolutionist top argument, okay? Their favorite argument. But it turns out after examining the data, after examining the primary source data, okay, the existence of ERV and ERV-like sequences is amazing confirmation of the design diversity hypothesis. So Matt, based on what you were saying, brother, great points. And I'm going to go back to what you were saying at the beginning of your explanation. When we have a small population of people, let's say after the flood, you got 8 people, Noah, his wife, Shem, Ham, Japheth, their wives. And we all essentially descend from those founding couples, Shem, Ham, and Japheth and their wives, right? And you have a fast mutation rate on a small population. When it comes to fixation, to anybody in the audience, that just means to get stuck in place, okay? Fixation rates would be higher, right, Matt?
Yep.
So we have a small population, faster fixation rates. So what does that mean about the low variation in, let's say, the mitochondrial DNA compartment? That pretty well on its own refutes their rescue devices that they're looking to, because it's our model that has an out of Babel dispersal, where we have the majority of people at that time congregating in one area. How many people do you think were around at the Tower of Babel?
You know, we can go upwards of, let's say, 20,000. Why not?
Right. Okay. So let's say 20,000, and then at the flood 8. So we have a fast mutation rate. We have patriarchal drive. Matriarchal drive may apply. I think more study has to be done into that. And so rapid and exponential population growth. So just in a few generations, you have bam, 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 fixation of new mutations, right?
Yep.
And yet today, as we can see here, guys, this is a mitochondrial phylogeny. Okay, this is just to break it down so the layperson can understand. This is a reflection, a manifestation of worldwide mitochondrial DNA diversity. So the mitochondrial DNA we inherit from our mothers. The Y chromosomal DNA we inherit from our fathers. Okay, so I got my Y chromosome from my dad. I got my mitochondrial DNA from my mom. That's why we call these DNA compartments, right, Matt? The uniparentally inherited DNA compartments. They're not the biparentally DNA inherited compartments. They're the uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, which means they're less messy, and they're perfect when it comes to answering this question of ancestry. Okay, pretty well no recombinations occurring. We have the scrambling of pre-existing DNA differences every single generation. Okay, so what you can see here on this tree is random mutations in people groups over time. But we only have a few DNA differences. I think the mitochondrial Eve consensus sequence, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, on average, you have about 20 to 25 DNA differences separating any two people. And the max, which would be your larger lines on the phylogenetic tree, your African lines, you'd have between 100 and maybe 140 max. Okay, so very low variation and a fast mutation rate. And according to our model, Matt, as you're pointed out, rapid fixation events after the flood, and probably right around the Tower of Babel event before people spread out in all parts of the globe, which gets into a whole nother set of arguments pertaining to allele frequencies and geographically specific Y chromosome differences.
And it explains the Neanderthal as well, because they stayed in small populations, which means more fixations, more mutations, and therefore they look older.
Amen. Amen. So their argument that we're only focusing on the pedigree rate, we're ignoring the substitution rate, the long-term mutation rate. Apparently, we're ignoring selection, we're ignoring bottlenecks, we're ignoring the amount of differences that are lost over time. That doesn't work, does it, Matt?
No, because I made this little chart for people that you can see right here. And like, how long would it take to get to the top of a pyramid? You know, if it's just made by a few people? Well, not very long, because it's a small pyramid. That would be, you're an example of a fixation. If there's just a small population, to get to the top of a pyramid when you're walking doesn't take very long. Well, that's how long it would take for a mutation to get inside of all of these people right here. But if there's a lot of people, that's a much larger pyramid and a much harder time for a mutation to reach fixation. But our model can explain these few fixed substitutions that are in the human population, because if deep time was true, human populations all throughout time were in very small populations through multiple bottlenecks. That means there should be a lot more fixed substitutions than we actually see. We can account for this because it makes sense in our model. Evolution has no answer for why in the world there's so few, because of deep time.
Amen. Again, well said. Exactly what we would expect. Exactly what we would expect based on the biblical model of ancestry. Right. I mean, with these trees, again, for the audience sake, you know, this is important. And these are the types of arguments that we focus on. For example, in the Independent Origins Handbook, you'll find this. And on our website, you'll find 2 specific books, Special Creation and Refuting the Critics, where we address the critics' best arguments. OK, so you'll notice explosive growth from a center point. Right. And this is exactly what we'd expect. We were talking about from the biblical point of view. You have rapid growth from a starting point, right? From Eve, from Noah, essentially. Low variation. And the evolutionists, they want to hold to what's called the evolutionary molecular clock, right, Matt? And they want to, for the most part, assume the chimpanzee-human split. Assume evolution happened, right? Assume deep time, assume the geological column. That's why they're really good at what's called circular reasoning. And so they want to count up the differences between humans and chimpanzees and calculate backwards. And that's where they come up with a very slow molecular clock. But Matt, as you've pointed out, the molecular clock is fast. And the fixation rate at portions of human history were fast too during the bottlenecks, especially the flood bottleneck, to be specific. But you can look to specific haplogroups here. The HVR, most common in Europe. Notice the differing size lines, right, Matt? This means some people are picking up more mutations than their cousins in the same amount of time. That breaks the assumptions behind the evolutionary molecular clock. That means, right, Matt, you can't look then to differences between humans and chimpanzees and make the assumptions that they want to make. They can't do that. Okay. Universally, the clock is fast, but we actually can see different rates in the same amount of time. So, yeah, go ahead, brother. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and we know that the clock is different just looking at human beings, let alone in different animal species. You know, I like to point out and show this little chart, like which one's older. Well, evolution would say that the orangutan, then the pongo, and then the gorilla, and then the chimp, and then humans was last. And they base that on mutations. There's more mutations here, and there's less mutations, and then the least mutations. But wait a minute. They invoked a bottleneck, right? Right here. Everything came through a bottleneck. Whether or not it's the global bottleneck that we say it was from the flood, they say it was probably some type of volcano. So it really doesn't matter. So let's say that this is a volcano 200,000 years ago. Well, guess what? A bottleneck resets genetic diversity. So what are these doing with more genetic differences than all the others? Well, guess what? That's what sets those genetic boundaries up that we talk about. These have more mutations in them, not because we're related, but because these have a faster generation time, a much faster generation time. So when you look at a phylogenetic chart that shows these older than these, older than these, and older than these, it's because of the assumption that these are older. But now we know that they can't be older because of a genetic bottleneck. And the mutations that we're seeing in them are based on a generation time. Let's say that all of us right here, every single one, that we're just related. And there's 3 mutations that happen in every single generation. Well, if pongos have a generation time at the age of 4 and 5, and a human has one at 30, guess what it's going to look like? That pongo is going to look much older genetically and evolutionarily than a human, because they've had 4 times more generations in the exact same time period in the span. So that's what we're seeing when we look at the phylogenetic charts, is we're seeing their assumption of neutral theory is eradicated based on what we now know with actual bottlenecks and resetting of the DNA. So everything came out of a bottleneck. Everything's the same age. They have more genetic differences, not because they're older, but because they've had more generations, even if the mutation rate was exactly the same. So end of story.
Well, what about the dodgeball Dans of the world that say, listen, this isn't evidence for creation, because you've got species originating, 90% of species originating in the genetic boundary study. So the dodgeball Dans of the world will say what, Matt? They'll say that means you had previous archetypes that these species would have originated from. So by definition, that can't be the creation event. Is that right, Matt?
Correct. It literally proves the flood. It means that
Right.
90% of life today came out of 10% that's in that doorway right there. Well, what could that have been? What's 10%? Going back in time, all the animals that were on the ark. So that's true. They came off the boat, and that's what we have today after thousands of years. It was never a creation event.
Isn't this hilarious, Matt, that over the years now we've published what? Our library has at least over a dozen books. And we've done a ton of shows on genetic boundaries and answering Gutsick Gibbons' question. Okay, we've had we've done a ton on this. We've had videos and articles and sections within our books refuting the best arguments they can offer. And the best arguments they offer, Matt, is a straw man fallacy.
Yeah,
is a straw man fallacy. They don't even get the basics right. No. We're not talking about the creation event here. We're talking about the flood bottleneck. So start again, try again. Okay, and hopefully you can do better next time.
They can go to Answers in Genesis and read their articles on that model or on that study. They can go to CMI and read it. They can go to Dr. Jensen and read what he wrote on it. They all say the same thing. It's the flood. Not any of them say it was creation.
Right. It's here. Let me. So Jerome M. A couple questions. So he asked, "Is there a?" Here, let me share my screen as well, brother. So is there a colored edition? Battle of the screen shares, eh, Matt?
Yeah, I know.
I love. Hey, listen, man. I'm a visual learner, and there's been studies done that you will comprehend. People will comprehend more when there's a visual. When you have a power, if they're seeing what we're saying, if they're seeing what they're hearing, they comprehend and retain more. And that's why we love slides. That's why we have thousands of them, right, Matt? We love visuals. So right. The answer is yes, Jerome, brother. I've got the black and white version in front of me here, Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. Okay, but there is a full color edition as well that should be published tonight. So to answer your second question, I have been periodically checking. It says updates are in review, which means we're just a few hours away from, right, Matt? Or if updates are in review, does that mean that if people order it tonight, they'll get like the actual finished copy, or they'll get?
It depends on where they are. There's some places that print them out like immediately when they get them, and it might be the earlier copy, because our attempt to publish the first one was met with resistance by Amazon, and now they've said, okay, we'll do it. But then we had to update it. So now we'll have that updated version, which will probably be based on how fast they're doing everything, in about 12 hours.
Okay.
For the colored one.
Because right. So for both, I would say then to everybody in the chat, wait till my notification tonight sometime, either in community posts. I'll also put the links here in the description box of this video when it's good to go, so people can order. Again, it's 170 pages. It's the most comprehensive response to ERVs that you're going to be able to find. Matt, I wanted to kind of showcase this real quick.
Yes.
From the video that you uploaded on, let me see here. So your video, Biblical Genetic Diversity Explained by Recombination, because there's even a a specific young Earth creationist that was conceding this point to the most militant of critics, saying, bravo, crossover rates and young Earth creation, and the fact that young Earth creationists cannot account for the amount of recombination that has apparently occurred in humans. When no, we have an answer. We've had an answer, and the answer comes directly from the primary source data. We touched on this earlier, so for sake of time, we won't do it again. But I do recommend people check out these videos. So One Punch Man, who's a great brother, he was asking, do Africans have a faster recombination rate? And just for the audience sake, there are a ton of great sources here that can kind of get you started, and then the book's going to have more. So Matt, you pointed out PRDM9 variants, common in Africans but rare in Europeans. And over here I posted, empirical studies have shown that African Americans have higher recombination estimates rates compared to European, because remember, the Africans have more of these sites, more fully working PRDM9 DNA elements, and lo and behold, what do they have? Higher levels of genetic diversity. They have more pieces of DNA. That's not because of age. It's because of a process. We talk about this all the time. Not time, a process. Not time, a process. This applies to geology. This applies to astronomy. This also applies to genetics. Okay, gene conversion also plays a role in what's called linkage disequilibrium. Gene conversion may play a significant role in the decay kinetics of LD, which is linkage disequilibrium in human populations. Notice this. Crossover events tend to reduce population level association known as linkage disequilibrium. But right here, among alleles on either side of the crossover, and so the expected amount of LD between sites depends on what? The recombination rate. So if you have faster recombination rates, more effective recombination rates in some people, then that people group will harbor more genetic diversity. It has nothing to do with time. Notice this. We identified several genes in African Americans and 5 in European Americans that show substantive evidence for a hot spot in one population, but not the other, which raises the question of whether populations differ in their recombination landscape. Matt, what did we touch on earlier? That paper that says PRDM9 is a driver of genetic what? Landscape.
Right.
Okay. These critics need to accept the answer for what it is. Okay. But a lot of them aren't actually looking for answers. So it's in one ear and out the other. Notice this. Matt, how many times have these critics said, well, the PRDM9 doesn't mean that we're looking at faster recombination rates, right? Matt, what does this say? Because the recombination process varies among individuals and through evolutionary time. There's that evolution assumptions, differences in hotspot character. So listen, there's a lot of factors to consider that the evolutionary community doesn't want to consider, that the militant critics of evolution do not want to consider. So I just wanted to point that out. Matt, go ahead, brother.
Nice. No, I saw a comment that was pretty funny. BBC released latest proof of a global extinction. They said it was a flood. That's pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of people are anti-catastrophism because of Charles Lyell. So we don't investigate those types of things. For good reason. It's kind of hard to investigate something that will nullify and falsify your theory, but kind of makes sense why they would ignore it. But I'm interested to see how long ago they said it was and why. I mean, we know why, but
what's their, because as we point out, like the genetics boundary study, right, Matt, that demonstrate all species have arisen at the exact same time. A bottleneck, but of course not the biblical bottleneck, not the flood. And then the date they give, 200,000 years, is that based on observed mutation rates, the empirical method, or is that based on evolutionary and deep time assumptions?
It was on assumption. First of all, the study wasn't even for trying to determine a time. That's not what the study was even about. So that wasn't the focus. But they had to give a time, right? And so what are they going to use? Well, the accepted time is 200,000 years. So just throw it in. No one's going to question it. Nobody knows what's going on. So, but then again, look at all these pedigree rate studies. How come all the different studies keep saying humans, most recent common ancestor of all present day humans, lived just a few thousand years ago? No matter what model you look at. It's why? Why does it keep happening? Why is this showing young Earth creation timelines? Why are we able to explain the diversity using the observable rates, and they have to invoke that our observed rates are wrong and their assumption rates are correct, and we must be wrong because young Earth creation can't be true? Who's in desperation mode? Who's in desperation mode? It should be obvious.
Well, they're on the defense. And Matt, can you cover this slide? This is a fantastic slide that you put together, just showing how powerful the biblical creation model is, guys. In the chat, I want to point out it's a great time to be a young Earth creationist. And, you know, we at Standing for Truth Ministries, we do bring the heat, okay? We bring the heat to the evolutionist side, the militant evolutionists. They're on the defense. They're challenged to make better testable predictions and put forth a more superior model. We've addressed their so-called best challenges. We've answered their toughest questions, and we've overturned their model, and we've provided a more superior one. And it's about time they step up. And it's precisely why it's a great time to be a young Earth creationist. So Matt, yeah, go ahead, man. This is a fantastic visual.
I have to thank Brendan for making these visuals for us. But yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a video putting evolution versus creation on a stand side by side. Who's better at making predictions? Is it evolution or is it creation? Because that's what makes a hypothesis an actual theory. Don't tell me you've got a piece of evidence like a phone and then build the story around why the phone is there and then say that your story is better than mine when you can't prove yours. You envision why this happened, but I show you the observable proof of how this was made and you deny it. Okay, that's what we're saying. That's what we're seeing. So when we come along and we go, let's go through this real quick and say, what about genetic similarity? Well, they predicted no genetic similarity. Why? Because we know that they did. We literally know the names of the people who made these predictions based on genetic similarity. And I'm sorry to tell you, evolutionists, it was not good for you guys because you predicted no genetic similarity, and you would have been right if evolution was true. I'll tell you that. That's true because genetic differences build up because of mutations, and you can't have hundreds of millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years even and still expect there to be genetic similarity because it would have evolved away. But yet what do we see? Exactly what we would expect if the timeline is young with all animals, with all things. We have fast mutation rates. You guys said it's slow. We have few mutations in the mitochondria, yet mutation saturation should be something you guys would find. We find rapid diversification via what's known as punctuated equilibrium, and you guys need slow deep time gradualism, which we don't even see even in the fossil record. Even the fossil record now agrees with punctuated equilibrium. Kind of ironic. We say that there was a global flood bottleneck where everything was reduced either to 2 or 7, which would cause a founder effect. Evolution said no. The evolutionary genomic increase can't come from 2 inbreeding animals. They would die. Inbreeding would kill them. That's exactly the opposite of what we found, what we predicted. No big deal, right? Genetic boundaries. They said there's no limits on genetic boundaries. Everything's related. There's taxonomically restrictive orphan genes and all these other DNA elements like endogenous retroviruses, right? Well, guess what? There's no such thing as a taxonomic boundary or any of these problems in the evolutionary model. And they use taxonomy as the main piece of evidence, or at least the top 3, for the reason evolution is true. And taxonomy has a taxonomic boundary paradox, so it actually refutes them. It's just absolutely ironic that they use these things, number 1, genetic similarity, and number 2, taxonomy, and these are on our side. So sorry, guys. Then they predicted junk DNA. Remember, 99.9% worthless, has no function. ENCODE comes out, young Earth creation proven again. All one race, evolution. Even Darwin said, now there's different races. Of course there is. There has to be. People evolved in different areas from different things. Neanderthal made Europeans. Africans evolved out of, some other species. Then we have the chromosome differences. They never expected there was a chromosome difference between humans and chimpanzees. They found it after and said, uh-oh, well, there must have been a chromosome fusion. So what they do, they made some random idea like, well, we'll make a prediction that there was a fusion. And then they invented what they found was a chromosome fusion event, but yet it would have to be completely different than every other chromosome fusion event on Earth, because every other chromosome fusion event contains satellite DNA, which are sequences of DNA strands that are very unique, like telomeres, but they stand out. They're called satellite DNA. And those are at everywhere there's a chromosome fusion in nature, except for it's not in humans. Uh-oh, I guess magic let that one happen, huh? Then we expect to find, sure, there's going to be some living fossils, because not everything was going to die in the global flood. Something in the aquatic species are going to live through it. Why not? Of course, right? God hasn't tell Noah to take fish on the ark. So of course, if there's going to be things in the ocean still alive, it's because it survived the flood. We find living fossils. They never predicted that. They have living fossils that supposedly are 400 million years old. Think about that. How many bottlenecks in the evolutionary model happened over 400,000 years? You're going to tell me that it survived every one of those? They can't even get a bee to survive a few degrees temperature without them going extinct, right? We're going to lose the bees. The temperature went up 2 degrees. Oh, yet you want me to believe that they survived multiple bottlenecks? Come on. And then differently designed anatomical functions, as where they said, oh, there's going to be vestigial, worthless, leftover remnants of organs, right? So take the appendix, for example. They said, it lost its primary function. Well, what is its primary function? Well, in chimpanzees, it's to break down plant cellulose when they eat something, right? It's so they can eat leaves. Go outside and try to eat a leaf. It's not going to work. That's why we cook those types of foods, right? So what does it do in humans? What's the secondary function in a chimpanzee? Is it a backup immune system like it is in humans? No, it's not. So what's it doing as something as important as producing killer B cells inside the cell, like the thyroid produces killer T cells on the outside of a cell? This isn't some backup secondary function that it just gradually evolved over time. This is a very important function. That's why when you remove it, that's why the first defenders of the body are the white blood cells. And then once the virus or pathogen or bacteria gets near a cell, the defender cells, which are the killer T cells, try to attack it. And if it gets past them, it's got your backup killer B cells inside the cells that can finally attack as a third layer of defense. So you just remove your appendix, you just lost your third defender of your own body. That's not some random chance thing that just evolves slowly over time. And that's not a secondary function of what that anatomical organ does in a chimpanzee or any other primate. These are individual created aspects that are very functionally different. So they can say it's just some vestigial leftover secondary function that's going on in a human being. Well, okay, you can say that all you want, but is the secondary function in a chimpanzee what it does in a human? No. Okay, end of story, falsified. And then we see rapid speciation. If we see rapid speciation today in a world that's completely full and saturated, then how much faster was speciation in a world where there weren't anything getting off of an ark? Think about it. You have multiple different niches of environments, completely empty and void of all creatures. So you have species diversifying and moving out and filling up all these gaps of cold areas, warm areas, deserts, forests, tropical rainforests, and all these different things, and rapid speciation events going on, right? You get rapid punctuated equilibrium where we can go to the Galapagos Island and we can see that birds are speciating at a rate of every 3 generations. Well, that's on an island where they're already existing. Imagine when they first got there, how fast it could have been to fill up all these niches. So we can easily explain the diversity of life that we see through rapid speciation very, very easily. But evolution would say no. Remember, Darwin predicted that there wouldn't be a new finch species for another 3,000 years. That was his prediction on how slow speciation should be based on evolution. We find now it's 1 every 3 generations, or 3.3 years. Completely the opposite of evolutionary predictions. So every single one of those would be predictions that were made by us versus them. They got wrong, we got right. End of story, man. And this list is just this because, it could have been redundant. I could have made this 3 times bigger, but look how long it took to go through. Why, right? Why beat a dead horse to death? Why beat it? I don't get it. It's game over.
Well, we are beating that dead horse known as evolution. We are beating it over and over again. I'm starting to feel bad for it. Not really, but that right there, brother, that last 15 minutes, as Redefined Living pointed out, Matt Man breaking it down give us a flex. And so what we should do, that right there is clip worthy. That is full scale demolition of evolutionary theory. Okay. Someone in the chat said, you're straw manning us. We don't believe we, evolved from bananas. Nobody's saying that. We understand that you believe you and a banana plant are related through common ancestry. You and a strawberry are related through common ancestry. That doesn't make it any better. Okay. It's still embarrassing. It's still not science. Okay. It's not supported by the science. It requires imagination. And as Kent likes to say, and did say in this show earlier, they should start their own private school, SpongeBob University. And, anybody who wants to pay for the science fiction belief that, whales and banana plants are related through common ancestry can attend that school privately. One thing I want to mention, Matt, and a lot of compliments on that slide, brother. So if you want, anybody wants this slide, shoot us an email or just share screen and it can be yours, and crop it out. So the last thing I want to say before we wind down here is we're coming at 2.5 hours. Anybody who's just joining us, the first about hour and 15 minutes, we had Kent Hovind here with us, and destroyed the favorite lines of evidence the evolutionists like to offer. And then we spent another hour and a half or so just going over some of the amazing evidence for biblical creation. Because Matt, you ever notice that the evolutionists, they'll say, well, where's all the evidence for biblical creation then? Well, here you go. Okay, just roughly an hour or so worth of irrefutable information for biblical creation. And Matt, you and I both know we could talk about this till the rapture. So, I mean, it's overwhelming, actually. Here's a sneak peek, because I have had comments and emails coming through asking specifically about shared ALU sequences in primates. And here's just a sneak peek, which you'll find in the ERV book here. I've got a section, about 10 pages, 10 or 11 pages specifically dealing with this argument. It's very similar to the ERV argument, but a lot of the critics, they'll say, there's one or two functions maybe, and they'll say that they'll downplay the evidence so they can chalk it up to co-option. Okay. But that's just not the case. I mean, there are roll after roll after roll in these functional units of DNA. Okay, so here's just a sneak preview, a few technical papers. Remember, we're destroying evolution right from the primary source data. Isn't that right, Matt? Jumping genes have essential biological functions. The ALU DNA sequences, which are mobile within our genome. So again, these mobile DNA elements, they help to generate diversity. They generate diversity, and that diversity can be passed on. It can be inherited. Okay, that's why one of the various titles that have been given or applied to these created units of DNA function is called variation-inducing genetic elements. Regulate the activity of ribosomes, and notice this, and contribute to the cell's immunity. Why do a lot of these DNA elements resemble, parasitic genetic material or viral genetic material? Why do they appear to be the result of ancient invasions of various kinds? That is because their similarities, the structure of these DNA sequences, okay, they are necessary in order for these created units of DNA function to carry out many of their jobs. Two of their jobs involving immunity, cellular immunity, antiviral protection. These complexes are also used by cells to adapt to conditions of stress, cell stress responses. This is amazing evidence the evolutionists aren't really aware of. And they play a role in the process of protein synthesis by regulating the number of active ribosomes. Notice this. These elements, okay, are functional in gene expression in the brain. ALU, mobile elements, from junk DNA to genomic gems. Sometimes you read these articles, Matt, you'll read these headlines, you'll read these technical papers, and it almost sounds like they are being written by intelligent design advocates or biblical creationists. I mean, this is something we say. ALU mobile elements from junk DNA, which the critics say, oh, these are all mostly junk. to genomic gems. No, we as a biblical creationists, we predict genomic gems, genomic treasure. Okay, so for sake of time, I won't go through all of this. Here's another one. Differences in alu methylation. Notice this, Matt. This is fascinating. In the male and female germline suggests that alu DNA may be involved in either the unique chromatin organization of sperm or signaling events in the early embryo. So just like these ERV sequences and ERV elements, alu sequences also function in embryological development. So I just wanted to point that out, guys. Let me just refresh real quick the Amazon page. And we are going to wrap it up here. We've been going for 2.5 hours now. This is a ton of fun. We've had a fantastic audience. I want to thank everybody for being here. Tons of great questions, tons of great engagement and feedback. So look out, guys. Later tonight, I will make a community post, and I'll put the links in the description box here. The Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. I will be doing a series of interviews and videos pertaining to this new book, which will be available in color and also black and white. Okay, so look out for it, and it's worth it, I promise you. It's a huge game changer. Once the links become available, click it, get yourself a copy, pass it around. This stuff is important. Now, I do want to say that later this week, the Evolution Debate Challenge continues. The big round 2, the big rematch, chapter 2, Dr. Dino and James W. They will be debating, and round 1 actually still holds the record between 500 and 600 people live for this epic event. And so I'm sure round 2 will also be a debate to remember. Wednesday, we've got Professor David McQueen. I believe this is going to be his 6th, maybe 7th formal debate. So he is our ministry and team geologist. So he's a retired geologist. Luca Medugno is he's a chemist. He's working as a teacher right now. So this is going to be a very technical debate, very sophisticated debate. Does the heat problem preclude the global flood? So this one is Wednesday. And I got to say, I'm really, really looking forward to this one. Now, anybody not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. We've got a diversity of topics. We don't only host debates on creation evolution. We host debates on the nature of God. We host debates on soteriology, morality. So we've got a big debate on soteriology. Does the Bible teach salvation by faith alone or salvation by faith plus works? This is June 9th. So June 9th, this is going to be a heroic showdown. Robert Wilkin and Robert Sungenis, guys. So that is just a snapshot of the overall I'm laughing at crazy. I'd be good to see it. Sophisticated. Love that word, brother. And I particularly like that word because what I see a lot of the times in terms of the counter responses from the critics is a lot of unsophistication versus sophistication. So anyways, guys in the chat, thank you so much. If you're just getting here, we're going on 2.5 hours. Dr. Dino was with us for the first hour or so. It's a ton of fun. It's always a blast with Kent. So again, guys, thank you so much. Tomorrow, I believe we have off, and then we pretty well have shows for the remainder of the week with also a few debates for you too, guys. So again, look out for the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. I would say within the next 3 to 5 hours, it will be available, but you will see a post and a notification so you can pick it up. So let's leave it. Let's end this the way we started, with a good laugh. Laughter is the best medicine. And to all the evolutionists, creationists, everybody, critics, non-critics, thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your feedback, your questions, your objections, your criticisms. We love them. We love them all. And that's why, guys, we do these live, because we like interacting with the chat. And we like to see the engagement also that we get from the chat. So that being said, Standing for Truth is out. Standing for Truth is going to go get another coffee and some dinner. So until we meet again, guys, God bless. Standing for Truth is out.
You really think an amoeba turned into a shark and a whale and everything? There's no evidence of a single-celled creature ever producing even a two-celled creature, let alone an elephant or a whale or a human. But they put them on, draw lines on paper. Here we got the human and the snail related. Wade, simple question. Do you believe you are related to a snail? Just a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So SpongeBob, or no, what's his name? Dave thinks he's a strawberry. PZ Myers thinks he's a fish. Who's the guy who thinks he's an ape? And you think you're related to a snail. Okay, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. Do you believe we all came from sponges, Dave? Do you believe this textbook
Yes.
is right?
Yes.
Another confirmed prediction regarding Noah's flood was just published the other day. So rather than just link a technical article, I thought I would break it down for you. But first, let's go back in time and set up the prediction and why it was made in the first place. In 1858, young Earth creationist Antonio Snider Pellegrini predicted that the Earth's continents were moving on plates and that they once all fit together in the past into one large supercontinent. This prediction was later confirmed to be true, and now all of secular science uses his work today and agrees with it. Later, in 1987, young Earth creationist Dr. John Baumgartner proposed the original pre-flood supercontinent, which God made in Genesis 1, was surrounded by cold ocean floor rocks, and beneath these were the warmer mantle rocks. He stated that since heat rises and cold rocks sink, the ocean floor was prime for a trigger for them to begin sinking into the mantle. That trigger came at the start of the flood, when a massive crack opened in the ocean floor as the fountains of the great deep were broken open. Once this crack opened and the floor began to sink, the plates would have moved rapidly until all of the cold material had sunk into the mantle. This prediction would state that we should still see cold subducted slabs of rock beneath the Earth, because this event didn't happen that long ago, according to young Earth creation. Today we have found confirmation of these cold subducted slabs near Earth's core that could only be there if the subduction was rapid at one point in the past. So Dr. Baumgartner's hypothesis was confirmed, which brings us to our next and most recent prediction confirmation regarding seafloor spreading. First, let's look at what evolution considers different rock layers. We say that these are not ages, but rather megasequences that formed during the flood. We can look at the rocks in these layers and see water current direction moving over them. This brings us to the next part. Young Earth creation predicted that we would see rapid plate movement in the early stages of the flood. In catastrophic plate tectonics, this would be expected to be found in both the Absaroka and Zuni megasequence. The Absaroka megasequence is the fourth megasequence representing the Pennsylvanian and Lower Jurassic systems. This is when catastrophic plate movement began to rapidly create a new ocean floor. The Zuni megasequence was the second phase, where the rate of plate movement would have now been at its fastest. These predictions have already been confirmed, however, with the presence of long thermal paths known as fission tracks throughout these sequences, which were the first to show signs in any rock layers to have experienced rapid plate movement. This brings us to the new evidence. The rocks on the sea floor in the following megasequences show us that they began to slow down. These rock layers fall within what is known as the sixth and final Tejas megasequence, known as the Cenozoic stratigraphic units. These layers represent the end of the flood, over the final 150-day period when the volcanism was activated, the mountains formed, and the water began to recede from the earth. The greatest slowing of the seafloor spreading and subduction rates coincide with the early Pliocene, which is the latest Tejas megasequence, when most of the world's plates had also nearly stopped. This is also when we see the floodwaters had nearly drained off the continents completely, creating the high Cenozoic flood boundary. These layers were predicted to show evidence of a global flood and catastrophic processes, and that is exactly what we have found. Now, the only thing left you might be wondering about are the ages given to these rock layers. The presumed ages are nothing but stages of the flood laid down, and the reason they date old is based on radiometric dating. I explain the radiometric dates best like this. If you were to find a watch on the ground and it tells perfect time,
could you ever use that watch to determine when it was made? Of course not. No! Therefore, the dates that we obtain from them make no difference at all, especially now that we have witnessed these radioactive elements form, and they date millions or billions of years old, even though they had just formed days prior. So to answer why do we see older radiometric elements in deeper layers, well, that's easy. Because the elements with the most atomic weight and mass sink to the bottom, and they also date the oldest. So I hope that clears that up for you. I just wanted to share with everybody that we have more confirmed predictions in the bank for young Earth creation. Now, as I said earlier, that these layers are not formed by time, but a process. So let's prove that right now with a clip from John Mackay and his flood machine replicator, who literally reproduced geological rock layers that we see today. Followed by a short presentation by Kurt Wise on physics of the flood and a simulation that will blow your mind. Enjoy.
I remember in my geology course at Queensland University, our dear old professor walked in one day and he said, "Students, I'm sorry, the rocks in the Grand Canyon get old sideways." Now, that was a bit of a radical thought to me, and the trouble was he never said another word about it. For the next 4 years, when I left, he still hadn't meant. Why did he think that? Well, see the Grand Canyon? I've been there many times. Climbed up and down there about 10 times. I know the rocks pretty well. You see the comment I've made? The professor said the rocks layers got there sideways. The ones at the top are older than the ones at the bottom. Now, having been there, I've got to agree with him, even if you only use the fossils. But of course, that throws everything we base evolution and old Earth and the whole gap theory and everything, it turns it upside down. Okay, question. Have you ever started off at the beginning? Because sediments only get there with water, and water erodes. But only moving water carries mud and sand, and then it only moves sideways. Isn't that so simple? You should have done that in primary school, in elementary school, in high school. You should have been reminded of it in first year geology. Water moves sideways. Therefore, the only way rocks can grow, they must grow in the direction of the current. The bottom layer, therefore, does not get there first. This is so simple, it's regarded as stupidly wrong. But in reality, I've sat in big rivers, I've sat in bays, I've sat there during flood time and watched the water do exactly that. The left side is older than the right side if that's where the current is coming from. Therefore, the top layer, can it be the youngest? The answer is no. The left side will be older than the right side. Which brings us back to Jurassic Ark. Now, when Joseph was a single man, we brought him to Australia because we can't bring just about anybody to Australia now because of COVID. But here he is in one of our models, one of our early models of our strata machine. I think it's model number 6. There's Dionyga, and we're measuring the water flow and noticing a few things. You'll see our primitive bath source of water. You'll see our rocket scientist Clem acting as the pump inducer there. Okay, so now we have kids who are always fascinated by water. And yes, we have mentioned this a few times, but you need to get this principle. There's the river flowing from left to right. Now, initially, this looks like it will only apply to rivers and only apply to bay mouths. But you watch what happens. Okay, here we are. The layers have formed from left to right. When you look, the time taken for those multiple layers to form is 2 minutes, and they're actually forming sideways. We sat there, we watched them. And then when we filled up the whole tray, we did something, or we cut it so you could see inside. You see the layers on the outside alongside the perspex continue along on the inside, and then we actually had an erosional event. Now, do you see something? Does that look like something you've seen before? How about what these students are sitting there? Sure it does. And my professor said the layers in the Grand Canyon get old sideways. But yet I've been there, I've sat through the guided tours, I've gone and done our own research, I've walked up and down, got some really good exercise, got great for the heart, and it's on the signs, it's from the tour guides, it's in the museum. the bottom layers are older than the top. But you see, my prof turns out to be right in every situation. I mean, is this just a giant flume tank? I think it is. The professor obviously thought it was, but didn't want to comment because it makes everything go head up. It tips them topsy-turvy. It's not vertical time, but horizontal process. And what's this based on? Yes, not just my professor, but it's based on a presentation I gave to the Oxford Geological Association. Now, Sam, if you will just bring me back on screen here. There's young Joseph and there's older me. And here's where we were, right down near the Bristol Channel. I love the GPS on your phone because you can actually prove exactly where you were, right? Now, when you have a look, I was at this site because for many years, 40 years ago, I visited this site to collect dinosaur fossils, yes? And there's all sorts of other fossils there. Oh, what are we collecting on that day? Can you actually see the scallop shell? There is no doubt about it. Scallops are still the same today, even though these rocks are supposed to be in the hundreds of millions of years of age. We've taken field trips there over the years. But what's interesting is they have signs up there that tell you about this field trip area. I mean, look at the pictures of the layers there, and they give you names for the layers. The red ones are different from the green ones, and then they have a story about this, how over time it became a drowned desert. The red stuff at the bottom is a desert that was buried by the watery stuff that came in at the top. Now, I don't know about you, but I live in a country where there's lots of deserts and they're usually very dry. If we call it drowning the desert, then we talk about floods. But floods is not an in word still in most people's mind, because the reason Charles Lyell got underway was his aim was to remove Moses from science. Moses' creation. Okay, now all of this is generic, and you can say, well, John Mackay, you're just a good storyteller. And there's no doubt about that is true. That's why kids love our storybooks on Noah. I love telling stories, always have. But what about the stories for the big kids? When I first went to this area many, many years ago, I picked up from the Geological Association the guides to the area. You'll see the Bristol Channel there on the left, the unmarked area. You'll see the red line, which is the cross section we're going to look at, because in the textbook, it's actually allocated there. All right, now you see the big pink one that shows up at the spot. Then you've got all these other layers. The bricky ones are limestone. The sort of dotted ones are sandstone. And then you've got a section at the top. And the evolutionist explanation is this took millions of years. So there was my challenge. Okay, here is a section that my professor, based on what he said at the Grand Canyon, would have said, this has been formed sideways. But I have a sideways machine. We invented it. And by the time we get to testing this one, we're up to Mark 10 strata machine. Yes, research is expensive. We're now up to Mark 11 or 12 because a big storm smashed that one to pieces. Okay, so here we are, 2019, with the Mark 10 strata machine. Or you can see the sediment coming in with the flowing water at the right-hand side. You can see a layer there. Let's go closer up. Now, what's happening here? You can actually see the water flowing uphill on the right. You can see it flowing with level at the top, and you can see it bouncing along with curves. And actually, if you have a close-up look at that, can you see all the strata that's formed? Now, this is one current always flowing in the same direction. Look at this. One of the things we've observed, look at the right-hand side, just at the top. The layers there are not forming horizontally. They're actually forming parallel to the surface of the current. You know, I'm rewriting Steno's rules, that the law that says the layers form on the bottom first and they always form originally horizontally. I've decided that is nonsense. The layers in any deposit will form parallel to the surface of the current. I mean, look at the ones at the bottom. You see these nice curved ones? None of this sediment has been moved by uplift. This sediment has always been forming from right to left. And when it's been going topsy-turvy, It's formed current layers that are topsy-turvy. Nothing got moved around by any tectonic plate movement. Okay. Now, all that there, the sediment was coming in one. Oh, look, you can even see the top much clearer here. On the right-hand side, you will see the sediment is always forming parallel to that top of that wave. Quite amazing. In other words, you can say the anticlines and the synclines, these are the ones that go with geology or with the gravity or against it, uphill or downhill. None of them are due to subsidence or uplift. Now, the only thing we've done is actually vary the speed of the current, because that's what happens every day in a tide. And I sat in Washington State and watched a flood. Yep, I sat there for 3 days. I did go home for a bit of sleep, by the way, but I photographed the water coming down. There's no doubt about it. The flood would be vicious, and then it would slow down a bit. Then you'd have massive rain again, and you get bigger water coming in. So the speed of the current varied. Can you see what's happening? We are getting incredible deposits. And all of that, what looks like anticlines and synclines below it, is now got an opposite thing sitting on the top. And the water is still going in exactly the same direction. All that's changed is the speed of the current. Now, we are not taking millions of years to do this. We are not taking hundreds of years. It's undeniable. The beds are forming parallel. I mean, look at that. Flat at the top on the right-hand side. Then as it goes over the hill in the current, it's the current which is determining where the bed is, not the bed determining where the current is. All right, now let's go. There's the bottom. That's the cross section out of the map guide from the Geological Association. What you've got at top is our section in the strata machine. The bottom one, according to the experts, took millions of years. Are you ready? Are you up to coping with the next bit? Have you taken your blood pressure pills on your heart tablets? Because the top section took 20 minutes. And all that happened, we didn't change the content of the sediment. We actually changed the speed just 2 or 3 times, because that's what we see in the real world. In bores like the Bristol Channel, when the tide comes in or out, in storms, even in tides, with wave surges, in tsunamis. Again, can I stress one thing? There's the principle we've been using in geology at Jurassic Ark. Teach the students, taking the schools. The issue involved here is not time, but process. And if you get the wrong process, like the sediments at the bottom got there first, shake up a cup, watch the sediment students settle down, that is not the right process. No wonder you think it took millions of years. You see, the problem with most geologists, and the problem including many Christians, is they got the scale of Noah's flood and the wrong process. They picked the wrong process. Now, if you want to see some more of this research, then go to creationresearch.net, click Exciting Research, and then search the rock layers. We've just posted up the program we did a few weeks ago as almost like a PDF, and you'll see the pictures there for your own. You can examine them for any length of time you like.
Okay, we're going to look at the geophysics of the flood. What then dipped the tip of the of the crust into the earth? What started it all? We don't know. But what happened in our model is that 3 things occurred simultaneously. And I can't hardly talk about one thing at a time, so I can't talk about 3 things at a time. But these 3 things, subduction, mantle-wide flow, and yeah, right, the rising, are all have to happen at the same time. I'm gonna speak of them in sequence. I'm gonna in sequence of 3, but you have to keep in mind that they're all simultaneous. And this is the first one I'm going to talk about is subduction. And what subduction is the idea that the ocean crust began diving into that mantle. The ocean crust, which was denser than the mantle, had that opportunity to dive in. Once it did, it It did. And that's called subduction. Now, the model at this point is based upon John Baumgartner's modeling of the interior of the Earth. What John did for his PhD dissertation is he modeled the mantle of the Earth with basically a finite element analysis modeling, which we use to, you can only do so many experiments with materials, but you can create computer models that simulate those materials, at least if you describe the materials properly and put the proper information into the computer and build a bridge with it, you can put stresses on the bridge in the computer program and see if the bridge holds up. Rather than build an experimental bridge and then see if it holds up, if you did this right, you could actually design a bridge before you built it that would actually stand up. That's the idea of finite element analysis in materials science. And he was wanting to do that same sort of thing to the mantle of the Earth. Now, what he's going to do here is plate tectonics had already proposed that what was happening was that plates sank into the mantle and that the mantle moved out of the way in a circular fashion, creating circular motion in the mantle, or a flattened circle motion in the mantle. And this sort of motion, simple motion, that can be seen, by the way, if you put a pan of water on the stove and turn on the heat, you can begin to see the water circulate in that pan. That's what we're talking about. The mantle is circulating in that fashion. That was modeled two-dimensionally. You can take a two-dimensional cross-section, and the mathematics for modeling that is fairly easy. But John was wanting to model this three-dimensionally on a spherical Earth. Okay, and that hadn't been done. No one had ever, that was a lot of mathematics, and in fact, it couldn't be done without supercomputers. And so he was kind of early on in the revolution of supercomputers, that he could model the Earth three-dimensionally, the mantle of the Earth three-dimensionally. So the idea was to divide the mantle into a bunch of little boxes. And here is he divides the mantle first into these shapes, and then this smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And so he's gets to a point where ultimately he's divided the mantle into something in excess, at this point, an early version of his model, something in excess of 100,000 little boxes. So now what he does, the idea, once he's done that, now later versions he would get more, you could make your pixels smaller by making more boxes, but of course it's harder on the computer, takes longer on the computer, crashes your computer earlier. But early on, his early model was approximately 100,000 boxes. In each box, he has the computer solve a few simple partial differential equations. These four equations are three equations, sorry. These three equations are real simple equations. As you can see, the basic idea is very simple. Here's your box. What comes in has got to come out. And that means what temperature, what heat comes in has got to go out. What momentum comes in, linear momentum comes in, it's got to come out. What rotational momentum comes in, it's got to come out. It's more or less as simple as that. It's basically saying once you've divided your whole mantle up into all these pieces, you're studying the motions in the mantle, and you just can't keep packing matter into this little box. The matter going in's got to come out somewhere. So he's got to do this in each box simultaneously over the entire mantle in 100,000 boxes all at the same time. This is where it becomes, impossible for the human mind or a simple mathematics. it's where you need the supercomputer to do the project. And here's an example of a supercomputer that he used relatively early on. He first had Cray computers as they were being developed. Then he got to where he used this particular computer in Japan. I mean, this is in a day when, you know, we're making computers out of our watches, this sort of thing. We still have computers on this planet that are fill rooms. They are monstrously fast computers, of course, you can imagine. But these are the kinds of things he was using. Now, keep in mind, and this is important to understand, his computer model is so complex, is so difficult, that it crashed the world's fastest computers in only, he could only simulate 60 days of real time. And so he crashes the computers in a half hour in every case. And now, it's been a long time since he started this in the 80s. We've gotten faster computers. But he's a software, he's creating software. He wants things to get better and better, right? So about the time they come up with a faster computer, he's put more boxes in there. So over time, he continues to crash the world's fastest computers in a half hour, and he's never broken the 60-day boundary. He can't simulate more than 60 days of time, which out of a 360-day year isn't bad. 16, 17% of the, but it's not the whole flood, okay? We're only, this is just the beginning of the story, or maybe the middle of the story. It's just a little part of the story, but gives us hints as to what might actually have occurred in the course of the flood. And basically what happens here in the model is the crust. So he's going to represent, this is a two-dimensional picture of cross-section of the mantle. He's doing it in 3 dimensions, but you can't see that, you know. So we're just going to take a 2-dimensional cut through the mantle. So this is the base of the mantle. Core would be down here. The crust is up there at the top. The red represents the initial temperature of the mantle at various places. So the red down here is not the same temperature as the red up there. The red down here is the temperature of the base of the mantle normally at the beginning of the simulation. The red up there is the temperature of the mantle at the beginning of the simulation. In other words, here it's close to 0 degrees centigrade. Down here, about 1400 degrees centigrade. Here it's about 3000 degrees centigrade. So, but this is, the red represents the initial temperature. And now what he does is he has a slab on the surface dip down into the mantle. He's going to see what happens to the slab. Here's a slab being represented. It's cold relative to the temperature of the mantle. As it goes down into the mantle, it's got to displace the mantle. You have arrows indicating how the mantle is moving in order for the stuff to go down into the mantle. As it does so, the mantle moves along the side, or the plate slides through the mantle. There is frictional heat that is built up along the sides of the plate. Also, as the plate drops down, and early on, this is a pretty big resolution. It's about 200 kilometers, which is much bigger than the plate really is, but that's the resolution he had initially. It's going to move the mantle material away as it dips down. It deforms the mantle. If you take a rubber ball and squeeze it and deform it, it'll warm up. So deformation of the mantle also heats the mantle. It heats both the mantle and the dropping slab. And the key here, though, is that the material of the mantle and the material of the slab, the viscosity of the mantle is related to is inversely proportional to the temperature to the 4th power. That's really cool. Yeah, you didn't understand. What that means is if you double the temperature, it drops the viscosity to 1/16 the viscosity it had before. So the more you heat it up, the more runny the mantle gets. So as the slab goes into the mantle and heats up the mantle around it, and deforms the mantle, thus also heating the mantle. The mantle immediately around the slab gets runnier, which causes the slab to increase its speed. Increasing its speed heats it up even more, it accelerates. So in his model, the slab accelerates up to about 1 meter per second, or several meters per second. Unlike conventional plate tectonics suggested, where it's only moving at centimeters per year, his slabs are sinking at meters per second. And so rather than continents moving at the rate your fingernails grow, they're moving about as fast as you can run. This is not continental drift, this is continental sprint. Because attached to the other end of that slab that's being pulled into the mantle by its own buoyancy is a continent that's pulled along the surface as fast as the other end of the slab is being pulled into the mantle. And so it stretches and it heats up. You can see the heating in the colors here. And looking at now a cross-section across the entire mantle, some 20 or 30 days into his simulation, he's got, again, now here, these various illustrations by John, he kept changing colors, so it's going to be confusing. But in this particular case, green is the original color, is the original temperature. So, and it's kind of nice because green's in the middle, right? So anything that is going towards the red is increasing the temperature. Anything that goes towards the blue is decreasing the temperature. In other words, sometime after the simulation, it went from green to blue. This area cooled. This area heated up. And so what we see developing, and then we got arrows to indicate motion. Here is a slab that's moving along the surface and diving into the mantle. Because the slab is cooler, it is showing up as a cooling of the mantle. But notice there's some other things that come in. This is the subduction. I can't point out the other stuff yet. This is where the subduction is occurring, and it's occurring over here on the opposite side of the world. Subduction is cooling the mantle. There it's showing up on a simulation. 2 places on opposite sides of the world where subduction is occurring. After playing around with a number of continental configurations, John settled on this continental configuration to start with, and I know this is confusing. There is a thin dark line around the current positions of the continents. So right here is South America, North America, current positions, Africa, current position, Asia, current position, Australia, Antarctica. But we know from the geologic column, there was a time when the continents were together, called the Pangea configuration, and he's starting with a Pangea configuration. So he's got South America tucked up against Africa. India is tucked in there with Antarctica here and Australia here. North America is tucked against Africa and Europe, and that's the Pangea configuration. What John did is had subduction go along the blue here. This is where subduction is occurring in his model. When he allows subduction to occur in those particular places, what happens is that in time, the continents move apart from one another as we think they did based upon geological data. This is really cool, okay? No one had ever created any sort of model that moved the continents in the right direction. Let's take a look at this. Here we have 15 days into the flood, since the beginning of the simulation. North America has split away from Africa, and it's heating up there between the two because hot material from the mantle is coming up. That's another part of the story. It's occurring at the same time. Here are the direction arrows for North America. Here's the current position in North America. Here's the position in the simulation. The arrows are heading in the right direction. They're heading right straight towards the current position of North America. That's cool. Okay. You've got here's Australia over here in its current position. Here it is in the simulation. Here's the direction the arrows are going, right straight towards the current position of Australia. This is cool. Here is Antarctica. I mean, this was so exciting to everyone. Secular, everybody this was just mind-blowing. Here's Antarctica. Here's present position of Antarctica. Arrows are going straight south. That's where Antarctica is, right? This is cool. Everything is going just exactly the direction. One little interesting comparison. Here's South America. Here's the current position of South America. Position here, the arrows are going this way. That seems to be the one thing that's not going in the right direction. But alas, if you know geology, you get really excited because we know from geology that the last motion of South America was straight to the north to slam into North America and close the Panama Canal and close the central. So the real direction South America took was to go south and then swing to the north. And here we have the southern motion at the yes. And if that wasn't exciting enough, this is what John picked up. John picked that stuff up, and he was excited about it. Everybody's excited about it. But what got me, and I got really excited about, is as the simulation progresses, the length of the arrow indicates the speed. So little arrows indicate things that are moving slowly. Long arrows indicate things that are moving more rapidly. As this progresses, India gets really long arrows. Out of all of them, it almost doubles all the other arrows. And I looked at that and said, that's incredible. We know that India moved faster than every other continent. And so it didn't just move them in the right, and it slams into southern Asia and raises the Himalayan mountains. I mean, it's spectacular stuff. It didn't just move the continents in the right direction. It moved them with the right relative velocities. Mind-bogglingly amazing. This is cool. Okay, this is 15 days into the flood, 20 days into the flood. 20 days, it's moved this far apart. Now, what's also cool about this period of time when John is actually publishing this in the secular literature is he would publish these diagrams, black and white, they weren't as pretty as this, in the technical publications. Off to the side over here, and I blocked it out because it's all messy. You've got all sorts of information there, lots of numbers, and included there was the time, colon. It would be, in this case, 2.5 times 10 to the first days into the simulation. I mean, it's right there. And it's in the publication. It tells you how long it's been since the beginning of the simulation. It would be published in the article with this caption underneath it, with this stuff all here. It says, here's the position of the continents 25 million years after the separation began. I mean, if you look carefully at the publication, it's right there. You can't do this slowly. It doesn't work slowly. It stops completely. Boom. It don't go nowhere. It accelerates into speed, or it doesn't do anything.
All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and these are my two award-winning co-hosts, Matt Mann and George Bond. Tonight we are debunking the mythical Geologic column, and we are refuting the critics. Gentlemen, Dr. Hovind, Matt, and George, thank you all for joining me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Okay, well, real quick, I'm going to go over the format, and then we're kind of just going to get right into it. This is going to be a lot of fun. So, everybody in the audience, get ready, because we are going to be refuting some critics. Format-wise, we're going to have Kent. He's going to be doing about just 10 minutes, kind of laying down the foundation for the night, the Geologic column. and whatever it is related to that. Then we're going to do about 10 minutes responding to some written comments from specific critics. Then we're going to get right into the video itself, the video defending the geologic column as if it exists as portrayed in the textbook. Then we get to the really fun part. We're going to open up the mic. Of course, we're going to keep it respectful. And I'll leave a link for everybody. You can join. If you have an argument or a question pertaining to the geologic column, we'll allow you a minute to present it. And then we will have Kent engage that argument or question. So that being said, why don't we just kind of get right into it? Kent, brother, thanks for being here. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. Always, I appreciate your time. So let's hand it to you, brother.
Well, thank you. Yes, I've been under the weather for 3 days now. Haven't eaten for 3 days. I had a high fever, lost some of my hair. Not me old age. Today's the oldest I've ever been. Donnie, I have a confession to make here. I finally had to switch my position. I now believe the Earth is flat. 70% of the Earth is water, and virtually none of it is carbonated. So the Earth is flat. Anyway.
I love it. Kent, you almost gave me a heart attack. Oh, no.
The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot unlearn the lies they've been taught to believe. It's amazing how many things we believe that are just simply not true. And people are taught things for years. Lies they taught you in school. How many of you were taught that Napoleon was short? Well, they measured him in French inches at 5'2", but that's actually 5'7" in our English inches. He was taller than the average person of the time. It's a lie we've been taught for 200 years. How many have been taught if you drop a penny off the Empire State Building, it'll kill you when it hits the ground? Not true. It reaches a maximum speed because the penny flutters. It can only go 25 miles an hour, maximum. Oh, can I kill you? How many have been taught ostriches hide their head in the sand? Not true. They never do that. They poke their nose in to turn their eggs around to keep them baking on all sides. How many have been taught if you touch a frog, it'll give you warts? Not true. It's just a lie. People are taught all kinds of things and they believe it. People are taught that the universe is self-existing and not created. Nobody made it. That is absolutely stupid. It's a lie. The universe came into existence 14 billion years ago. That's pure baloney. It's a lie, but you teach that long enough, people start to believe it. One of the biggest lies in history is the lie that the layers of the Earth are different ages. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's right-hand man, said if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. And that's what's happened. For the last 200 years, we've been teaching kids the layers of the Earth are different ages. They divided the Earth up into layers, gave each one a fancy name, Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, and Jurassic, and Triassic, and Mississippian, and they gave each one an index fossil and assigned an age to it. All this was made up in the 1830s. There was no such thing as a geologic column. Now, 2,000 years before that, Peter warned us in 2 Peter 3, in the last days there shall come scoffers, walking after their own lust and saying, where's the promise of his coming? All things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation, for since this they are willingly ignorant, that by the word of God the heavens were of old. So the scoffers are ignorant of how God made the heavens. I covered that in great detail on my video number, here we go. Seminar part 2, what was the original creation like? Why did they live to be 900? Get my whole video series for $50, drdino.com. But the second thing they're ignorant of, Peter said, would be the flood. The world was overflowed with water. In Psalm 104, it talks about the end of the flood. At thy rebuke, they fled. See, thou coverest it with the deep as with a garment. God covered the earth with the water. The water stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke, they fled. At the voice of thy thunder, they hasted away. They go up by the mountains, they go down by the valleys unto the place which thou hast founded for them. Now, I love the King James and stick with it exclusively. However, some of the old English phrases don't really make as much sense today. And it's probably one of the rare times I'll ever use another translation to say, I think this is what they're trying to say here. The mountains rose, the valleys sank. At the end of the flood, the mountains lifted up, the valleys sank down, the water rushed off. The mountains rose, the valleys sank. And it's all kinds of different, it's simple. It's interesting. All the mountain ranges in the world seem to follow the coastlines. And the mountains of the world are folded up, fold mountains. We talk about this on video number 6 of my series. You can get the whole thing, $50, and then return it when you're done and get your money back. Donnie, I used to loan my DVDs out. I learned right away Christians don't steal, but they do borrow and never return. So I'm not going to loan it to you. You can buy it when you're done, give it back, get your money back. Meanwhile, I'm holding the $50, okay? It works out real good that way. So the mountain ranges formed at the end of the flood. The earth is 70% underwater. One atheist I was debating, he said, well, if the world was flooded, where'd all that water go? I said, it's in the oceans. They're huge. When I flew back from Australia to America, I told one of the guys in my office, I said, man, that Pacific Ocean is huge. He said, oh, that was just the top of it. Wow, what a thought. There's a lot of water out there, folks, okay? So the mountains lifted up at the end of the flood, and they're folded. Now, the layers that we see are folded. So stop and think. If each layer is a different age, and each layer was hard rock before it got bent, you're not going to bend hard rock. It's going to snap. It's going to have cracks in it. When I worked at General Motors at the front end department, they would paint the hood and the fenders upstairs and send them down on a conveyor belt. We took them apart and started the front end assembly for the C60, C65 GMC trucks. The rack that they got painted on, the parts would get painted, and the rack would also get painted every time it goes through the furnace, a new coat of paint. So I broke a piece off and made this heart. It has about 120 layers of paint. If I tried to bend it, they would all shatter. It wouldn't bend. Bent rock layers are proof all the layers were soft when they were bent. Duh. Doesn't take a brain to figure that out. Bent rock layers are found all over. They had to be soft. There's no fracture marks where sometimes they bend radically. There's no internal fracture marks. Hard rock doesn't bend. Well, mud layers bent, and then they hardened afterwards. It's real simple. But the Bible says the scoffers are ignorant of the flood. How they can look at this and analyze it and say, wow, there's no fracture marks. How can they not understand this is from the flood of Noah? This is not millions of years. But when I was taught in school that the layers of the earth are different ages, called the geologic column, I never questioned it. I said, well, it's got to be true. I'm sorry, it's not true. At the end of the flood, the crust of the earth was broken up like it still is today, and fragments of the Earth's crust are moving around, and they're still moving today. And we have fault lines, the San Andreas Fault, the Hayward Fault, the New Madrid Fault. None of them are my fault, but the earth has lots of faults. I can name some more too if you'd like. But the plates of the earth are still moving around. Sometimes they slide under each other and lift one up. If they lift up slowly, the water will run off slowly, making rounded mountains. If they lift up quickly, the water runs off quickly and makes big canyons. The scoffers are ignorant of the flood, and they're ignorant of how God made the heavens, and ignorant of the flood, and they're ignorant of the coming judgment of God. We cover that in our video series, Whoa, What on Earth is About to Happen? About what the Bible says about the future. You can get that on our website, drdino.com. Anyway, textbooks tell the kids in school the Grand Canyon was formed by the Colorado River, carved out from solid rock. This is absolute baloney. Grand Canyon probably formed in less than a week. I'll show you. A lot of the problems started with a guy named James Hutton. James Hutton lived in the late 1700s. He wrote a book called Theory of the Earth. In that book, he said, oh, the earth is much older than everybody thinks. Up until that time, everybody was teaching, hey, the earth's about 6,000 years old, because that's what the Bible dates add up to. Get Genesis chapter 5. It says Adam was 130 when his son was born, and he was 105. You can add up the numbers from Genesis 5 and Genesis 11 after the flood. Anybody can make a chart like this or buy it from us on our YouTube channel, on our website, drdino.com. But the dates add up to about 6,000. But in the late 1700s, if you study your history, I was a history minor, I love studying history. This was a time of world history when many revolutions were going on. Some thought the Bible was an obstacle to their political goals. Oh, well, let's eliminate the obstacle. It's called the age of anti-monarchy. Get rid of the king. Most countries had a king or a monarch. They said, we don't like that kind of government. We want the rule of the people. Okay. So there was the American Revolution, the French, the Spanish, the Polish, the Italian, the German. getting rid of monarchy. Well, the Bible says to honor the king. And before we get into all the politics there, forget it, doesn't matter. The fact is that was a time when people thought the Bible stood in their way. So, before radiometric dating was available, many people estimated the age of the Earth to be only a few thousand years. This is from a textbook right here on my shelf. In 1700s, a Scottish scientist named James Hutton estimated it to be much older. He used the principle of uniformitarianism. Woo, big word. That'll be on the test, kids. Uniformitarianism means the way things are happening today is the way they've always been happening. This is not true. If I go down here on the highway, stand beside Interstate 65, and I see somebody headed, or get on Interstate 10 down in Florida. I see somebody headed east going 70 miles an hour. Can I then calculate and say, wow, they started in California 4 days ago? No, they might have just got on at the last exit. You can't take what we see today and interpret it for millions of years in the past. Sure, if the mountains are lifting up a little bit today, what if they had a rapid uplift once and then it's slowly down since then? You can't know those things, okay? This is one of the lies in the textbooks, video number 4, lies in the textbooks, comes with the series here. I covered, I think, 30 lies in the textbook. Uniformitarianism, they say the present is the key to the past. No, the Bible is the only perfect key to the past. We do see the layers of the earth being uplifted and the crust of the earth being subducted, and sometimes they bang into each other and wrinkle. We'll cover all that some other time, but there's certainly a cycle. But the idea of uniformitarianism is baloney. But Hutton made up this idea that the way it's happening now is the way it's always been happening, and this is what the kids are taught in school. Kids, they're lying to you, or they're stupid. Well, I can't see another choice. Either they're dumb or they're lying. The idea that geologic features form slowly over long periods of time, that's uniformitarianism. For instance, they say South America and Africa seem to fit. Yeah, my house and the neighbor's house would fit too. Does that mean they used to be together? Duh, no. Uniformitarianism, we can cover that some other time, okay? But they apply this to crazy things kids are taught. Oh, hang on. Slide number 671, Alt-DV. There. I apologize, I've not been well, but James Hutton's book that he wrote in the 1700s had a profound influence on Charles Lyell. Charles Lyell was a lawyer from Scotland who hated the Bible. Somebody figured out the other day that if all the lawyers in the world were laid end to end around the equator, we would all be better off. But Charles Lyell, he wrote a book on principles of geology, and he's the guy who made up the stupid geologic column. In his book, Principles of Geology, I was meant to get that out. Can somebody see it on the shelf, the 10,000 shelves? I got all 3 volumes, doesn't matter. Principles, it's about this thick, big yellow paperback book. 1830, he published the first one. He said in that book, men of superior talent, he's talking about himself, who thought for themselves, in other words, if you don't agree with me, you're not thinking for yourself, and were not blinded by authority, like the Bible. He said, you reach false conclusions because you're based on ancient doctrines. He did every opportunity in his book. Of course, in 1830, it was kind of dangerous to mock the Bible too much because most people believed it, but he really slapped at it pretty hard, okay? He said, but he made fun of the Bible all through his writings. You can see that on video number 4 of my series. He said you have religious prejudice. He said his goal was to free the science from Moses. He said that clearly. He said, I don't like people believing the Bible. I'm going to stop that. Oh, and he invented the geologic column that we're still taught today. It's been modified a few times. He gave each of the layers of the earth a different name and an age and an index fossil. They say the top layer is younger. I say, stop, guys, wait. Where's the new material coming from? If the top layer is younger, is it coming from outer space? If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? We shake up a jar of dirt once in a while, let it settle out. It always settles into layers. This thing, just in the last couple of minutes, I flipped it over, probably made 15 layers. Is the top layer younger? No. All the layers form rapidly. Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age unless it came in on an asteroid or meteor dust or something. Yeah, that's it. Bring them up here, brother, if you would. That's 2 and 3, yeah. One's around here somewhere. Charles Lyell really devoted his life to, that's volume 1, yeah. Volume 1, volume 3. I don't know where 2 is, doesn't matter. These are the books where he made up the stupid geologic column. Look, if you shake up a jar, it'll settle into layers. Does that mean the top layer is younger? No. They're all in the jar at the same time. How can the top layer be younger? Every layer of material is the same age. If I move it from here to here, that doesn't change the age of it. Think. The geologic column, does it exist? No, doesn't exist anywhere. Creation.com has a great article on that. Now, it's a fact the Earth has layers. There's no question. I've been to Grand Canyon, been to all 50 states, 70 countries. I love studying this stuff. The evolutionist says the layers are millions of years. I'm sorry, I've been to 37 countries. We've had 70 countries visit here. Evolutionist says the layers form slowly over millions of years. Now, wait. It's a fact the Earth has many layers. That's a fact. Is it a fact they form slowly? No, that's an interpretation. Creationist says these layers are all from the flood in the days of Noah. All the layers formed in 1 year. But the atheists and evolutionists are always trying to erase that line and make their theory part of the fact. See, the geologic column is actually the Bible for the evolutionist. It can only be found one place in the world, and that's the textbooks. This textbook, I admitted it, book's right here, Earth Science book, if there were a column of sediments. Unfortunately, no such column exists. It doesn't exist, folks. It's a joke. It's a hoax. It's a lie. And a lot of people believe it. A lot of people believe it. The global stack of index fossils exists nowhere on Earth. Most index fossils do not usually overlie each other with the same locality. You can read all the articles yourself, okay, technical journals. It doesn't exist anywhere on Earth. The geologic column does not exist and does not need to be explained by flood geology. Okay. But the textbooks all teach it like it's some kind of fact. If it was indeed in one place, it would be 100 miles thick. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. This is lie number 7 on my video series, lies in the textbooks on my series there. But this is the stuff kids have to learn in school. They got to learn these hard names, you know, and the index fossils for them. It is pure baloney. Let's see, here we have shale, 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 and shale. Well, how do you tell the difference between Osage shale and Perry Farm shale? What's the difference? They're both shale. Well, the difference is the index fossils they contain. How about this? Limestone, 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 limestone. What's the difference between Blackjack Creek limestone and Worland limestone? The index fossils. They're telling you the age of the layer by the fossils they find in it. Then they turn around and tell you the age of the fossils by which layer it comes from. This is pure circular reasoning. Hovind, I like to simplify things, make it small words and make it easier. It's dumb, real dumb, okay? Article is a detailed examination of the young Earth creationist claim that geologic column does not exist. It is shown that the entire geologic column does exist in North Dakota. Whoa. They found one place where now it doesn't mean the geologic column exists. It means the layers are in the order that Lyle put in his book. Well, you shuffle them enough times. I bet if we shuffle 10,000 decks of cards, get 10,000 people, everybody shuffle a deck of cards, okay? Somebody in that crowd's going to end up with all 4 aces together. Does that prove something? No. The fact that you find a bunch of layers that you think are at a certain age in one spot doesn't prove that the geologic column is legitimate. Hypersaline waters, wow. Okay, I cover this on video number 4. I'm going to get something else tonight. These index fossils may have been found in order in some places, but that's a result of random shuffling. See creation.com, answersingenesis.org, ICR.org. They've all got great articles on this. So they gave each layer a name and an index fossil. They tell the kids the layers of Grand Canyon are each a different age. Stop and think. If that layer sat there for 5 million years waiting for the next one, don't you think there'd be some erosion marks between the layers? Isn't it going to rain once in a while in 5 million years? The layers are stacked like pancakes. There's no soil buildup between the layers. It's rock, 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 rock. Interesting. Shake up a jar of sand, gravel, clay, and it'll settle out into layers for you in minutes. This whole geologic column is the Bible for the atheist and the evolutionist, and it doesn't exist anywhere. We get these sand toys you play with and make all kinds of layers. Here's what happens. The moon is up there right now pulling on our water, making a bump called the high tide. It holds that bump like a magnet, and we spin around once a day on Earth. But while we're spinning around, the bump of water is going up, down, up, down. Hold it. If the bump is coming up, where's the water coming to fill the bump? It's being pulled in from the side by moon's gravity, 230,000 miles away, depending on apogee or perigee. Okay. So at the North Pole, the Earth is spinning 0 miles an hour, and South Pole. At the equator, about 1,037. We're in Lenox, Alabama, 31 degrees above the equator. So at this latitude, you can do the trig on that and calculate the radius and diameter and all that stuff. I'll save you the hassle. I taught trig for years. But we're turning at this latitude about 886 miles an hour in Lenox, Alabama, which means if the moon pulled the water up, in order to fill that bump, the water has to rush in from the sides at 886 miles an hour. Now, there's already a lot of water, so it's just filling the bump. So not every speck of water is moving that speed, but it's gaining an extra 200 feet. Because if the Earth were covered with water, the tide would not get interrupted by banging into continents, and the tide would become harmonic. And harmonic tide on Earth would be a 200-foot tidal change every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. So at the equator, 1,037, Lenox, 886. So if the waters keep moving sideways at 886 miles an hour, up, not only is the tide going up and down, it's coming in and out. Whoa, that's going to take all the rocks and gravel and sand and roll them around against each other, make what's called a turbidity current, and it's going to round all the rocks off. Our whole gravel pit has trillions of rounded rocks. They call it river rock. Oh, that river goes from here to North Carolina? That's a big wide river, guys. I don't think so. Those rounded rocks are from the flood. You can get a rock tumbler and tumble rocks around, smooths them off. Noah's flood was a giant rock tumbler that tumbled all the gravel and sand. Come visit. How many rounded rocks do we have here? Trillions. Might even be quadrillions. I don't know. I'm not about to count them. You can count them if you want. I'll tell you what, let's get a government grant. I bet they'd let us do that. Yeah, okay. We have in our gravel pit 7 layers exposed. You can see it's gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. These layers go all the way to North Carolina from Lenox. And they're telling me the layers are different ages. Guys, stop. No, they're not. The whole geologic column is dumb. The Bible says they delight in lies and the scoffers walk after their lust. We had this verse in here twice before. Okay. Textbook says, Colorado River cut through layer upon layer of rock over millions of years. No. That river did not make that canyon. That river is what's left over after the flood, water got too full, went over the top, washed out Grand Canyon, probably in less than a week. Anyway, you said take 10 minutes. How long did I take, brother? Whew, too long. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. No worries, brother. Tons of fantastic information and a great way to start the show and set the foundation for what we are going to address. Kent. So appreciate the visuals. And as we promised, we will be refuting the critics with half our brains tied behind our back. So, okay, let the fun begin. What we'll do is we'll start off with something simple before we get into the video. Matt, you've got the video ready, brother. So what I'll do is put up a comment from one of these critics, Kent. Maybe we can respond to this, and then we'll just get right into the video. So this is from a critic who would, say that the geologic column exists as it is portrayed in the textbook. So I can read it here, and then we can respond to it before we get into the video itself. So he says, the geologic column is a specific sequence of rock layers. We don't always find all the rock layers, but we always find them in the same order, barring tectonic movement. By finding parts of this sequence in many different places, we can then reconstruct what the entire sequence looks like. As Ryan Christian, I believe is his name in the video that we're going to get to, said, we have places on Earth where only a few rock layers are missing from the sequence. We know that there is a specific order to the rock layer. So in other words, Kent, this is all a defense of the geologic column. I'd be curious as to your thoughts on that.
Okay, well, let's go back to my analogy of let's get 10,000 people to shuffle decks of cards, okay? Is it possible that if I had 10,000 people scattered around the world, somebody's going to end up with all 4 aces together? We could probably calculate the odds of that. Let's say 1 out of 52 times 52 times 52, 52 to the 4th power. Unlikely, but it could happen. So how many layers, how many places on Earth are there that have rock layers? Almost everywhere. I mean, ask any well driller. You drill down, you hit certain layers, and they got to go through the layers to hit water, stuff like that. There are layers of coal. There's a seam of coal in Wyoming 300 feet thick. Pure coal, 300 feet. Well, if the water's coming up 200 feet and coming in at 900 miles an hour, it's going to knock all the trees down and make a layer of mud on top of them and bury them in hours. So it's true that there may be a few spots, random spots, where now go back to his question. Put his question back up. There's something I wanted to say about that. That was
Yeah, let me get it right here.
Okay.
Oops. This one right here.
Yeah, okay. The geologic column is a specific sequence of rock layers. You should add into that, right that before the period, that was made up in the 1830s. Pure imagination. Okay, put my screen up here if you would, brother. They made up this idea that each of the layers, let's see, we have the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, the Cretaceous, Jurassic, Permian, Carboniferous. This was all made up in the 1830s. It doesn't exist anywhere. And stop and think. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Outer space? Can you think of another option? They say, well, volcanoes exude lava and magma and stuff. Yeah, it's true. It's still the same rock, just getting recycled. It's still the same age. They date the fossil layers by the layers by which kinds of fossils they find in them. It's pure baloney. Doesn't exist anywhere. Okay, go ahead. Was there more to his question I needed to answer?
Let me put it back on, but I know there'll be more elaboration during the video itself. So, yeah, you know what? Let's leave it at that, Kent. Okay. And Matt, brother, why don't we get you to start the first section of the video? Kent, I'll be looking at you. If you see a part that you want us to stop on and pause to make comments, just put your hand up like this, and then we'll know to pause it. But we'll make sure we don't go any more than, I don't know, a minute at a time. Matt, I think you're on mute, Matt.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm just making sure that the screen is big as possible for everyone else to see.
Perfect. And as you're doing that, I want to remind everybody in the chat, we got 200 people live already. So I see people in the backstage. I appreciate you being there. I am going to leave you in the backstage until we do open up the mic after this response video here, and then we'll give you the opportunity to ask your questions. So anybody else who wants to join for that portion, click the StreamYard link. You can be a creationist as well. If you just have a question, feel free to click the link. I'll leave you backstage until we open it up. So, okay, here we go.
Okay, I hope the sound is going to be good. If it's not, I'll just be watching for you guys. Just give me a thumbs up. And here we go.
Column is one of the biggest lies ever taught in the history of the world. The geologic column does not exist. There's no such thing as a Jurassic age or Triassic or Mississippian. It's all baloney.
Wow, the geologic column does not exist.
Wow. That'll be news to a lot of geologists.
Yeah,
including a number of creation geologists.
I know. It's quite surprising that he's willing to go this far out. But then again, he goes far out on a lot of things that a lot of people on his own side do not approve of. So maybe it's not too surprising.
Yeah.
And often, I hear the people talking about the geologic column.
Yeah. Pause it there, Matt. Kent, let me just unmute you. Kent, you're good to go, brother.
If you can crank up their volume a little bit, I couldn't quite hear them, but what they've done so far is simply mocking. How can the layers be different ages, guys? Answer my simple question. Is the top layer coming from outer space? Or if not, how could it possibly be a different age? Could you please answer that question? And by the way, you were playing with the screen a minute ago. You could make it a little taller, make me lose about 5 pounds. That would help. So.
All right, here we go.
doesn't exist one place in the earth. And it's like, yeah, you are all right. But the problem is that it just exists in lots of places in smaller pieces. And that doesn't make it any less the geologic column. It's just you're finding parts of it.
Yeah, I think where a lot of people get confused is what it's true that we don't find the entire geologic column in any one place.
Pause it there, Matt. So right there, Ken, it looked like for now that he admitted that, okay, it's true that they don't find it, in one single place on the planet, but that they find it in smaller pieces. And so that's, more or less their argument for the column itself.
Okay, let's go back to my card analogy here. I think we would agree that we could order, numbers can be put in order from, 1 through 10, okay? If I get enough people shuffling cards, and is it possible we could find a sequence where somebody gets a 3, 4, 5 together? Whoa, yeah. Somebody else across town gets a 7, 8, 9 together. Whoa, we found 2 pieces. We put them together. I bet we could play around with this enough and make ourselves look real stupid thinking that means anything, okay? So what if you find certain layers in all over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all the layers. I got pictures of it here somewhere. Let's see. Polystrata, slide number 12. 12, is that it? No, I'll find here. But I ask guys all the time, guys, if you have a petrified tree, here they are, standing up, slide number 1239. Okay, Alt DV, 1, 2, 3, 9. Germany, France, British Isles, Nova Scotia, California, several eastern states have petrified trees called polystrata through different layers. Petrified trees standing up, connecting all the layers. Guys, how long does a dead tree stand up in your neighborhood before it falls down? 4 or 5 years, maybe? Not millions. Up in Joggins, Nova Scotia, there are hundreds of them, petrified trees standing up, running through all these layers that you're claiming are different ages. There's one in Yellowstone. I got a picture of me by it here 20 years ago, but they had to put a fence around it. People kept breaking off pieces of the petrified wood. So petrified trees in the standing position, running through multiple layers. Stop and would somebody please tell these atheists to give me a common sense answer? How can you get petrified trees standing up, running through multiple layers? Right here in central Alabama, there's a coal mine. A friend of mine works there. He said, "Bro, we find them all the time." Vertical trees. We're mining down, he said they're mining through 2 different seams of coal with rock in between. Sometimes the petrified tree goes from seam of coal on the bottom through the rock to the next seam of coal. Now hold it. They tell the kids in school, first you got to grow a forest, which takes hundreds of years, and then it has to get buried and turned to coal, which takes millions of years, and then you got to get more rock on top. How can you have a petrified tree connecting 2 rock layers that are millions of years different, or coal layers that are millions of years different? You can't. It's not true. They're lying or they're stupid, okay? They mine out the coal, find trees standing up all the time. He sent me a couple pieces in our museum here. I'm going to call the guy and get some more. Coal seams. Here we go. You got the Blue Creek and the Mary Lee Formation with petrified trees connecting them. He said, "Brother Hovind, we find them all the time. Sample A goes down through the Blue Creek, petrified tree. Sample B goes down, but sample H goes up through the Mary Lee. But look at that. They both go through this central layer. That would be, in any court of law, evidence the layers formed rapidly, like less than a year, like the Bible says. Specimen Ridge in Yellowstone has 27 layers of petrified trees, 27 layers of forests. They didn't grow there. They were transported there by a flood. 30-foot petrified tree in Kettle Mine, Cookeville, Tennessee. That's to a seam of coal here and a seam of coal here. Now, when you carbon date them, they give really wild different dates. Right. Why are the coal seams always nearly found on top of layers of clay? That's a poor soil for trees to grow in. It was from the flood. David Reeves up at David Reeves Ministry, R-I-V-E-S, up in Tennessee, he take you out and show them to you. Petrified vertical trees. Hello. Joggins, Nova Scotia, where they find thousands of them. Petrified trees in the vertical position. Now, you guys might get upset that your geologic column is being destroyed psychologically, because I know that is your Bible. The geologic column is the Bible to the evolutionists. Ian Juby, good friend of mine, ianjuby.org. He shows petrified trees up in Canada running through all different layers. It's just simply not true. We're teaching kids a lie. Science has a long history of teaching things that are dumb. I gave a few examples earlier. There's hundreds more. One of the dumbest things they're teaching now is that the earth is billions of years old when it can't be. They're teaching life came from non-living material. That's dumb. They're teaching dinosaurs lived millions of years ago, which is stupid. No, they did not. They lived with man. People called them dragons and killed most of them. I covered that on video number 3 of my series about dinosaurs in the Bible. But petrified trees standing up, connecting all the layers. Wait a minute. How can the layers be different ages? This is just pure baloney. They found this fossil of a fish with his nose stuck in rock that's 1 million years older than the rest of the head. Oh, he balanced on his nose for 1 million years waiting for the layers to form. You'd have to go to school for years to be that stupid. Creation, the evidence from polystrata fossils. There's articles. It's common. I don't know why they don't teach it. I do know why they don't teach it. It destroys their theory. Evolutionists has only 2 choices. Sometimes the trees are upside down, root end up. I think you got another problem now, okay? 2 choices. They can say, well, the tree stood upright for millions of years while the sediment formed around them. You want to believe that? I got some property to sell you. Or you can say the trees grew through hundreds of feet of solid rock looking for sunlight. There's a third way to resolve that. Maybe the trees were buried in a big flood. Yeah. So I'm sorry. These guys need some serious help. Tell them to call me. I'll debate. Normally, I'd do half my brain to hide behind my back. With those two, 90% of my brain tied behind my back.
Well, that would work because they do claim to be a young Earth creationist, Kent. But I like to say 99.9% Evo, maybe 0.1% young Earth creationist with these arguments. Okay, Matt, if you want to share a screen, brother, and let's get to their next argument here and see what what they can bring us to the table. So, okay, here we go. Here we go.
It did not offer me to share my mic, so if it's not working, I don't really know.
Well, I think there's when you share a screen and you want to play the audio, in the bottom left-hand corner, it says audio with a box. Did you make sure that it was checked?
I didn't see it.
Check mark.
I'll just do it again. Share screen.
No worries. Yeah, like I can see it. For me, it says share system audio. Do you see that?
No. No, I don't. Very strange.
Okay.
At least you guys can hear it. I'll just turn it up again. Anyway.
Okay. All right. No worries. Okay. Share screen, and then we'll see how it says.
Okay, here we go.
We wouldn't really expect to because geologic history is complicated. Nevertheless, there are places where it is mostly complete, like the Grand Staircase. At the bottom, you've got the Precambrian layers, and at the top in Bryce Canyon, in that area, you have stuff from the lower Cenozoic. So and also in caves in the Grand Canyon, you have Ice Age fossils like ground sloths. They found caves where these ground sloths were actually resting. Those were their dens. Wow. We found like droppings, so these really thick layers of sloth droppings.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not know
stop it there. And Ken, I can reiterate the arguments too, in case some of it's hard to hear. So they're saying, okay, mostly we don't find the layers in the so-called sequence. One thing that I found very interesting that they said was, well, we wouldn't expect to find all the sequences. But to me, this is what I like to say is ad hoc. They're just saying that after the fact, I believe, in order to maybe rescue the geologic column, because from my research, I've never seen any uniformitarian scientists predict this sequence before the sequence was, as you pointed out from Lyle, come up with. But they said we may find most of these layers or sequences in the Grand Canyon. Any thoughts on those points, Brother Kent?
Well, the Grand Canyon, I've been there many times, studied it avidly. I taught earth science 15 years. It's a big gash in the ground. There's no possible way that little Colorado River made that Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon formed in less than a week. Come to take our tour of our Dinosaur Adventureland. We'll show you. We're going to build a demonstration of that to show how it happens. So if these guys claim they're young Earth creationists, they're an embarrassment to the cause, okay? They don't understand half what they're talking about. The layers all formed rapidly. The fossils that are connecting the layers prove they formed rapidly. And what fossils are found in the layer, they were talking about the index fossils that are found. That's really what they're finding and saying, well, index fossils in a certain order. Here's the problem with that. Let me get to index fossils, home. Okay. This happened when they made up the geologic column, they made up an index fossil for each column. They said, if you find this fossil, here we go, index fossil, slide 747, DB. So if you find this type of clam, therefore it's assigned this age. And they teach this to all the kids in school, like it's some kind of fact, okay? They say, well, boys and girls, generally clams are found at the bottom. Therefore, that proves clams evolved first. And birds are found at the top. Therefore, birds evolved last. I say, guys, stop and think. Clams are found at the bottom because clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts. Duh, they're the first ones going to get buried. Hello? And when their world changes and things are going chaotic, they clam up. All over the world, petrified clams are found in the closed petrified position, like this one. We have hundreds of them here. Petrified closed clams indicate rapid burial because clams open when they die. You hardly ever find a matched pair of seashells. They say birds are found on top because birds evolved last. Guys, birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. Hello? They can fly around till they run out of gas. And when they do, they got hollow feathers and hollow bones and they float. Hello? It's nothing to do with evolution. The fossils are sorted a little bit based upon habitat, where they live, based upon body density. Clam shells are a little denser than bird feathers. Based upon mobility, clams can't run very fast. And based upon intelligence. As far as anybody's been able to figure out, clams aren't too smart. So I think that's the order of sequence based on those factors, nothing to do with evolution. Nobody's ever seen a clam produce a baby that was anything other than a clam. So why do they say, because we find them in some kind of order, therefore this one turned into this one and this one turned... Guys, nobody's ever seen any animal or plant produce babies other than their same kind. Nobody ever has. Every farmer in the world will tell you, cows produce cows without exception, dogs produce dogs, pine trees produce pine trees. Now you might get some wild varieties within that category, but they're still the same. There are 115 different kinds of pine trees. Might have had a common ancestor called a pine tree. It doesn't prove we're related to a flea. So they don't get it, brother. I don't see any hope for them, but maybe they'll come around. So no, there is no such thing as a geologic column. They might find these fossils that they have assigned a fossil to each layer, an index fossil. You might find them in that order randomly, just like you might randomly shuffle the cards and find 1, 2, 3 together sometime. Whoa, what do I got here? Oh, no, I don't have a 1, 2, 3. Oh, I got a Jack King, almost got a sequence. If I had a queen, that would prove something to somebody somewhere. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, Matt, put it back up on screen. There's a couple points I know they're about to make that I think Kent's going to have fun addressing. So as always, I'll be writing down what's saying as well in order to reiterate if necessary. But go ahead, Matt, whenever you're ready, brother.
Higher column, because again, geologic history is complicated.
Really, we wouldn't expect to, right? It's more of a feature of how geology works rather than something that we would expect. Finding the entire geological column is not a prediction of geology.
Right.
We wouldn't even expect that because the sediment has to be eroded from someplace, right, to be deposited elsewhere.
All these layers formed at the same time. They say the top layer is younger. I say, really? Where did it come from?
Oh my. All the layers formed at the same time? No. Is there any flood model where anybody would argue that all of the layers formed at the same time?
Not positive. Yep. Kent, go ahead, brother.
Oh no, they asked, would anybody argue all the layers formed at the same time? I was just saying I would. That's the only logical explanation. There's no other explanation for polystratofossils. And for the rock layers being bent and not cracked. All those bent rock layers I showed you earlier, there's no fracture marks. They were bent while they were all soft mud. 1 year flood. Anyway, go ahead.
And then I think what they say next, Kent, is, well, you know, even a creationist would have to say that Adam and Eve and the original, you know, created kinds, they would have to be standing on some kind of rock, right? They would have earth to stand on. So would that then be, you know, created rock that wasn't formed by the flood? Or, you know, what would be a good response to that, Kent?
Well, God created the earth to be inhabited. It says he made it to be inhabited. And I think it's much nicer standing on rock than it is standing on mud. So, but there's several different types of rock. There's sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic. I'm not sure what the original creation, what they were standing on, but I doubt it was any sedimentary rock because that comes from sediment. So it might have been just simply created. I don't know. But that's a minor point compared to what they're claiming, that the layers are different ages based upon the fossils they find in them. It doesn't make any sense. Wish they'd stop and think about it.
Right. Good point. Good point. Oh, yeah. George, go ahead, brother.
They also said that the layers can't form at the same time. Well, coming from an engineering background, we have done flume experiments, and anyone can do these and actually show that these layers can form at once and very quickly, by the way, not millions of years. So I'll show some of those examples a bit later on.
Yeah, especially George. I know you had a couple things on the you know, the law of superposition, but I think that's the next portion of the video. So Matt, I'll put you back up on screen.
That's a little problematic too, because I mean, obviously I wasn't there, but Adam and Eve and the animals were standing on something. Pretty sure it was rocks. So you'd have at least some geology present from the very beginning when God creates the earth. So
yeah, you can't just remove like everything. Not to mention it all being deposited at the same time. Like I get like he's trying to argue it's not millions of years, which I obviously agree with, but to argue that it's all laid down at the same time, I mean, that's not even possible, especially since we have like erosion features in the geologic column where we can tell like something was laid down, it was eroded away and deposited somewhere else. That's not at the same time. That's sequential.
Right, yes. And also, in addition to having a sequence during the flood, we also have some deposits formed after the flood.
Every time people come to our tour here, we show them this little jar.
Matt, pause it there real quick, brother. Kent, what would you think about the argument from, you know, specific rocks being eroded, laying down elsewhere, which would, you know, give us more of a sequence rather than laid down at the same time? Any specific thoughts on that?
Well, I think many creationists have studied this problem and think probably the original created rock was granite. Because granite, if you melt granite down, it doesn't reform into granite, it forms into rhyolite. Nobody's for sure how granite is made, other than that might be the original created rock. And granite contains what are called radiopolonium halos. I was going to try to find the slides on that. I've got 45,000 slides, okay? So it would kind of help if you'd ask the questions in the same order that I got the answer. So I think the radiopolonium halos I cover on video number 7 in great detail. I can't find the slides right now. But I think probably they were on granite rock with a layer of soil for plants to grow in, like all over the world today. Well, mostly all over the world. So I lost part of your original question, though. Say it one more time.
About the erosion, they'll say, well, you know, we don't always find the column in all of its sequence, but that's because of erosion. You have, you know, deposits being kind of moved around elsewhere. And
that's a reasonable statement, but did it happen to erode the entire era? Didn't it erode partway into the next one? That's why I said earlier, there are no erosion marks between the layers. If it really was erosion going on, isn't going to make a few grooves someplace? Those layers are stacked like, you know, a deck of cards, you know, on top of each other, or pancakes. There's no erosion marks between the layers. No, all the layers formed at one time, 1 year during Noah's flood, and all the layers, all the canyons formed at the end of that. The Bible says in Psalm 104, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, the water rushed off. If the ground came up quickly, the water would run off quickly and carve canyons deep quickly. The top of Grand Canyon is 5,000 feet higher than where the river enters the canyon. Whoa, rivers don't flow uphill in Arizona. So that used to be a giant lake behind where Grand Canyon is now. And we cover that on, let's say, video number Grand Canyon. You just need to watch my whole video series. I cover all this. I'll find it. Oh, here we go. There's some more rock layers pushed up the Himalaya mountains. Grand Canyon. Nope. Grand Canyon. I won't take time for it now, brother. They mentioned Ice Age fossils. I think there certainly was an Ice Age. I think that came simultaneous with the flood. If you watch my video number 2, I talk about the canopy theory. I'm a strong believer as a creationist that the Earth was surrounded by a canopy of ice above the atmosphere. Now, some other creationist groups do not agree with that. They're wrong. I'm right. Okay. There used to be a layer of ice, probably 2 or 3 fingers thick, above the atmosphere. Today, the air above the Earth goes up about 30 miles, depending on where you're located, and lunar tide and all that kind of stuff. Okay. But the layer of air used to be probably only 10 miles thick, with a couple inches. The Hebrews taught it was 2 fingers or 3 fingers thick, a crystalline canopy. And I give all the evidence for that on video number 2 of my series, Seminar Part 2. This super cold ice in contact with outer space is cold, like minus 450 Fahrenheit. I believe that canopy, when the fountains of the deep broke open, it would have shot things up from the ground and busted that canopy, and the super cold ice would snow on the North and South Pole. So there was a rapid ice age by a rapid dump of ice from the canopy collapsing. The ice pouring down on the North and South Pole would push out toward the equator till it ran out of gas, and it would carve out terminal moraines, lateral moraines, isostatic rebound. You'd have all the glacial effects in weeks, not millions of years. So yes, I think there was an ice age, and I think it came simultaneous with the flood. And then those giant ice caps covered the Earth for probably 200 or 300 years after the flood. It would take a long time for ice that much ice to melt back. So when Noah gets off the ark, the continents are much bigger than they are today, because a whole lot of water is still trapped at the North and South Pole. Over the next few hundred years, while people are having babies and spreading out around the world, the ice is slowly melting back to its current location today. That melting ice raises the ocean level, and that's why we have a continental shelf. There's 2 parts to the ocean, the deep part called the abyss and the shallow part called the continental shelf. So people say, Hovind, how did the kangaroos get to Australia? They hopped. That's how they get everywhere. The water between Australia and Vietnam is about 30 to 50 feet deep from here to the back wall. That's it. If you lowered the oceans 50 feet by freezing that water and sticking it on the poles, and the ocean's average 12,000 feet deep, so taking out 50 feet is going to be nothing. If you lowered the oceans 50 or 100 feet, freeze the water, stick it on the poles, all the continents are connected. The English Channel, 30 miles wide, 60 feet deep? Got a few deeper spots than that. But so they had several hundred years after the flood, they could walk anywhere. Then as the water's melting, ice is melting, running water into the oceans, making them deeper and wider and colder. Now all of a sudden, some animals are trapped. Used to be a land bridge from Australia to Vietnam. It's now underwater. Oh, kangaroos are safe from their predators. So I cover that in video number 7. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, I appreciate that, brother. The next portion of the video I actually have in written form. He actually left you a comment specifically. So instead of, enduring more of this video that I think you've adequately responded to, I'm going to put it up on screen. And actually, before I do, Ken, here's something curious to me. If we're just moving around already existing, right, pre-existing sediments from the sedimentary rock record, how can they then accumulate? Is that a question that makes sense? You know,
Yeah,
because they're trying to say it.
That's why I say, where's this new material coming from? You
Right.
can't build up layers. You just can't do it.
It's just moving from one place to another.
Right. Shuffling, moving cards from here to here doesn't change the age of them. They don't get it.
Okay, so here's the last part of this specific critic, and then in George, I know you had something to say here, and then I've got one person backstage actually currently that can ask a question or two, and then we'll kind of start winding it down. So okay, so I got it up on screen. So he says the law of superposition. This was a comment to you directly, Kent. Says that strata which overlay others were deposited later in time. There are obvious exceptions like tectonic activity and intrusion, but when those factors are not present, the law is correct. If there's any thoughts you had on that first paragraph, then we can get to the next one. It's up to you, brother.
Yeah, he's correct. The law of superposition means the one on top is younger, okay? How much younger? I just made a bunch of layers here with my little sand toy. Does that mean they're millions of years different in age, or could they all form in, 30 seconds? I think the Bible says the flood lasted for 1 year. So I think the layers, top to bottom, maximum difference in age is a year, not millions of years. So the superposition, if it's on top, it's younger. That's common sense. Probably, if I shuffled a deck of cards, would it be logical to say this card is younger? No. It might have been placed there most recently, but they're all the same age, all of them. So this law of superposition, they take it way too far and say that because somebody 200 years ago started teaching the age was millions of years, therefore we got to keep teaching that stupid stuff. That's insane. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, so here is the next part. So he's saying your argument's a straw man, because no one is claiming that sediment gets younger when it is redeposited. When sediment is eroded and redeposited, it creates a new or a young new sedimentary layer.
Okay,
and that's more or less. Go ahead.
Stop and think what he just contradicted himself. If a sediment gets redeposited, he says it is a new, younger layer. It's the same dirt, guys, same dirt. You moved it. It's not different age. How can they not get it? Hope these guys don't drive on the highway, man.
And I'd like to point out, I think before we bring in the couple people backstage, this is George. I think this is something you wanted to talk about the flume experiment. So we did a flood boundaries conference. We had two geologists, John Mackay, the creation guy, and also Joseph Hubbard, who talked about these experiments and how multiple strata can build laterally and vertically simultaneously due to hydrologic sorting, and how that poses a problem for the geologic column. Ken, I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on that, but George, I know you wanted to jump in too, bro.
No, he's correct. Go ahead.
Okay, can I share the screen for maybe 5 minutes or so?
Sure, go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Here it is.
Can you see me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're all aware of this particular so-called column that I think Dr. Hovind actually showed it earlier. But a couple of things I'd like to say about this is the erosion. These are secular erosion rates. I believe it's around about 6 centimeters per 1,000 years. They equate that to around the entire Earth's landscape being eroded to sea level in something like 10 to 12 million years. Even if you allow for mountains of rock, they push that out to around 43 to 44 million. Let's round it off at 50 million just for the sake of it. So effectively, every 50 million years, you'd expect this particular, the Cenozoic, for example, to be almost eroded down flat. You wouldn't see it. But in a deep Earth's age scenario, where we're talking 3.5 billion years, where I'm subtracting the 1 million years for it to cool down to its current form, that equates that entire column would erode over 200 times. Okay, so they effectively have to recreate those layers 200 times to get that current geologic column. But the other thing that most people don't actually look at in terms of this column, apart from the erosion, the lack of erosion between the preceding layers, is a thing called fulgurites. Now, I've spoken about fulgurites before, but I'll quickly just show you some information on fulgurites. This is okay. This is a paper in Nature. Okay, so I'm not making this up. When the lightning actually hits the Earth, it creates these things that we call fulgurites. You can see the lightning going through the rocks there, but these are remnants of those fulgurites eroded near the seashore. But you get these lovely structures where the lightning has actually hit. Okay, you can see there it actually can go through multiple rock layers. So the interesting part about this is when you do the maths, you'd expect around 7,400 fulgurites per square meter on the surface. But let's say, okay, if these were distributed evenly over supposedly 19 layers in the geologic column, that averages to 390 fulgurites per square meter per geologic column layer. Now, the question is, why don't we find these fulgurites in the preceding layers? We don't find erosion marks in these preceding layers, but we don't find these fulgurites either, because lightning would have been part of the atmosphere over those billions of years. Okay, that's all I want to say about the fulgurites. So I'm just going to go back to, oops, excuse me, just bear with me. All right, so a big plug to our friends at Creation Research, John Mackay, Jason Hubbard, Diane Eager, and the rest of the team. Now, I've actually donated to these flume experiments. Most people haven't really heard about rotary flume experiments. Okay, we've all seen, or hopefully we've all seen the linear ones, but this is what can happen in a rotary flume. Not only are the layers actually reproduced, but also the landscapes. Now look at these landscapes. Some of you might actually, sort of fit those landscapes in something that you've seen on the Grand Canyon or somewhere around the different parts of the world. So that's a rotary flume. So the other thing that we have found, not just the Creation Research, Marble, ICR, etc., but even secular universities that do flume experiments on a regular basis, rock layers grow sideways. And I'll show you a little video in a while, which shows that these fossils that supposedly oldest at the base and youngest at the top is not really true. But before I do that, I'd like to show you, these are some of the flume experiments that Creation Research have reproduced. Now, these are done purely by adjusting various parameters in the flume, like the quantity of water, the velocity, the direction of the flow, etc. And please note the different formations that you see there. They're very, very similar to the geological formations that you see in secular literature. Look at those. Here's one where they've actually formed these in 20 minutes and not millions of years as you would see them in the textbooks. They form parallel to the current. Okay, so these anticline and synclines that we keep hearing that would take millions of years and heat and pressure to produce. Sorry, guys, they can be reproduced in a flume experiment. Now, the other one is this, the latest research that AIG have done are on the Tapete sandstone, especially the 90-degree bends. You'll see that from this diagram down here, that the Tapete sandstone is actually at the base of the great unconformity. That's an erosion mark of the original surface, okay? But it's important to note that these bends are 90 degrees. The secular explanation to this is it occurred deep down under heat and pressure. Now, we know when heat is involved, we get what we call metamorphism. You would see evidence of metamorphism if heat was involved. Now, AIG have done, apart from the history of this, when they originally applied for a permit to do this work, the Grand Canyon Committee refused them. So they took them to court. They went back. They got their permit, and they've done the results. And guess what? They found no evidence of metamorphism in that sand layer in that 90-degree bend. So, guys, that secular explanation is now debunked. Okay, it's debunked. There's another good view of the 90-degree bends. This is something that we keep bringing up. I remember.
And George, I'm gonna jump in there, brother. Fantastic points. Maybe if you could wrap it up in, I'd say 20 to 30 seconds, because I do want to make sure that we have the people backstage to ask Kent a couple questions.
Okay, well, I'll show you that little video that I had compiled. It's only about I think about a minute long, but tell me if the volume's correct. This one, by the way, is called Sedimentary Layers in the Laboratory. It's taken from a segment from Evolution, Fact or Belief. You can find it yourself. You can take a screenshot, but here it goes.
Of heterogeneous sand particles. Why is this important? Well, quite simply, because strata have been used to date sedimentary rocks, and the fossils in them are over 100 years. And
it's kind of low, George.
There is experimental proof to show
I've got it on full.
Strata form.
Maybe what we'll do is send me that video, and I'll put it in the description box for people to check out.
Either fossils or rocks.
Because it is
okay.
kind
Well,
of low.
you can read the subtitles as well if the volume's not too. But what they're really explaining there is as you can see, the fossils at the base are not necessarily the oldest ones. Purely by the hydraulics of the way the layers are actually composed, the actual fossil at the top layer can actually be older than the fossil at the base.
Are the same age as those in the bottom
strata. So I'll grab that.
In the same layer
no, I'll do it. Here we go. Copy.
Layer of sediment arrives, and more sea creatures are trapped.
Should I stop it there, Donny?
More important is the ones at the top.
Well, I got to say, this is an amazing argument against deep time. Yeah, if you wanted to kind of sum it up as well, and then I'll put the video in the description box too for people to look at.
Oh, effectively, that video sums everything up. That's the extent of the video, by the way. And
send it to me.
Just to go back. All right, we're at the front. So you can see quite clearly that in flume experiments, we can actually recreate pretty much every geologic formation that you see in textbooks through real science, by the way, real science. I always say we are the ones that are doing the real science. We're showing them these flume experiments, how they actually form, and they deny it purely because they've assumed the presuppositions of deep time and the index fossils and all the other baloney that we keep hearing from them. No scientific proof, just complete assumptions and presuppositions.
Amen, George. Well said. Appreciate it. Before I bring in the, I still see him backstage. Kent, any thoughts, any points you kind of wanted to add to that before we go to the next portion?
I was not aware of that video, but the one the French guy did 30 years ago is very similar to that. Experiments in stratification done at the Colorado Springs, I think. Navy has it, believe it or not, or Navy has something in Colorado. a huge flume where they do this very same thing, and layers form, multiple layers form horizontally, not vertically. Good point. Thank you, George. Go ahead.
Awesome. Great stuff. Go ahead, George.
I've got those videos as well, but they're like 3-part series, part 1, 2, and 3, and they're a bit too long to show. I thought that was a good summary at the end of, how they use the index fossils to show that the fossil at the top is younger than the fossil at the bottom. Or sorry, but we've just shown you experimentally that the fossil at the bottom layer can actually be the younger fossil and not the one at the top.
All right, George, you are a warrior. Appreciate those comments. Kent, you've been doing a great job as well. Matt, you're going to get an award for your screen sharing tonight. So I've got Andrew, or a rational empiricist in here. So I do want to keep it on the geologic column and the points discussed. So maybe you had an objection. I do thank you for being here. An objection or a question for Kent, Andrew. So I can vouch for Andrew. He's always respectful, although, of course, we disagree. But he's been here many times. So, Andrew, thanks for being here. Introduce yourself real quick. And if you had a question or objection or something for Kent, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on. My name's Andrew, of course. I'm often in the side chat of these discussions. But basically what I want to talk about, or try to explain at least, which I think I can do if I kind of, let's see if it's, or I guess what I'm going to try and do is explain some of the principles behind what we're actually doing with biostratigraphy and whatnot with these relative dating methods, which I saw some kind of information about it, but I didn't see a full explanation or not all of the details addressed, I think, or all the nuances and nitty gritty of it. And so I kind of want to demonstrate that. I kind of drew up a little diagram here, if I can kind of, let's see, I'm going to adjust my camera so I can show it. Hopefully this works.
Are you trying to share? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kind of literally just drew it up right now, but is it showing okay, or do I need to adjust it?
It's a little blurry, but I can put it full screen if you want to give a brief explanation followed by maybe a question or a point, and then we'll allow Kent to give his thoughts.
Sure. Yeah, and you can still hear me from over here. I'm kind of behind my camera.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's good. Yeah, so what I basically want to explain is what we're actually doing with these. You can see my hand here, right?
Yes.
Okay. What we're basically doing is we have these multiple localities, different formations stacked on top of each other, which these formations can be different depositional environments. That kind of answers one question from earlier, is where is the sediment coming from? It's coming from deposition, mainly from the uplift of other areas, erosion gradually wearing down the sediments there and carrying them away to a low-lying spot like an ocean floor or a river delta, for example, and being deposited there. But anyways.
Actually, Andrew, right there is a good point, I think, for us to at least stop at right now.
Sure.
In terms of where the sediment's coming from, since that would be an answer to one of Kent's questions, and then we'll allow Kent to respond there. So appreciate it. Kent, brother, over to you.
Well, yeah, I think you just proved my point. If it's erosion, washing it down to a river delta and forming a new layer, it's still the same dirt. You didn't change the age of it. You moved it. You can move it.
Right, that's what I'm getting to.
You can move it with a backhoe or a shovel. You can move it with a river stream. It's not changing the age of it. So the only way you're going to get the ages to be different, the layers to be different ages, is to bring it in from outer space. You did not answer the question.
Well, basically, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if they were somehow hypothetically deposited on top of one another from outer space, you'd still say that they're intrinsically not necessarily different ages, correct?
Well, that's begging the question. As far as on Earth, which is really all we can examine,
Well, it's a hypothetical example. I'm just kind of probing your logic here.
Yeah. If stuff kept falling on the Earth from outer space, then we could say, as far as the Earth is concerned, these layers formed at different times. But we have petrified trees connecting all the layers. We have the logic that says...
Hold on a sec, before you go on there, because you're saying that just the sheer fact of deposition alone doesn't show that it's one age or another. But here you're saying if they were deposited from outer space, that they're necessarily different ages. That kind of contradicts what you said right there.
Well, theoretically, based on the Big Bang, every speck in the planet, in the universe, is the same age, 13.772 billion. So you can't have any speck of dirt or rock any other age than 13.772 billion. So what you're really finding with your geologic column and carbon dating and potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206, all of them, they're trying to find something that matches what they've already decided. I suspect, I don't know who you are, rational empiricist, but I suspect you believe in evolution, and you've already decided the evolution theory is true, and we have to defend it. Is that your position? Do you believe evolution is true?
Well, we're here to talk about the geologic column, not necessarily evolution, so that's kind of off the top.
Well,
so yeah, that's a fair point. Like, how do we know that these deposited layers basically are intrinsically different ages? And that's what I'm going to try and explain here, kind of with this little diagram. Basically, a little key right here where these red circles are, you can just consider those to be igneous deposits, igneous layers. So like an ash deposit, for example, from a volcano, or a lava flow, for example, and typically, of course, they go on more than once, so you get multiple of these igneous layers in between sedimentary layers that were where sediments were deposited, for example. And what we're doing basically is, say you have one locality, you can use radiometric dating, for example, to date the igneous layers. That helps you bracket the layers in between and the layers above using these stratigraphic principles, for example. Now, the other thing is, how do we know that this geologic column over here, for example, is really a thing globally? Is because we can correlate these different localities, basically these different stacked up formations, using what you mentioned earlier, the index fossils. So, for example, we have the index fossils, just for simplicity's sake, throughout these different layers, and you can correlate them. You can show that, okay, this bit right here has the same index fossils as these layers, even though they may be different depositional environments, different sediments involved. And that shows, okay, these layers are correlated. Now, using the radiometric dating techniques from these, or the ages from these igneous layers, you can bracket the ages here. So, for example, if this is 80 million years, this layer right here, this is 70 million years, you can bracket the ages between these different localities. For example, that's how we determine the geologic column. Now, you may ask, okay, how do we exactly determine?
Actually, Andrew, let's stop right there then, just to make sure we don't get too much on the table. Appreciate that in the visual, and I'm going to unmute Kent. Kent, go ahead, brother.
Well, notice he keeps mentioning radiometric dating. That wasn't invented till the 1950s. Okay, way before that, they were teaching these layers are different ages and millions of years. So that way before, it predates radiometric dating. And when you take a sample in to get it radiometrically dated, they will keep testing it until they find the number they want, because they know it's supposed to be this old, and they've got all kinds of excuses they can use why the radiometric test didn't work. Contamination, is the big one. Something got contaminated. So they actually date the layers by the types of fossils they contain. They're called index fossils. Here we got limestone or shale found all through the geologic column. How do you know the difference between Labet shale and Perry Farm shale? They're both shale. Or limestone. You can take any of the sedimentary rocks you'd like. They date them by the fossils, which is based on the assumption that evolution is true. They've already decided they've got a chain of events of animals turned from an amoeba to a whale over billions of years, and it went from single cell to multi-celled, went through the fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal farm. They've already decided that. That's unquestionably true in their religion, and evolution's a religion, okay? So they've already decided if I find a fish in a fossil in a rock, that's got to be a certain age. If I find a bird, oh, it can't be the same age. Because it's all based on the assumption that evolution is true. It's just absolutely stupid. In my totally humble, unbiased opinion. Go ahead.
Well, sure.
Appreciate that. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Sorry. Yeah. So basically, I feel like you're kind of mixing up two different types of ages here, so to speak, because there are relative ages, the order of events, for example. And what I was going to say earlier was basically an event here, for example, would be the crystallization of zircon, say, in a magma chamber. And that's kind of an event that's happened, and you can determine, okay, like I said, by bracketing these ages or these different layers, this is the order of events. That's a relative age, basically. Okay, this happened older than this happened much earlier than this happened much later than this. And that's what basically the index fossils are used for, is determining these relative ages. The radiometric dating is used to determine numerical ages. So that's a key difference there, and that's why it's not circular reasoning.
Okay, let's let Kent respond to that. Go ahead, Kent.
Okay, this is all still based on the assumption that all those layers couldn't form in 1 year. If the world was destroyed by a global flood, everything's being shaken up, moved around, redistributed, the animals are going to tend to be sorted based upon their body density, based upon their habitat, based upon their intelligence, based upon their mobility, nothing to do with evolution. You're probably going to find most of the dinosaurs in one layer because they hang out with each other. I bet if there was a flood today, you probably wouldn't find many coyote fossils in the same layer as birds, because they don't hang out together. So there are so many other logical reasons for any kind of sorting to the geologic strata we see, other than what you guys have already decided. You've already decided reptiles turn to, or fish turn to amphibians. That's already determined in your mind. Now, if we find a fish fossil, we have to assign it this layer and this age. And now we can bracket the ones in between by the fossils we find. The layers are dated by the fossils, and the fossils are dated by the layers. It is pure circular reasoning. I don't know how you guys can't see it. There is no such thing as a geologic column. Go ahead.
Andrew, go ahead.
Well, sure. Okay, so let me address the first thing you said there. Basically, is the geologic column these or I should say, I guess, since we don't agree on that, the rock layers in this case. You're suggesting that they were, I guess, deposited by a combination of ecological zonation, hydrologic sorting, and mobility of whatever creatures existed at the time, right?
Well, you can buy one of these sand toys at Walmart for $10. I'll buy it for you if you'd like. It'll make 20 or 30 layers in minutes. It happens while you watch. You guys are stuck. You're stuck with the dumb idea that the layers are millions of years different in age. They formed within minutes of each other, not millions of years.
The reason we know it's not from hydrologic sorting, though, is because you get these different layers stacked on top of each other. You can get sediments with more coarse grains, for example, larger grains on top of sediments that are finer in texture, for example. That wouldn't happen with hydrologic sorting. And even with the fossils, you find, say, in the exact same layer, you find creatures of different sizes and densities by today's standards, and turtles, for example, they're high density, yet they're found below many bird species, for example. So
go ahead.
Hydrologic sorting doesn't work.
Turtles being below birds in the fossils would be common sense. Turtles don't fly in the sky. Birds can fly around till they avoid drowning, till the last minute. You talk about the texture of the sand. I live in a gravel pit, 140 acres donated to us. We have thousands of layers. You can come see them. And they are finely stratified. It happens very rapidly with moving water. It does not take millions of years. So for you to think that because the coarse grain sand and the medium grit and the fine grit sand is therefore a different age, no. I just flipped this thing over again. Man, I already made 15 layers in what, 2 minutes. The layers are all from the flood, but the Bible says at the end of time, the scoffers would be ignorant, willingly ignorant, of the flood. Stratification takes place rapidly. Layers can be bent quickly if they're all still soft. Like I showed you, hundreds of examples of bent rock layers. Rocks don't bend. The logical solution to exactly what we see, to look at the evidence and say, wow, there was a flood and the moon tide pulling the water up and down for a year would cause a whole lot of stratification containing lots of dead things. Fossils aren't forming today anywhere that anybody knows of in any significant numbers. Animals die by the millions every day. None of them turn to fossils. But yet fossils are found by the millions. That's an indication of a rapid burial in a flood. But the Bible says the scoffers are willingly ignorant of the flood. The petrified clams in the closed position are found on top of Mount Everest. Clams don't climb mountains very well. And they're closed, petrified. They were buried alive. These are found by the billions. There's a seam in Tennessee, 10 feet thick. Millions and millions of petrified clams closed, buried alive.
Well, if I can respond to something you said earlier.
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, I think you're not quite understanding what I'm saying here, because I'm not saying you have the coarse grained sediments, for example, at the very bottom, then the finer grained sediments closer to the top. You don't get this. What I'm saying is you can have sedimentary layers where, for example, at the bottom of a certain formation, a certain sequence, you have layers made of finer sediments, which would usually be at the surface if hydrologic sorting was true, and above them, then you get, say, these gravel deposits, or say deposits where there are larger grains inside the sediments to begin with. So I still don't see how hydrologic sorting would naturally form these layers of different sediments that clearly aren't laid down by sediments floating down the water.
Well, each tide is going to be a totally different event. Each time the tide comes up 200 feet in a liquid-covered planet, if the Earth were completely covered with liquid, the tide would not get interrupted, and it will go up and down 200 feet. It's called a harmonic tide. Each tidal event, every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes, is going to make a new bracket of different sediments. So you're going to have gravel, sand, clay, and the sand is sorted. Here's our gravel pit right here. Come see it. There is fine grain, coarse grain. And of course, it's automatically sorted that way in minutes. And then you wait 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes till the next tide, and you get another layer going the other direction. So the tide and the flood is the only way to explain the stratification that we see. To say that there are coarse grain, medium grain, fine grain containing different fossils, that may be true. As I showed you, there are petrified trees connecting all the layers. That ought to be a big red flag for those who want to believe the layers are different ages.
Well,
they never address that.
For example, you can find the largest preserved fossil remains, for example, in the fine grained sediments. So the fossil sequence, according to, if say hydrologic sorting were true, contradicts hydrologic sorting explanation for the sediments themselves. Because usually for the fossil to be a larger animal to be preserved, you need these fine grained sediments, and that's where we find them. We don't find them in, say, gravel layers or anything like that.
First, I don't know that that's true. If fossils aren't found in coarse grained gravel, is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah, the largest ones usually aren't.
I don't know how could that be documented. I'm going to go check around every fossil they found in the world.
Okay, sure. You want to check it. So I guess go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew. I accidentally muted you. Let's just allow Kent to respond to that part,
sure.
And then maybe make your next point. Go ahead, Kent.
Okay. I would say, as I mentioned, the fact that we have fossils at all indicates rapid burial. Animals die today, and they get scattered all over the woods by the coyotes and the owls and the ants drag stuff around. We find fully articulated skeletons of dinosaurs, all the bones still connected. Lots of animals are found fully articulated, fossilized. They didn't lay around for a long time and get scavenged. They were buried rapidly. We don't find fossils forming today anywhere that I'm aware of in any significant numbers. The fact that we have fossils at all is indication of rapid burial. The fact that we have trillions of petrified clams found closed indicates rapid burial. The whole top of Mount Everest, 2,000 feet of that mountain, the top 2,000 feet is sedimentary rock full of clams, closed, petrified clams. I think they were buried rapidly, alive. So the fossils formed, I think the only logical explanation is the flood. I don't know you at all, rational empiricist, but I suspect you're talked about in 2 Peter chapter 3, a scoffer that's willingly ignorant of the flood. You don't want that flood story to be true, because that means God has authority to judge his creation. Oh no. Yeah, he does, and he will, and he's going to do it again. So the layers are not different ages. During the flood, while the tide's coming up and down and coming in and out, the velocity of the water is going to change depending on a number of factors. Contour of the ground. Is the moon at apogee or perigee? Is the moon and the sun lined up? Do you have a, anyway, there's a lot of, so the velocity of the water moving back and forth is going to determine the particle size, whether it's coarse grain or fine grain. This is hydrologic 101. Anybody that does anything in mining knows they have to, when they pump fluids with sand in it, it's going to sort the sand into by particle size. And also you get sorting by density. What type of sand is it? There's so many factors here. I think the only logical explanation is, like the Bible says, it was destroyed by a flood. It's not logical to claim the layers are different ages when you see petrified trees connecting all of them.
The other point too, Kent, is the erosion rates, secular erosion rates of the denudation of the landscape within 10 to 12 million years. I mean, we shouldn't be finding any fossils whatsoever. They should all have eroded away. The other point too, Andrew, in a lake deposition, okay, the bottom layer in the lake, I think you'll agree, would have been eroded from the surface of a nearby hill or landscape, and it would have been washed into the bottom of the lake. Now that is a younger layer, the youngest layer. Now subsequent erosion will then erode the next oldest layer on top of that. So what you have in a lake deposition is a reversal of the ages you had on the landscape. Do you understand that logic?
Go ahead, Andrew.
You're saying the ones deposited first are youngest? That you're contradicting yourself there.
No, in a lake, okay? If you get deposition in a lake, that deposition comes from a nearby hill or landscape, which is then considered, which was originally considered youngest. That youngest layer is washed into the lake at the base of the lake. Now, subsequent erosion will then fall on top of that layer in the lake. So effectively what you're doing is you're reversing the ages of the original ages in a lake deposition situation.
Well, sure, yeah, but this is what I was kind of talking about earlier. Is your one sec.
Actually, if I could, because I know Kent's only got a few more minutes. Time has flown by. Kent, you've been so generous with your time, brother. I do
I know I took a lot of that time up, so I'm sorry for that.
Oh no, that's good. That was good. That was a very enjoyable back and forth between you and Kent. But I do want to make sure before Kent gets out of here. Ken Rock, I see you here as well, and I know you had a question on the Geologic column for Kent, and I want to make sure you get your question or objection in here. Ken, you just make sure to unmute yourself. And thanks for being here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't trying to interrupt. And so my biggest problem, I've been listening for a little bit. My biggest problem is similar to what I've had last time we talked, was a lot of your arguments seem to come from the argument of possibility, and I'm also hearing some arguments of absurdity. So basically, because an argument sounds absurd, then that means it is absurd. What are your objections to those, or how would you justify those within your argument so far?
I don't think I understand a word he said.
I think Ken is saying that your arguments, Kent, are arguments from Ken. Did you say absurdity? Like you're saying Kent is making an
It's,
argument that he doesn't think this is possible, and therefore.
Okay.
It seems to be a combination of an argument of possibility because other things are possible, or because some other things have happened. That means that it just negates what is being said, and that's not an argument against what's being said. It's just an argument to possibility, which says that something could happen, and then an argument of absurdity because something sounds crazy that it can't happen. It's more, I'm saying, his arguments sound like a combination of the two.
Okay, I understand that, and I disagree completely. I think if I showed you a fossil fish swallowing another fish, like right here on my screen, they find these by the millions all over the world. We got some in our science center. You can come see them. Here's a fish, got another fish down his throat, and they're both fossilized in that position. It would be absurd to say they held that position for thousands of years or millions of years until they fossilized. I think the only logical explanation of finding a fossil like this is rapid burial. Anything else is absurd. So the argument from absurdity does not mean it's not true. I think it would be absurd. They have rodeos in Texas where they ride cows and jump over fences. And they train the cows to jump higher and higher. Take them to the gym, make them work out, build them up like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Someday, if they do that, they're going to get a cow to jump over the moon. No, there's a limit to how far the cow is going to jump. The fossils that we find indicate rapid burial. It is absurd to think these fossils form slowly. Yes, that's an argument from absurdity because it is absurd. Here's a whole school of fish fossilized in the swimming position. I think there was rapid burial. I don't know of another explanation. Petrified clams by the millions, billions, maybe trillions are found in the closed position. It's absurd to think the clams sat there on the bottom and slowly fossilized, and when they die, they open right away, and somebody eats them, the crabs or the seagulls or the fish. Petrified closed clams indicate rapid burial. It's absurd to think a petrified closed clam could petrify slowly over millions of years. Yes, I'm sorry, it is absurd. I use the word stupid more freely, but go ahead.
Oh no, that's fair, but that's kind of the problem there is just because it sounds absurd doesn't necessarily mean it's false. You would have to go into the specific details of why it's false. Otherwise, you're just committing the fallacy of argument to absurdity. So
Well,
you said one of the arguments. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, Kent did provide a few lines of evidence as to why.
I was about to explain why the ones he gave weren't exactly the best.
Sure, go ahead, and then we'll let Kent respond.
So one of the examples that you gave was if you took a cow, because the cow can jump, you'll never get a cow that can jump over the moon. And yes, you could say that's technically true. You would have to prove that why it wouldn't be true as well. Not necessarily saying that it couldn't, but just because you say that it's absurd that it couldn't happen doesn't necessarily make it untrue. You said something about clams closing in the upright position, and that if they didn't, that would be absurd as well.
Donnie, I didn't follow. I can't understand half of what he says. Okay, he needs to learn to quit mumbling. But the cow jumping over the moon is an example to show, yes, you can train a cow to jump, and you might get him to jump higher. But there's a limit how high a cow can jump. You guys want to say everything is related. We see 500 varieties of apples now being raised around the world, and they might have had a common ancestor called an apple. Okay? Therefore, because we see all the varieties of apples, that proves apples are related to whales. In the evolution mind, they've got them all connected on a family tree. Do you believe, Ken, you are related to an apple over any amount of time?
Ken, do you believe you're related to an apple?
I don't believe I'm related directly to the apple in the same way that I would be directly related to, like, my cousins or my brothers or sisters.
I'm going to jump in because I just wanted to be more of a simple answer. Do you believe that humans and apples are related through common ancestry? Do they both belong on that universal common ancestry tree that goes right back to, the base? Would you say?
Yeah, that's a slightly different question, but that I would agree to directly. Yeah.
Okay, Kent. So
sorry as well if I'm rushing.
Yes. No worries.
So we've
Go
got
ahead.
some evolutionists who admit they're related to a strawberry. Others are related to an apple now. What else did we get? That's absurd. That's an argument from absurdity. We see
Yeah, it's a
varieties
fallacy.
of apple. We see cows able to jump higher. There are limits. There's probably a limit to how fast man can run. They've now got the 100-yard dash down to what, less than 9 seconds. Do you think they'll ever get the 100-yard dash down to 1 second? Or is there a limit? Maybe they reach the limit. I don't know. But there is a limit. You guys see the varieties produced, like all the varieties of apples or 115 varieties of pine trees. Okay. Therefore, pine trees are related to whales? This is what the charts are showing the kids in school, and I object to this. This is propaganda. This is not science. Let me get it here. Family tree. You guys show it like it's science and expect the kids to learn it and be tested on it and flunk if they don't. Here you go. And flunk if they don't go for this. Slide number 60. Do you believe these family trees like this, which shows bears, humans, birds, apples, everything connected to a common ancestor? Do you believe this represents science? Ken?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I feel sorry for you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, if I could, Ken, if I could, Ken, real quick, I guess. So, apples and humans are related through common ancestry. You agree to the chart that Kent put forward. What would be your best line of evidence for why you and an apple are related that you could present Kent with? What would be your favorite line of evidence for that?
If I were to go through this right now, and we're not necessarily on the topic of evolution, but if you wanted this line of evidence, I would put for my best line forward. I would say that Kent would generally agree that most fruits are generally related. Would you agree with that, Kent?
Okay,
No.
so he's asking, are all fruits related, Kent?
No, I think God created apples. I think he created pears. I'll just pick a wild number and say there are 500 kinds of fruits in the world. They now have diversified into 40,000 varieties. Okay, most of them done by man for a particular reason. They want the apple to grow in hot climate or cold climate or sandy soil or acid soil. So man has developed apples from the apple root stock to have all kinds of apples. That's not evolution. It's a variation of the same kind. It's an apple. That doesn't prove this chart, which says sharks are related to apples. I'm sorry. It's such idiot propaganda. I don't know how you guys swallowed that, but they believed a lot of dumb stuff for a long time. I shared that at the beginning. So it's time we get it straight. There's no geologic column. No animal ever produces offspring other than its same kind. You can draw lines on paper connecting them. They got this one. Let's see. The octopus and the shark and the broccoli have a common ancestor. Do you believe that?
Do I believe what again? The shark, the broccoli, and the octopus have the same ancestors?
Yeah, do you believe sharks and broccoli came from a common ancestor?
I think they come from something that came from something that had a common ancestor. I think it goes a lot deeper than the way you're making it sound. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at the beginning of this was the you're saying because it sounds absurd that it can't be true. You were talking earlier about how runners would have a limit to how far they could run, but you also admitted you wouldn't know. So that's kind of the problem there. Is that still just the argument from absurdity? The fact that you would admit that you don't know what that limit would mean would prove that there's no actual limit that you could prove.
Okay. Until we know it's not science, and it should not be taught as science, this family tree is propaganda. We do not know that broccoli and sharks have a common ancestor. You can believe it if you want, but it's not science. My objection is, in science class, teach science. The word science means knowledge, know, seer, Latin, seer. What do we know? We know sharks make baby sharks. We know that. We do not know sharks and broccoli are related. We know humans make baby humans every time. You're a doctor, you agree? People make people, no exceptions. Now, if you wish to believe you're related to broccoli or an apple, that's not science. Stop, even if it's true, we haven't proven it yet, so you don't know that. You can't include that in science class. It's a religious belief you guys have. You should keep it home. Teach your kids at home if you want. But I don't want my kids taught that stuff, that's for sure.
Ken, let's just say, here's the last question I'll say, and we're going to have to wrap it up here. But this has been a ton of fun. We've had a huge audience the whole night. Time has flown by. If you were in an elevator with somebody, and they really wanted just a piece of scientific, something that's empirical, right? Scientific evidence for why you and broccoli are related through common ancestry. And they really were looking for a piece of scientific evidence with an open mind. What would you provide them?
That was for Ken?
Yeah, for Ken.
As of this, sorry, I'm gonna have to go. It's starting to get kind of loud here. I'm not gonna be able to answer the question. I'm sorry.
No worries, Ken. I appreciate you being here. We're gonna have, I think, one last person here, Synagogue. Brother, good to have you here. I'm not sure if you're still here. I do appreciate your patience. Andrew and Ken, thank you so much for joining with your questions, objections, criticisms. CJ, I'm not sure if you're still there. I do appreciate your patience. I'm guessing you had a question as well for Kent, and I think we're gonna wrap it up here. That brings us to everybody. CJ, are you still there? Okay, he may have stepped away. Okay, well, Kent. Yes,
Donny,
George.
How many arguments from absurdity have you heard from evolutionists? Like the ancestors of the octopus hitching a ride on a meteor or an asteroid.
Yeah, they got some wild stories.
That's just one. I mean, their whole story is full of absurdities. I have to go. Nice to meet you again, Kent.
What was that question?
George? Oh, he was saying, he was just saying he's going to get out of here. George, I appreciate you're all the way in Australia. So
nice
thank you
to
so
meet
much.
you, Kent. Again.
He said, nice to see you again, Kent.
Okay. All right. Hey, come visit America. We'll teach you to speak English.
Oh, well, I'll stick to Australian. See you later, guys.
All right.
Okay, George. Appreciate it, brother. Okay, well, Dr. Hovind, thank you for giving us, 2 hours of your time. We did get a couple, brave evolutionists to come on in here and give some objections and some arguments. So, kudos to them. So, Kent, any final words, final thoughts before we wrap it up here on, I guess, everything we've talked about tonight?
Well, I guess I would share with these evolutionists or people who believe in evolution, Pascal's wager. What I believe, that God created everything and he wrote a book and told us how he did it, and everything brings forth after its kind. That's all we've ever seen. There's no doctor in the world, no farmer on the planet will tell you he's ever seen an exception to this. Now, they might draw lines on paper imagining how it happened, but that's not science. But suppose I'm wrong. Suppose there is no God. Suppose everything has happened by chance and I die. Okay. I go back to the grave like everybody else. I haven't lost a thing. I've had a wonderful life. I enjoy life, enjoy my family. I haven't lost a thing. Pascal's wager. If I'm right and they're wrong, they've lost it all. They've lost it all. I've had 53 years of fellowship with my Heavenly Father. I gave my heart to him 53 years ago. And he moved in, started changing me from the inside. I'd like to see him move into everybody's heart, get on the inside and do some work. And just say, Lord, I'm a sinner. Would you please forgive me and save me? Come live inside and forgive me. And he will. And then he may want to change some things in your life. He had a whole long list on me to change. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but he's still working on a couple of them. Okay? But what about you? Where are you going if you die? You just die? You sure? You real sure? Real sure. If not, give me a call. 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. I'll be glad to lead you to the Lord over the phone. Thank you.
Amen, brother. Beautiful final words. Nothing more important than salvation. Where are you going when you die? Eternity is a long time, brother Kent. So I appreciate all you do for the Lord, all the time you give us for these important discussions. I'm going to let you get out of here. Again, thank you so much. You've got a busy couple months too. We got a lot of debates for you, and you've got a boot camp coming up, Kent. So, I'll be praying for that, brother.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. There we go. 2 hours. We've had a fantastic audience the entire time. Doki Doki Bible Club. Thank you for the super stickers, brother. He says, amen, amen. So, as I've said, this is the summer of debates, including the Evolution Debate Challenge series. So if you want to take the Evolution Debate Challenge, please reach out. I think we've now done about 30 of them at this point, and we've got another dozen. over the next couple months. Okay. So Kent was a bit under the weather there for a little bit. So we wanted to make sure he was at tip top shape for his next debate. And he was very gracious to still do tonight's show, even though he's not 100%. So, that was 2 hours and very comprehensive. What we want to do is do more of these kind of call-in shows on different topics. So tonight was the Geologic column. Maybe in a couple weeks we'll pick another topic, maybe evolution, age of the earth, and we can pick a video to review, like we did tonight, and then we can just open it up, people with questions, criticisms, objections. Critical thinking is important, so we don't all have to agree on everything to come together for these important discussions, as long as we keep them sophisticated and respectful. Okay, so Atheist Junior and Dr. Dino, I believe we're going to be rescheduling this one for a couple weeks from now, okay? Because we've got a debate nearly every single night. We've got a double header night coming up just to fit these in. So we're going to be having T-Rock and James W. Okay, they are going to be debating at 10 at night, Noah's Ark and the global flood. That's going to be awesome. And at 8, we're going to have Kent and Snake was right. Okay, this is going to be specifically on transitional fossils. So since we've done so many of these evolution debates, we are now scheduling debates specific to one topic, one line of evidence. So that's why Snake and Kent are going to be debating transitional fossils. Okay, we've also got James W. and Kent who will be debating the hominid fossil record. So that should be fun, as well as the much anticipated round 2 between T-Jump and Kent. This will be on testable predictions. Okay. And that's what we have for you in terms of evolution. But we got a ton of debates on, the nature of God. We've got debates on soteriology. So, this is a debate we got coming up. Matt Slick, John Barton, is oneness biblical? So this is going to be a ton of fun. Matt Slick, he's been here 7 or 8 times, and he's going to be here in July and August. Okay, so I have debates for August that I'm now working on setting up. We're also going to have Kelly Powers and Taylor Stewart. They will be debating Unitarianism. Then the other day, we just had a formal debate on the Bible translation issue. Nick Sayers and CJ Cox both did a fantastic job. Very intellectual and scholarly debate. Easy job for me that night. I almost had to do nothing as a moderator. So that was, I was incredibly thankful for that. So we've got another one. Got another one coming up. 2 more, actually. This one's going to be Will Kinney and Turretin Fan. Again, 2 well-educated individuals on this topic. King James only controversy. Looking forward to that. In-house debate should be a lot of fun. And then at the end of July, we've also got one with Eddie from Brute Facts podcast, I think it's called, who will be debating. He's going to be debating Nick Sayers. So again, I've been doing this creation versus evolution conversation podcast, okay, where I just did one with Andrew Cumming, actually, who was on here tonight. We discussed endogenous retroviruses, and I'm in the works with several other evolutionists in terms of this podcast series. Okay, so I've done a ton of formal debates, I think about 100. But now that I'm just doing so much behind the scenes work plus moderating and hosting, it's really hard for me to do my own formal debate. So that's why I started this podcast. Okay. So if there's something you want to talk to me about, creation versus evolution wise, reach out, set it up, through email, and we'll do it here on the channel. So episode 1 was with Ken Rock, who was here tonight. And then also Andrew Cumming was episode 2, who again was here tonight. So I do appreciate those evolutionists that are willing to enter the octagon and engage in these important discussions. Okay, I really appreciate that. And I'm just looking at my events here. I guess last thing is I'll thank everybody who's supported us, the ministry through getting the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. The limited edition turned out to be so cool that we're just going to keep it for a week, but now I think we've had it for 3 weeks. Okay, so if you have not yet picked up the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook, what are you waiting for? Okay, pick it up. You know, it's the most comprehensive response to endogenous retroviruses as evidence for common descent that you'll find. And I've got several debates actually that I'm working on scheduling. I think the next one's going to be with Luca Medugno, a chemistry teacher over in Italy. He says he's working through the book right now, and we're going to have a respectful debate on it, as well as a round 2 with Snake Was Right. So we're working on that as well. God bless all.